What's up, everybody? FTWitachi here. You know what it is. Thank you all very much for tuning in, dropping by. Y'all already know. We jingling up in here. We jingling. Merry Christmas, kind of, in 5 days. But we got a Christmas stream because this week's going to be absolutely freaking busy for me. And I just want to make sure I get this Christmas stream done beforehand. Oh, so it's a Sunday night. So I know I've got time tonight. And also, well, I've already said it. I'm busy this week, Monday through Friday, Christmas on Saturday, and also I want to make sure this video gets released on YouTube. So yeah, for those of you tuning in on YouTube, thank you. Thumbs up the video, subscribe if you're new, and comment down below. But yeah, so this year of streaming, what the hell are we on? What stream is this? What freaking stream is this? This is stream 19 of 365. And just thought I would give you all a heads up. I'm going to be doing a lot of new and interesting and fun things, and this is just so happens to be one of them. We've got a Christmas themed live stream today. Again, we're going to be streaming for a year straight. I've got giveaways planned for once a month, and they will be the last week of every single month. So stay tuned to the end of this year. The end of this month, we will have a giveaway. What is it? Can't say just yet. Also, we're going to have like holiday themed live streams. We got Christmas. The next one will be New Year's. After that, I don't know, but I know we'll have one for Valentine's Day, Easter, all that type of stuff. So stay tuned for that. But without further ado, we're here to play Twofold First Snow. This is a, if I can remember correctly, what they call these things, because I've played tons of these games before. I've played an absolute ton of these games. But what the hell? A visual novel. There we go. They call these visual novels. We've done Adolescent Santa Claus back in 2019 or 2019 we did Adolescent Santa Claus. I absolutely loved it. We've done I Love You, Colonel Sanders. An effing good, a finger licking good, I don't even know, something Colonel Sanders, and we did that for freaking Valentine's Day. We did Mo Era. We've done Sakura Santa, and I've done a lot of Santa ones, or I've done a lot of Christmas themed ones. And we've also done Doki Doki Literature Club, which was probably one of my most memorable streams of all times. But today we're here again. This is called First Snow. I have no freaking clue what it's about. It was kind of difficult to find a Christmas one that I have yet to do, because again, there's a lot of these out there, but there's not a ton for Christmas. And this might not be specifically Christmas themed, but it's got snow, so why not? Let's go. Hopefully you enjoy it, team. The first snow of the year should be a comforting sight, yet this carries a different feeling when so far from home. Woo! I love visual novels. It's basically bringing manga to life. It's basically bringing anime and manga into one thing. Like, look how fucking pretty. I love the artwork, first of all. I love anime artwork. I love manga artwork. It's just fantastic. You know why I like it. I know why you enjoy it. And sometimes you can get some absolute banger thumbnails. If you know what I mean. But without further ado, let's try not to stop too much. We're going to get through this. Winter has always been my favorite time of the year, but the joy of warm fires and upcoming holidays is missing. There's only a month left to go until the season begins in earnest, but I can't feel any of the usual excitement. The coming winter will be the first I've spent away from my family after all. It's just me now, standing alone on a concrete balcony and looking out into the gray sky. Hey, Allison. Aren't classes soon? A woman's barking from down below breaks me out of thought. Her familiar figure, clad in leather, stares up, snow heaped on a rusted shovel in her hands. Looks like the heating's died again. The inside of the apartment is no warmer than out there. This new home might be a little shabby, but at least it's ours. A quick glance at my phone as I walk to get my coat and bag confirms her to be right. The morning's message from a friend still showing on the screen. The idea of big news at this of all times fills me with worry. I'm already too busy, just trying to keep up with my new life. So Allie comes up with the triple yay, yay, yay. Big news. Let's go. And then she says, tell you later in bio. I'm assuming biology, not the bathroom. I don't know. I have a feeling she's got something to do with school. She said she's away from her family. She seems about to be the college age. Who knows? And big news. Tell you in biology class. But if you play video games, bio means BRB bio, BRB bathroom break. You know what I mean? So, who knows? With time marching on, I quickly slipped the phone back into my coat and set off for the stairs. I shouldn't have a problem making it to class if I keep it good. It's a class. See, she's in college, fam. We know these things. Oh, damn. The busily shoveling woman is still working away, her efforts obvious to see. The snowfall has been impressive for a single night, but a good amount's already been cleared. Her heavy breathing easily visible in the cold air. Let's just freaking make this a lot easier for me, shall we? Let's put on my fucking glasses. Because as you can tell, I'm stuttering to freaking read. Why? Because your boy's blind as a freaking bat. Also, the font is ruining me sometimes on some of these letters. So back at it again. I can see. I usually don't wear these when I'm on my freaking computer. Because this is for the long distance. I can see my PC. But the issue is some of these words are fucking killing me. Keeping a brisk pace, as much to get to my classes on time as it is to try and warm myself up. I try to wave a quick goodbye. It's obvious. She won't let me go without giving her 2 cents, though. As she puts her shovel against the wall and takes a good stretch. Look at your boy freaking learning how to read today. Morning, Rose. Working hard already. So it seems to me, we're Allison. We're Allie Sohn. Not the goalkeeper from Liverpool, but we're Allison. And this, we got Rose to deal with now. Someone's got to do it. Not like those useless lumps will. Rose jerks her head towards the apartments. She's not really wrong, but her usual tactlessness is on full display. You all bundled up? Looks like winter's coming early, going by the paper. I'll be fine, don't worry. Just take it easy on the way there, alright? I will. A weak smile is her response as I start off down the road. She knows that I might. Usually in visual novels, for those of you that don't know, there's usually questions and answers and you kind of make your own path. We have yet to get to that, and I'm assuming it's because they're setting the pace of what this actual story is. So yeah, just giving you all a heads up. What's up, Roxy? This is a visual novel called First Snow. This is hardly the first exchange we've had like this. Every other morning, Rose comes up with something or another to definitely not be concerned about. I don't mind, though. That kindness is one of her better traits. The weather's been getting steadily colder for a while now. The few workers braving the morning chill are slowly making their way down to the bus station for work. Those staying behind, grumbling as they shovel snow from the roofs of their cars and their driveways. There aren't many students down this way as I walk. However, student accommodation filled up fast, and the nearby apartments were all rented out soon after that. Thank goodness for a family friend offering to let me live with them. Helpful as Rose may be, there's still some sense of being a foreigner. It's only been 2 months since I moved in and started classes at college. I was right. She's a college student, fam. I know these things. I can picture it. I think I know what's going to go down in this freaking story. I think I know what's going to go down. I'm going to make sure it goes down, too. My circle of high school friends and boisterous family home turning overnight to a cramped apartment shared between Rose and I. I really want to get to the actual story, though. This is taking forever. As the school buildings come into view, I join the tired masses staggering through the gates and towards their classes. Much as I might worry, I know I'm not alone. I'm sure many of the students around me right now are going through exactly the same thing. I love art on these freaking games. It's only now that I realize I haven't had my usual morning coffee back at the apartment to wake myself up. With a little time before biology class starts, who was right again? This guy. Bio didn't mean bathroom, it meant biology class. I know these things. I've been there before. I hated biology. I'll have to content myself with a quick can of soda from the vending machine. In the morning? Shit. Soda in the morning's not the way to go. Heading over to the Union Building on the way to class, the morning chills driven away the usual gaggle of those sitting on the stairs and blocking the entrance. Rubbing my hands together to summon some warmth, I head on in. With the heating being cranked right up, you could almost forget it's winter outside. My relief doesn't last long, however. My heart nearly stops as a deafening clatter comes from ahead. A couple, walking arm in arm, skirt around the edge of the room, doing their best to not draw attention of a blonde woman nearby. She grumbles loudly before delivering another kick to the poor, abused vending machine in front of her. I hate situations like these. Either I do nothing and feel bad for not helping, or step in and deal with the stress that comes with confronting someone involved. I do what she said in the first and do nothing, unless someone actually really needed help for something. But if it's a situation like this, I'm heading the other way. As I try to work my way out of this, my heart freezes as the woman locks eyes with me. I must make for a pitiable sight, with my hands raised defensively in front of me. Her rage calming as she settles for staring daggers at the machine. Resigned to my fate, I reluctantly shuffle towards her as my heart beats wildly. As I do, her dour look is only made all the more intimidating from the bags under her eyes, so she be nappy. She doesn't look like she has bags under her eyes, though, in this picture. Just saying. Is something wrong? Stupid thing ate my money. No can or change at all. Threw $5 in there, too. The vending machine here messes up sometimes. It's usually better to go through the cafeteria for drinks. They should fix it then. So her name's Mad Girl. She got that Mad Girl vibes. Recounting the event only serves to stir up her annoyance. Another foot being jammed into the accused. The horrible noise makes me cringe again, and I'm starting to worry she'll hurt herself as much as the machine itself. Don't kick it again. Why not? Thing's already broken, isn't it? I want to say that I'd rather not get in trouble with the staff, but I get the feeling that it wouldn't faze her. Reviewing my options as quickly as I can, there's only one solution I can think of that might settle her down. I probably shouldn't, but if nobody's paying much attention, which drink did you want? She gives me a curious look after I manage to squeak out the words, but eventually, points. Was just grabbing a lemonade on the way out. Could you turn around for a moment? With great reluctance, she turns away as I asked. I doubt she could work out what I'm doing by looking, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Closing my eyes and silently mouthing the right sequence to make sure I don't mess it up, I go about my business. With any luck, the software inside hasn't been updated since I last tested this. What the hell is she about to do? A long sigh of relief passes my lips as the vending machine rattles away loudly, dumping a can into the small opening. How did she do this? What the hell did she do? Holding the can before the blonde woman's face as she turns back around. My reward is a somewhat impressed expression as she takes the item. Where's my options? Now that she has her drink and had a chance to get her frustration out of her system, she seems to be calming a little. Her height doesn't help her look any less intimidating, though, so she be tall and thick. Double C's. I say double C's right now. With that, I consider the matter settled as I nod and begin to walk away. Only as I leave do I realize my heart's racing after having to deal with her. Hey, wait up. Reaching for my instinctual response, I pretend not to hear her as I skitter away and disappear back through the entrance. The cold hits me like a wall as I leave through the door. I hardly mind, even a sigh to steady myself as I head towards classes. I only remember now that I'd intended to grab a drink myself, but fiddling with the machines probably made me too late. The empty campus grounds make me nervous, making me take my phone in my hand to check the time. A quick glance is all that's needed to send me dashing towards the sciences building. I think this is where it begins. It's gonna be one of those days. Oh damn, let's go. Panting from the run, I stagger into biology class with as much composure as I can muster. The sight seems to make a pitiable expression in a professor who merely nods for me to take a seat. Setting my bag next to me, I quickly take a seat next to a familiar figure. The diminutive Caprice shoots a grin and a wave as I sit. earning a smile in return. It's nice to see a friendly face. As the professor gets back to lecturing, I grab my... There's no one in class. What is this? I know. Art. I grab my still pristine textbook from my... You bought... Well, hold time out. You've got a textbook then. You've got a textbook. In college. You went to the library and purchased the freaking... Or rented the textbook. You're either a freshman... or you're dumb. Huh? If you're going to college, let me fill you in right now. Number 1, do not buy a textbook. Number 2, I don't care how many times the syllabus says, you must have a textbook. Do not buy the textbook. Number 3, you come into class, the teacher says, oh, bring your textbook tomorrow. We're going to be reading from it. Well, you ain't reading shit from the textbook. Number 4, if she says to bring a textbook because you're reading it the next day, and you do read it the next day, you can then just share with someone that's right next to you, or just sit there and listen to the whole freaking class and lecture go by, because you ain't missing out on anything. You don't need the textbook. And then last but not least, number 5, let's throw a 5th one in there. Go to the freaking library, because they have these textbooks available for rent for like the week, or however long your school allows you to keep these textbooks. Better yet, just take pictures of what you need and bounce, because you don't need to spend $100+ I've seen a textbook go for $250. Don't buy a textbook. End of story. Let's go. Flicking through the bookmark. Fuck, she got a bookmark too. Don't let me get started with bookmarks. I'd added for where we currently are. Movement from the corner of my eye takes my attention. A ripped piece of sketch pad sliding before me. Oh no, your perfect attendance record. What happened? Her writing is surrounded by various doodles and scribbles already on the page. I should pay attention to class, but it isn't that easy to wave Caprice off. Well, I like the little scribbles and doodles. My type of vibe. Then again, this is a largely reviewing what we covered in high school right now. It probably wouldn't hurt to chat with her a bit. Lecture classes. Give you another heads up for those of you in college or going to be in college. You can not go to those classes. Just turn up for the tests. Study at home. And you're good to go. Because the lectures are fucking boring as hell. I'm sorry. I couldn't stand in those or sit in those fucking 3-hour classes. And then if I did, I never brought the book. And then if I did come, I always had my phone out because I was sitting in the way back. Couldn't see the fucking whiteboard or the projector screens. I'd have my phone out on camera mode. And then the teacher would always ask, what am I doing on my phone? And then she figured out what I was doing on my phone. I was actually I was zooming in. But I was sitting in the back because I was talking to all my friends. But I was paying attention, but I was multitasking. Y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up. Got held up with someone? We're passing on the notes. I read a brief reply and a little accompanying. Dude, my drawing's better. Before sliding it back over, quick look to the professor, making sure the coast is clear as he drones on. Oh, she's coming back. Caprice's reply as the page is passed back makes me grimace. I should have expected that. So she just comes back with a facial expression. A little So she thinks something going down. I almost replied before noticing the professor casting a knowing glance my way as he continues with his teaching. He knew what we were doing, didn't he? Trust me, the professors do actually know what you're doing, but they don't. They care, but they don't. Just a heads up. Thinking better of it, I tucked the page beneath my textbook and started listening properly. I don't need to look at Caprice to know her reaction. I hardly think worse of her for it, though. Swapping the doodles during these classes was how she broke the ice with me when I was just another lonely freshman student. A shy one at that, given we're still friends, I suppose it worked. So she is a freshman, so she didn't know. I take it back. Sneaking a glance back at the page beneath my book reminds me of how well the mercurial girl can draw. At least compared to me, she mentioned one time that she's also taking art classes, which must be paying off. Before I knew it, the class starts winding up. The other students begin to get distracted as time goes on. The professor soon starting to wrap things up in response. No sooner do the words come from his mouth that the class is over. Does the loud clatter of people packing books and pens into their bags and backpacks begin. Caprice wastes no time in talking as the two of us do the same. I was worried you were sick today, Allie. It was only a couple of minutes. For you, that's a lot. She has a point. It's likely I was more concerned about this than the teacher. After near perfect attendance through high school, though, the last thing I want is to set a bad expectation from the staff here. Setting that aside, I'm not sure the professor really likes us passing notes to each other in class. Oh, don't worry about him. He's cool. We've talked. Well, if you're sure, I do like seeing your drawings. Aw, and I like seeing yours. I'm glad you're here today. Actually, I've been thinking, and I need your help with something. We're making an art club. Is this Doki Doki Literature Club all over again? Well, is it? Because I need to know. I hope not, because that was a disturbing one. But there's already an art. Wait, why is there a we there? How am I a part of this? You're a founding member, of course. Why do I get the feeling Caprice has been mulling this over in her head for ages? Plans seem to already be in motion for her, and I'm not sure what choice I have left in this. I'm left to mull things over as I take my coat from the back in the seat and slip it on. The two of us are taking our bags and joining the others and heading out into the hallway. I hadn't even considered joining a club, let alone starting one up, with all the work that'd entail. I can help, but I have my schoolwork to concentrate on, you know? Getting a scholarship wasn't easy, and I'd rather not waste it. Oh, right. You were majoring in... Oh, shit. We're majoring in a subject that I am not good at. Great. I give a nod, albeit a slightly guilty one. Not that I dare to have told my family, but I only picked chemistry because I happen to be good at it. Like most things in life, I just went with the default option before me. Well, that's kind of what I did too. At least Caprice seems to have moved on from me being a part of this. I have enough going on in my life between moving to a new home and studying for college to think about spending time in clubs and things. I'm surprised you're taking biology classes. To be honest, aren't you more into art? Well, just to give you also a heads up, there's specific classes that you do have to take to graduate, no matter your major. Biology being one of them. It's hard to pick a favorite, but right now bio is just the entry-level stuff. It's so boring. It's she knows, see? I mean, biology might not be forced upon. You might have a choice between bio, chem, and like some other sciences, but it's one of the basic ones. I took bio in college. No, I took... Yeah, no. I took chem. And I fucking hated it. That's why I hated chem. But I got an A, so it doesn't matter. I didn't go to class. That's how I hated it because it was just boring to me. I didn't hate it because I wasn't good at it. I hated it because it was boring. But back to the story. Caprice said, I talked to the professor though, and we're getting into some marine life chapters soon. That seems very specific. It's the most interesting part. I gotta focus hard when we get there. I plan on making it my major. So even a free spirit like Caprice has something she's working towards. It seems I can't get away from how much of a mess my life is. With no idea what I want to do for a career. But for those of you tuning in, thank you very much for tuning in. We are playing First Snow, a visual novel for our Christmas-themed live stream. Usually there's choices. Usually there's like paths that you can take and things that you can unlock. I have yet to come across that. Don't know how long this game is, but we're going to keep playing it until we get to the end of the story. Also, we've played a ton more visual novels on our YouTube channel, so go check out the YouTube channel. Links down below. Unless you're tuning in already on YouTube, then go check out the channel. If there is no paths or decision making in this game, well, albeit it is what it is. I've never played this game. I don't know anyone that has. But I liked the artwork, and it was Christmas themed. It was snowing, so I chose it. I've played a lot of Christmas themed visual novels, and it was difficult for me to find one that I haven't played. Back to the story. The two of us head outside. With our next classes in other buildings as we do, I look about warily as students from other classes pass by. I'd rather not bump into that angry woman again. Who were you held up with anyway? Bump into a friend? That would require there to be another beyond her in the first place. She's about the last person I'd call a friend. Kind of scary, actually. She might have been asking out of small talk before, but now I have her full interest with reluctance. I think back to the event. Not sure if you'd know her. Tall, blonde, green eyes, very sharp look, with high boots. Kinda pretty? Now that I have time to think it through, she was quite beautiful. And more than her body, too. I liked her sense of fat. I told you, she was thick. Double C's. Thick. I think I know who you're talking about, actually. You do? Yep. Our other founding member. Oh, shit. She hasn't dropped the idea to me joining at all, and now wants her, of all people, to be part of this. My reaction to the news apparently shows on my face. If we're thinking of the same person, I've seen her around, and I've heard some things. She floats around the art department a lot. So the other art club tried to grab her. She didn't even pretend to consider it. Just told them to get lost. Which means she's still free. If she already rejected one club, why would she join another? Because it's led by me, of course. I just sigh. I need to get to my next class. Being late for one today is already too much. Resigned to my fate, I wave goodbye and start to head off. Not more than a couple of seconds later, I hear her calling out behind me. Before you go! Meet me on the second floor of the art building after classes, okay? We need to get started on finding a club room and stuff. Looks like I'm gonna be part of this scheme, whether I like it or not. Dealing with that woman again makes me shudder. But she'll surely just reject Caprice, and that'll be that. Walking through the halls at these hours is a wholly different experience to the normal hustle and bustle, where students gossiped in the hallways, organized dates, and hurried between classes with arms full of overpriced textbooks. There's now a sweet silence. All to be seen at this hour is the odd straggler, thinking more about dinner than schoolwork. Well, we're getting later into the day, that's what I can see. Well then. Well, them and the Christmas decorations. Now it makes sense. I get the feeling that the arts and humanities staff take some enjoyment out of getting ready for the occasion. Much like the school itself, the decorations look a bit ragged, probably hauled out every year for decades. With little to do until Caprice shows up, exploring the arts building and peering into this classroom, or that winds up passing the time. Heading up the stairs, I take my time strolling through the hallways. Everything is bathed in orange of the sunset, the quiet of the halls giving the building a serene atmosphere that's calming after day's events. It isn't until a good few minutes pass that I find the first thing of much interest, a single room with the doors left open. With curiosity getting the better of me, I strolled up the hallway and gingerly stepped inside. At least I can close the door for them. With only a handful of chairs actually set against tables, I think the room unused if not for the paints, papers, and sketchbooks strewn across the tops of the cupboards. If Caprice wanted a club room, this would be as good as any. As I peer about the sight of one particular canvas amongst it all, catches my attention. The painting of a woman standing in water sits drying on the easel, the painter's utensils still lying about. Damn it! Get back. How do I go back in? There we go. Stepping up, look at it. I'm surprised by how old-fashioned it is, like the kind of oil painting that would be drawn a century or so ago. Every brushstroke and line has depth to it, the painter's every movement clearly visible. Find myself struck by its beauty, time slipping by me as I stare. Her soft-looking skin and flowing locks of hair are enough to make me wistfully sigh, her face telling of her free spirit. It looks scary a little bit to me. Like her neck area seems to be a little bit red, like as if she's bleeding. It's beautiful. My thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the creaking of the door opening further, causing me to whip around in fright. Uh-oh. You hear that heartbeat. It beating. The particular person standing in the doorway looking straight at me does nothing to settle my racing heart, much less the fact that I am not even supposed to be in here. Sorry, I mean. I quickly try to stammer out something, but the words keep catching in my throat. Oh, it's vending machine girl. Allison. Allison Mirlo. So you do have a name. I'm Eileen Turner, for what it's worth. I quickly nod for all my nervousness about maybe being somewhere I shouldn't. Eileen doesn't actually seem to care that much. In fact, she almost looks bored. If this room's be used by a bunch of people, there's a good chance she might not know if I'm an intruder. Well, I'm going to close that place up. If you want anything, you should grab it. Not that I think you have anything here. I think she's the one that did that painting. I have a feeling she did that painting. The cold edge to her voice freezes my entire body. I mean, I can explain. Aileen narrows her eyes and crosses her arms waiting for my response. A response which is interrupted by a familiar voice booming from the entrance. Yes, they begin. Hey, Allie. I don't think I've ever been so glad to see Caprice, given this art club business was her idea. It's for the best if she explains it all. Aileen doesn't look too impressed as Caprice skips into the room looking this way, and that like some tourists. Good work, you already found us a room. This'll work perfectly. So Caprice got herself a new goon. I wish I was surprised. Yeah, you're not supposed to agree with that. And what do you want this room for, pray tell? Well, the current art club is awful, I'm sure you know. So instead of dealing with them, we're going to form our own. And it looks like you and Allie have found us our club room. I see what's happened here now. Caprice engineered the situation so we'd all be here together. This isn't a very subtle scheme, but that's all the more reason for her to have come up with it. I try my best to backpedal in a way that doesn't upset her either. I just thought we'd draw a bit. Didn't mean to intrude. I got permission to use this room to practice my painting, not for some dumb club. Sorry, but it's 2-against-1 majority rule. I didn't say anything about a club. Well, too bad. This is a dictatorship. Aileen stands her ground, staring down her opponent as I try my best to stay well out of their argument. Her resolve doesn't last long, though. Realizing the futility of it, she eventually heaves a sigh at Caprice's antics. I can't say I wholly blame her. I just want to work in peace. That isn't too much to ask. But I'm not going to get anything more done today anyways. Aileen turns to me after picking up her coat from a desk and pulling her scarf around her, rather pointedly being finished with Caprice. See you around, I guess. Yeah. At a loss for now how I'm supposed to respond to such an unenthusiastic tone, I'm left standing silently by as a frustrated Aileen throws her backpack over her shoulder and strides out. Caprice just smiles and shrugs as she looks back at me, the argument they just had moments ago flowing off her like water on a duck's back. That's a metaphor and a half. Well, that's how it is. I feel like I got dragged into something. I didn't really think that'd work, but it was worth a try. She not listening to me at all. Am I really just an instrument to try and win this argument between them? Okay, now I think I see where I'm coming in. No, I can't think that. Caprice is forceful, but she means well. If this did end up being a club, I'd probably enjoy it. Caprice certainly wouldn't make it dull, and I think if Aileen got to know me, she'd be nicer to me, but I don't want to risk Aileen getting even more annoyed with me. It feels like I've been left to hunker down in a foxhole in no man's land, and all I can do right now is hold my helmet on tight. As the orange of the sunset starts to wane outside, it becomes obvious that nothing more is going to get done today, just as Aileen said. I'd better head home. It's getting late. See you tomorrow. See ya. If you ever want to draw, feel free to stop by the new club room. Precisely, none of what Aileen said penetrated, did it? I just give a weak smile as I wave back to take my bag, idly wondering if Rose will be cooking something for dinner or bringing home takeout. It's something more heartening to think about than today's efforts anyways. We shall see. As I collapse onto the couch and settle in, the deafening sound of silence rushes in. The odd passing car from the streets below the apartment only highlights the quiet of the room. Plucking my phone from my pocket after dropping my bag in the cushions beside me, I take a quick note of the time. I guess Rose got stuck in traffic. I did not see the time on that phone, but okay. An annoying train of thought starts up once again as I put it away. One that's crept up on me occasionally ever since moving out. Just waiting for when nothing's around to distract me. I can cope with the schoolwork easily enough. It's mostly just review right now. People like Caprice might be a handful, but they do liven up the day's routine. It's a fair distance to campus from here, but the walk helps keep me fit. A silence that I can't deal with. Grabbing the remote and flicking on the television at least provides some background noise, but it's no replacement for the sounds of home. There's no mother busying herself over the cooking pot to welcome me home and ask me how my day was. No excitable older brothers fighting about how this silly thing or that. No father for me to happily see come home from work. It's just me now. My fingers roll over the screen and thought as it brings up, let's just go on TikTok, fam. Let's just watch some tickety-talkers. Mindlessly tracing out the cracks in the bottom corner, I could easily call them right now. My mom and dad both made it clear I could ring. Anytime at all. But as I stare at the screen, a deep apathy strikes me. Before college, I thought that my family and old friends just a phone call away, nothing would feel all that different. Maybe I just couldn't admit to myself how big of a change this really would be. Or would really be. Admitting defeat, the phone ends up on the couch beside me as I watch television. The news is interesting today, so at least it's some distraction from all this. Just when I thought I'd finally found a friend or two in college, it ends up being a mess. Why do people have to be so complicated? As the door behind me opens, I close my thoughts on the subject. There's no point in mulling things over any further. Ooh. Act 1. Art Matters. Well then. Ooh, that artwork's nice. Oh, I like that. Let's go. The Saturday's morning air is brisk as I stagger back from the supermarket, hands full with bags. The apartment itself may be nothing to write home about, but it's certainly in a good location. I still don't feel like I've been pulling my weight when it comes to daily life with Rose, but at least I can help with errands like groceries. Her attempts to teach me handiwork skills have been less successful. Even this much has been a learning experience. My parents usually doing the shopping back when I lived with them. Reaching the apartment, I find Rose crouched outside and working on her motorbike. She looks perfectly content as she whiles away her time with tools spread around her, as if a child happily playing with their favorite toys. Working on the bike again? Oh hey, that was quick. She levers herself up with a grunt before pulling back the edge of one bag with a finger to peer in, then another. I'm a little worried as she checks over my work. Having to hold my breath as she does isn't exactly helping. I'm still not used to the acrid smell of her smoking, but maybe that's a good thing. Good work. Everything we need, and no weird impulsive buys. Did we need more window cleaner though? You can always use window cleaner. You said to grab necessities if they're on sale and don't spoil, right? See, she knows how to shop. You're learning. Could you help me down here once you put everything away? I need another set of hands. Without anything in particular planned for today, I agree before heading inside. The rickety stairs creak as I slowly head up with groceries in hand, fumbling with the door handle. My arms are thankful for the relief once I manage to drop the bags in the apartment after opening the door. Opening the fridge, I get to work stuffing in the frozen and cold items first. Next, I open the cabinet doors and start ladling in the cans and boxes. As the empty shelves fill, I get an odd sense of satisfaction for caring for myself. Living as an adult is busy work, but it's rewarding in its own way. There's an odd and unexpected feeling of accomplishment from doing even simple tasks. I'm sure it'll wear off in time, but I'm holding on to it for now. With the job done, I close the cabinets and get back to look about the room. The apartment is barely any warmer inside than out. I suppose there are downsides as well as upsides. Putting it out of mind as best as I can, I head back down to Rose. Slipping back outside and closing the door behind me, familiar clangs and bangs carry on the air as Rose still works away. Pass a rag, would you? I quickly take a seat near her on a patch cleared of snow, grabbing one of the torn-up pieces of old shirt and handing it to her. She seems to be cleaning out some parts of the engine or another. Anything interesting happening at school? Not really. The schoolwork isn't too hard so far. A friend wants to start a club. A club, huh? That's cool. What kind? An art club, apparently. I'm not really sold on it, though. I need to study, and she basically came up with a whole idea by herself. Rose passes the rag back and puts the part in place. Motioning me to hold it for a while, she wrenches it back in. After a few wrenches, the job appears to be done, as she puts the wrench down with a clunk and turns back towards me. Life's not about studying. I know you were a teacher's pet back in high school, but you could stand to be a bit more social. So what's this again? This is another downside of living here. With so much of my time spent alone with Rose, there's, for better or worse, no easy way of escaping her questioning. I know she has my best interests in mind, though I'm glad to have someone around to help me get to grips with adult life, even if I did find her intimidating at first. What was your college life like? Never had the chance to go. I'm left a little surprised as she gets back to her bike. I've only known Rose for a couple of months now, so I'm still finding out new things about her all the time. Maybe you get why I'm on your case about this stuff now. Not everyone gets the chances you have, so make the most of it. Go to parties, get some friends, and find a boyfriend sometimes. Even if it doesn't last, it'll be a start. My family always pushed me to put such things aside and focus on my education, so that's what I did. The simplicity of life back then suited me just fine, and it worked out well going by my scholarship. I was never really interested in boys because I was caught up in learning, is what I'd like to say, but I'm honest enough with myself to know that's not the whole story. Seeing Aileen last week reminded me of that. Women like her keep catching my eye. And then there was that painting of hers as time goes on. That difference in what I like looking at gets harder and harder to explain away. I see what's going on in this, and I think we are about to have some fun. But she did say Aileen last week, so we're somehow a week ahead. So time is passing. Rag? Allison? Wait, I'm confused. I'm assuming the day where she went shopping and helping fix the bike is a week later. Somehow. I hastily place a rag in her outstretched hand, Rose using it to try and rub some of the oil and grease off her hands. I'm sure she wouldn't mind if I'm not straight. If that's truly the case, well, I'd like to talk with her about it. I can never quite seem to find the right time, so she's by. You alright? Yeah, I was just thinking about how life is complicated. Sure is. Hey, you bought that ice cream I asked for while you were out? It's in the freezer now. Why? How about we have some? Could use a treat after working all morning on this thing. Just strange ideas about what makes a good dessert in the cold of winter, but I'm not going to stop her. As the two of us start packing up, another peaceful day rolls by. A loud yawn from Rose emanates from the couch, the droning of the television briefly overshadowed. The only other sound is the coffee pot boiling away from the kitchen, punctuated by the occasional passing car. Only half awake and still acting on autopilot, I lazily wipe the sleep from my eyes as I stagger towards the door. The smell of Rose's toast wafts invitingly through the air, making the envious of her later start to work. I let out a loud yawn before I can stifle it, causing Rose to look over from the couch. Wow, you look like hell. Thank you. Stay up too late playing on your phone or something? Doesn't look like you got an hour of sleep. While Rose is less than tactful about this, it's true that I shouldn't be so tired. I'm usually a morning person, but right now I can barely remember where I even put my phone. Rose picks herself up from the couch as she finishes her breakfast, brushing toast crumbs off herself as she starts walking towards the kitchen. There's no walking, but I threw it in there. Just the neighbors being loud again. I'm surprised you didn't hear them. I may say that, but it's hardly any real shot. She sleeps like a log, which I've always been jealous about. Rose puts down the plate in her hand, giving the matter more thought than I'd intended. The ones above us, right? Man, I'm sick of them. I'll go have a talk to them later today and get them to knock it off. Making a racket during the day is one thing, but the night's another. You don't have to do that. They might be quiet from now on anyway. She looks surprisingly disappointed at my attempts to wave off her concern. You have to stand up for yourself sometimes, Allison. Waiting for things to blow over ain't always going to work. I wind up rubbing my neck and avoid outright answering. Apparently dropping the topic, she sighs and disappears into the kitchen after taking her plate again. I just don't want to cause a fuss, especially on my behalf. Is that really so bad? With time rolling by, I glance about and see my phone in the corner of the table, slipping it into my coat pocket. I skip over and grab my bag sitting by the door. As I stretch a bit to try to wake myself up before facing the cold outside, Rose calls out from behind me. Turning to see her shows a fistful of crumpled dollar bills in a hand, thrust out towards me. Here, go buy yourself an espresso or something on the way. It's fine. You don't have to. Just take it. You look awful. She really does have a way with words. I reluctantly take the cash and slip it into my pocket, thanking Rose as I leave. As soon as I get out the door, the weather hits me. Looks like it's going to be a harsh winter this year, with the cold of the snow dumping down being made all the worse by the chilly fog hanging in the air. I'm assuming there's no me choosing the paths. I think it's a freaking story, which I'm fine with, because it's alright. Twisting my head I just want to see what the hell happens. To and fro. I'm assuming it's from. There's been so many freaking misspellings. Twisting my head to and from to bury it into my scarf a little better. I set off down the road with hands firmly lodged into my coat pockets. There don't seem to be many people around that are braving the weather. Not that I blame them. As the muffled sound of snow under tires rings out, garbage truck rumbles by. It's only after a worrying few seconds that I remember I did indeed put the garbage out for collection yesterday. Reaching the campus, the welcome sight of a cafe nearby lifts my spirits. I've overheard students mentioning the coffee here is good, and it's conveniently right next to campus. It looks homely enough from the outside, and only has a handful of people inside at this hour. As I peer through the windows, with a quick brush of the fallen snow off my shoulders and bag, I take a breath and walk in. A bell above the door rings as I enter, the smell of coffee on the air combining with the homely style inside, making for an immediately cozy atmosphere. Joining the couple of people in line, I quickly rehearse the order in my mind to make sure I get it right. The barista's nice smile towards the other patrons keeps making me trip over myself, and I've never been great in dealing with strangers. Coming to the front of the line, I manage to blurt out my order of a latte with sugar before I can mess it up. She smiles and takes my payment, leaving me to wait to the side as it's prepared. I briefly consider having it here, given how relaxing the cafe is. That's before I notice Caprice loudly chatting with a tall man sitting across from her. I'm surprised I didn't notice them. I must be really out of it. As the cute barista slides the coffee cup towards me, I decide I'd better leave the two in peace and drink outside. Before I can, Caprice catches sight of me and begins excitedly waving her hand in the air. Allie! Hey, Allie! Over here! Allie! So much for that. Coffee in hand, I wearily walk over to the table and look from to the other. Morning, Caprice. Wallace? Upon Caprice moving her backpack off a chair and placing it on the floor, I take a seat. Allison, here's a good friend and one of the founding members of the art club. The new art club. This is Caprice's rodeo, so I'm content to let her deal with the club as she wants to at this point. Takes me a moment to realize she referred to me as a good friend in particular. We've only known each other for a couple of months since the semester started, but I'm a little glad she thinks of me like that. Hi, I'm some guy Caprice found. He's our fourth member. As he sighs forlornly, all I can offer is a stilted smile in response. Caprice looks so comfortable dealing with him that I assumed they knew each other already. Come to think of it, Caprice had no problem dealing with Eileen either, despite barely knowing her. I'm impressed at how she can talk to strangers with just the same confidence as friends. Maybe she even considers him one already. So what did you get up to over the weekend, Allie? Just housework and errands. It's surprising how much time I spend in that sort of thing now that I've moved out. I get what you mean. Thankfully, I split the work with my roommates. It's my roommate that makes me want to pick up the slack. Caprice looks to Wallace for his input, making him part of the conversation. I look after the family gun shop on weekends. Nothing glamorous, but enough to get by on. Caprice continues on chatting, mostly with him. Wallace quietly nods along, adding a yay or I see as needed. I get the distinct feeling he's being talked at more than being talked to. Now that we're both sitting across from each other, I can fully appreciate how much of a bear the man is, cutting more of a foreboding figure, thanks to his beard. I can already feel myself shrinking in response. For want to not stare at him, I turn to the coffee steaming away before him. A flat black with the lid taken off to let it cool faster. I can taste how bitter it is just by looking at it. The conversation is suddenly interrupted by a phone going off. Apparently Caprice's, as her hand dives into the front pocket of her hoodie and retrieves it. Wallace and I just look to each other as she wanders off a few steps to take the call, unsure exactly what to do with ourselves. It only takes a few seconds before she returns. Sorry guys, gotta go. Roommates need me. Wait. I'll see you two around. We've got much more to discuss. With that, she grabs her backpack and skips out into the winter air without another word. Going by her face, I'm more worried about this than she is. Left alone with Wallace, I sip my coffee for something to do. Glancing in his direction, he looks more relieved than anything. She means well. I know she does. Even if Eileen doesn't think so, I just have to keep telling myself that. And now I'm glad I didn't say that. Much as I would like to leap to her defense, she is pushing this awfully hard. If he's trying to start conversation, I feel I should at least try to reciprocate rather than letting him twist in the wind. So, you and Eileen know each other? He gives a nod after taking a long sip of his coffee. That must be so awfully bitter. We're friends. Met when she was a freshman in high school. Caprice saw us together and made the connection. Oh, she's filled me in on the club business. I'm going to guess you were pulled into it? Something like that. Kinda spiraled out of control. Sorry. Wallace simply shrugs. Not the first time clubs have been pushy about scouting members. I was actually thinking the whole thing might be good for Eileen. Her single-mindedness is her best and worst trait, really. I don't want to say please put up with Eileen, but I'm having trouble working out a better way to word that. She isn't a bad person, just driven. I'm sure you know someone similar. I do shudder what her reaction would be to being told she and Caprice are similar in any way. I'm still not sure about dealing with her, but it's hard to deny someone worried about their friend. Wallace seems content that he's managed to get his point across, silence hanging in the air as he thoughtfully sips his coffee. It reminds me that I should drink my own before it gets too cold as well. The weather outside is a harsh contrast to that nice atmosphere in here, which might be why more students are starting to file in before classes start. The coffee's nice as well, so maybe I'll make this a regular spot. If I can afford to do that, that is. As for my companion, I think I'm starting to see him in a better way. He's just concerned about his friend. Maybe he's the gentle giant type who isn't that threatening at all. Doesn't really look threatening to me, holy shit. With his cup empty as he sets it down, Wallace sits back to savor the last of its taste. Well, I've said my piece. Caprice will probably give up on me. But you and Eileen are another matter. Caprice is a good friend. I can handle her. It was nice meeting you, Wallace. I carefully repeat his name to try and engrave it in my memory. I have no doubt I'd instantly forget it otherwise. He's perhaps overly hopeful when it comes to Caprice, though. Thanks, you seem nice, so hopefully Aileen will ease off a bit. He levers himself off the chair with a grunt, taking a glance outside before grabbing his scarf and hat once more. Good luck with class. Thanks, you too. With that, he leaves the cafe while sliding past someone coming in, staggering through the terrible weather outside as he goes. With my next class so soon, I'd better finish this coffee off quickly. With that in mind, I concentrate on taking as big gulps as I can without looking unsightly. It's funny how one thing leads to another, though. Feels like a snowball's begun to start rolling, meeting new and interesting people since I started here. It might have taken a couple of months, but maybe I will manage to find some new friends. Act it! No! With the weather turning worse and worse as the week went on, the library seemed as a good place as any to spend time before having lunch. Unfortunately, it looks like I wasn't the only one who had that idea. While the library here is bigger than my previous schools, that doesn't matter much when a large portion of the students are dumped inside. While my first choice would have been using one of the computers, that's obviously out of the question. Worried about looking like a dork as I loiter about, I start walking slowly through the library. Thankfully, nobody pays me much attention while I glance from side to side for an empty table or desk. The students who are actually studying seem to be outnumbered by those gossiping with friends or catching up on sleep. It's only in a far corner of the room that I catch a familiar face, albeit not necessarily a welcoming one. Oh snap. Aileen sits hunched over a thick textbook, occasionally scribbling into a small notebook beside it, as her finger stops every so often on one important part or another. It's hard to tell if she's annoyed or just studying hard. I consider leaving Aileen to her studying and braving the weather outside before she rubs her temple and looks down mournfully at her notebook. That pose is all too familiar for any student. I need to figure out where we work. I kind of don't remember. Oh, she went in and... Okay, she's in the library. She saw her in the corner. I remember now. I'm looking at the pictures, so that would have made more sense. I feel a little too bad for her. Given the vending machine problems and how she wound up with Caprice stuck to her, she doesn't seem to have any very good luck. She might not be the friendliest person, but if I could help her a bit... I don't think she's that mean, though. I just think that's her attitude. I don't think she hasn't really been mean. With Wallace's words weighing on my mind, I grimace and accept my fate as I begin walking to the otherwise empty table. She looks up and catches my eye as I come near, so I guess I'm committed to this now. Afternoon. My existence has been noted. I don't think that could sound any more perfunctory, but at least she isn't shooing me away. Setting my bag beside my chair as I take a seat, I pull out my phone to check for any missed messages and switch it to silent before placing it on the table before me. Hi, surprised you're not in the art room. I don't live there, you know. Wouldn't it be more private than here, though? She lets out a long, miserable groan as her head sinks, hardly difficult to work out what that means. Caprice wouldn't stop bugging me to join her drawing for some stupid thing. What was it? I wasn't really listening. Christmas scenes or something? She's barely even listening to me as she tries to wave me off. Caprice is probably scurrying around campus as we speak, hoping for me to join her as a drawing partner. What are you studying? Math. It's been kicking my ass, so I need to get my head around it for these stupid Gen Ed general education classes. I was like, Gen Ed classes. What the flip-flops is this? Aileen barely lifts her head up from the notebook as she speaks. Looking over the table at her work, various practice equations cover the notebook's page. I have to admit, I do admire Aileen's drive. I was just going to pass some time in the library reading, but seeing her work away has made me feel a little guilty. You any good at this stuff? Math? Well, I ended up skipping the Gen Ed class thanks to my placement exam result. She's my type, fam. Math was my best subject. Just for those of you that don't know, I've got huge stories with my progression in math. But that's for a whole nother day. Someone spent their time studying like a good little teacher's pet. Nothing like that. Math and science are easy enough, so I ended up coasting along. I need to learn how to study now that I'm here. Aileen's eyes narrow. Maybe she wasn't exaggerating about her skills. After having such an easy time in high school, it's easy to forget. I'm the odd one out here. Of course, I'd put my foot in my mouth just as I was starting to break the ice with her. I mean, if you want, I could have a look at your work. She's hardly enthusiastic, but shrugs and moves herself a little out of the way. My curiosity's gotten the better of me, coming around the table and looking at the notebook from behind her. I take a gander at her notes so far. Oh, at least let us see the freaking graphs. Oh, this is algebra though. Yeah, this is algebra. It's not even that difficult. Based off of what I'm seeing in the background. At least this is easy to read. Given her immaculate handwriting, the more I check over her notes though, the more the corners of my mouth drag. She's done a good job of showing her process in the first couple of questions, covering expressions look right at a glance. When it comes to polynomials, however, the next two have odd leaps of logic, while the last meanders off into the wilderness. I realize I should say something to express how she's done so far, but the window of time to say something even mildly positive to soften the blow has long since passed, so she's doing pretty bad. So it's like that, huh? You got some of it right. That didn't help. Polynomials do seem to trip a lot of people up, so she isn't catastrophically bad at this. Still, considering this first semester of Gen Ed subjects is mostly reviewing what we did in high school, this isn't a promising start. Shit. I hate fucking math, but I'm just good at it. Let's put it that way. Give me the question, I will solve it. Tell me what I'm supposed to be doing with it, or give me like polynomials, or give me an actual mathematical freaking word. Don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Give me the question, I will 100% solve it for you. How am I gonna... I can't teach math, that's my issue. I wouldn't be able to teach it. I'll freaking figure it out though. Mind if I scribble on this a bit? Knock yourself out. I reach over to grab my pen from the other side of the table before hunching over her book and jotting down a couple of notes. First up are a few pointers to where the first two polynomials went awry, before taking a parallel crack at the worst of them. Pausing for a moment halfway to check the logic of what I'm doing, I'm satisfied I'm on the right track. As I finish it off, the result looks about right. Aileen flips over the textbook page on cue to check my answer, looking a little dubious as she does so. Vindicated by the matching result, I feel a good bit of relief at not making a fool of myself in front of her. At least one of us has a head for this stuff. Does it make more sense to you now? She takes a thorough look at my scribbles on her notebook, eyebrows furrowed as she tries to pick up the reasoning. I can't help but glance between my notes and Aileen as she looks over them. If she didn't project an aura of wanting to be left alone all the time, just her looks and her style would probably attract people. I can kind of agree. I think so. You don't sound too sure. This is about as confident as I ever get with math, so don't worry, I'll have to repay you sometime. Taking that as confirmation that my job is done, I return to my seat as Aileen leans back in her chair. It's nothing really. You should ask your professor though, if you're not confident doing polynomials. Needing to ask them doesn't mean that I want to. Given how frank she is, I guess this must be a matter of pride rather than shyness. Maybe that's where her stubbornness comes from. Why are you wasting your time here with me anyway? Don't you have some friends to do? We're gonna pause it there for a little bit. Oh, I should have read the last three freaking words. That makes more sense. Don't you have some friends to do? Friend things with. I only really know you and Caprice. Met Wallace the other day, actually. So that brat was trying to drag him into the club, too. Wallace may think it might be a good experience for her, but Aileen's disdain for Caprice is going to be hard to overcome. Hearing my phone vibrate on the table, I quickly pick it up to see who's messaging me. I quickly force myself to keep a poker face as the name comes into view. She must have given up on art out of loneliness if Aileen's avoiding her and I'm here. I'm not terribly hungry, but I should probably get at least a sandwich or something from the cafeteria before class begins. Oh, we got same freaking messages. Hey, want to grab something at the cafeteria? Quickly typing in an agreement to meet there, I locked the phone once more. I might go grab lunch. Want to come? Sorry, I already ate. Thanks for the offer, though. See, that was nice. She's already back to concentrating on her textbook as she mumbles the reply. It's probably for the best anyway. Given a quiet farewell, grab my bag and put my phone back inside. As I pull it over my shoulder, though, Aileen looks up. Okay, so here's the thing. I have no clue what this is to expect in this game. Usually in a visual novel, like I said before, you get questions and answers. Like, you get usually a couple of, a scene comes up. You get a couple of options. You choose the option that best suits you. And then this story takes a whole freaking right turn or left turn from there. It changes up the way the game progresses, pretty much. We have yet to come across that, and I highly doubt we are going to get any of those options. So I'm assuming this is technically just a visual novel all the way across, with no options whatsoever. However, this again is going to be about a 6+ hour game, but it could be less depending on how fast we get through this. I also want to go ahead and point out, I kind of know what's going to happen. Don't know everything, but I kind of know what's to play out. And this is important. As I pull it over my shoulder, though, Aileen looks up. By the way, I don't blame you for any of this stuff Caprice is pushing. You seem alright. So, I'm alright. Perhaps I should accept that as a praise coming from her. That alright is a lot more than just alright. Glad for our meeting having been somewhat successful, I wave goodbye and head out towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria is a little less full than the library. The stocks of food behind the counter already running low on all the usual student favorites. With the line for food moving quickly, I managed to grab the last set of sandwiches and move on. Scanning about, I noticed Caprice sipping her juice, an empty tray before her. She sure eats fast. Glad for the company. Either way, I'll walk over and take a seat at her table. Hey, Allie. Long time no see. We saw each other yesterday. How's everything going? How were your classes? Not too bad. It's all familiar enough right now. Not that everyone's doing as well as I am. As I unpack my sandwich and begin to nibble, my thoughts turn to the woman in the library. I feel a little sorry for her. Aileen's struggle reminding me that I have it easier than some at times. Then there's the matter of her and the club setting my food back down and decide to tackle this more directly than usual. If Aileen can be so direct with others, then so can I. I was thinking, you meant for me to meet Aileen last week, didn't you? She's fine, isn't she? Something like that. That painting of the girl in the water was really pretty. She's really good, huh? No wonder the other art club tried to grab her. About that. Well, more about Aileen. I'm not sure it's a good idea to be forcing people into this club. I know you're excited to get things started, but just because her art's good doesn't mean she wants to be in a club. You sound like you're not really into it yourself. She's sharper than I give her credit for. Caught off guard, I have to stop and think. As she sips at the last of her juice, the sucking sound as she makes sure to get every last shot doesn't help. I can't say I'm enthusiastic about this. Aileen's studying is exactly what I need to be doing. Lest I waste my scholarship. On the other hand, Caprice is the only friend right now, and I do enjoy spending time with her. As she puts down her drink with a satisfied breath, I know my answer. I can make time for it. She gives a comically big sigh, missing my hesitation entirely. If this ends up only being between a couple of us, maybe it won't be too bad. Long as it's not a whole bunch of people getting involved. I want to do this for her sake as well, you know. Aileen looks kinda lonely all by herself in that room. Huh? I hadn't considered that Caprice was coming at it from that angle. It makes me think a little better of her. What she says makes me reconsider Aileen's actions in another light as well. I wonder how much of her reluctance around this isn't due to Caprice herself, but rather her feeling used by the other club for her art. Seeing that kind of talent makes you kinda envious though, right? Well, I just drew a bit in high school for fun. I don't think I could ever manage something beautiful like that. We keep chatting, but Caprice's earlier words stick firmly in my mind. We may meet every school day and talk quite a lot, at least she does, but I realize just how little I really know her in spite of that. Maybe spending more time together wouldn't be so bad after all. Let's see what is next. With time on my hands, thanks to the last class of the week finally being over, some quiet sketching would be a nice way to unwind. With that in mind, I make my way up to the art room. Studying would be the proper thing to do, but I'm just too burned out. Not that this stubborn cold helps either. While most classes are winding down, the professors are aware that the looming holidays are a big distraction. Others have tried ramping up the workload to try and cover everything in their semester plans. I might be keeping up, but plenty aren't. With my bag tucked under my arm, I give a sigh as I stagger along the snowy path to the arts building. It would be nice to feel like I'm doing more than treading water in class and socially. Stepping into the arts building with its strung up decorations reminds me to look on the bright side. It's already the middle of November, so not long until Christmas, and being back with my family, I'll be thankful to be back with them, even if the rest of the holiday period is a wash. I managed to angle around a chatting group of friends blocking the hallway and start up the stairs without bothering them. Another small success. I briefly wonder if Aileen is in the art room. As I proceed along the second floor hallway, her paintings are always nice to see, but whether she thinks of me as just another pain like she views Caprice weighs on my mind. Opening the door to the quiet room, I can't say I'm surprised at the sight before me. Of course, she was going to be there. Aileen's eyes glance over as I gingerly shut the door behind me, ending up being the only acknowledgement of my presence at all before she goes right back to her work. Curiosity about what she's painting gets the better of me. Is it okay if I watch? Go ahead. She doesn't bother to look at me as she says it, but doesn't sound reluctant either, so I scoot over and sit myself on the table as quietly as I can. Aileen's brush continues to flick to and fro. I'm assuming from, but you can use fro as a word, as she works in the background. So, Caprice is a no-show? She said she had to go do something with her roommates. Her shoulders slump as she sighs relieved. Do you really hate her that much? Believe me, if I hated her, you'd know. I'm just glad to have some quiet. It's hard to not take that as a thinly veiled implication that I should be quiet as well. Wallace might not be wrong if Aileen means well, but she doesn't make her any easier to talk to. Something on your mind? You're really good at this. It'd feel weird to say, I've been talking about Aileen behind her back. What I said is true though. I'm impressed she can carry on a conversation while working, and I like how her painting's turning out. We don't get to see Allie too much, so this is kind of a cool little atmospheric picture. Thanks, been doing it for a while. As a hobby? If everything works out, hopefully as a career. Artist or teacher, aiming for the latter. That does explain her persistence at working a way to get better. Wanting to be a teacher though, she gives the feeling of a drill sergeant more than an art tutor. She's probably nice. She's just a really not social person. Tube's out. Aileen gets up and places her supplies on the sill beside her, opening the cupboard and fiddling around a bit. Before long, she emerges with a new tube of crimson paint in her hand. Rather than get back to painting after closing the door, though, she instead turns to me. So what about you? Sorry? What are you doing once you escape this place? I don't really know. Still trying to figure that out. I feel like I failed a test as I trail off, but Aileen doesn't seem worried. You're so young, and there's a good few courses to look into here. Just try your hand at whatever comes up until something grabs you. There are plenty of worse ways to spend your time in college. You're smart too, so you have that going for you. I awkwardly smile at the praise. I've never been good at knowing how to handle compliments. She may say that, but the fact Aileen's so set on a career yet only seems to be around my age rubs in my lack of direction. I'm still putting myself on the back for managing groceries. My parents always told me I could do whatever I set my mind to, but it was so easy to tread water for me that I never bothered trying to swim. Sounds like you have a nice family. I move to respond. The memory of them gives me the familiar pang of homesickness all over again. I might have found time to call Mom yesterday, but it just isn't the same. You okay? Yeah, just I miss them. Well, everyone here is going through the same thing. You as well? I miss my sister, yeah, she's probably fine, but that doesn't make it easier. Mom and Dad too? To be honest, things have been easier between me and my folks since I moved out. Huh? It's hard to imagine being on such bad terms with my family that moving away was better. The best thing about Christmas will be the chance to see them again. But Aileen doesn't seem particularly fussed about it at all. Leaving me to ponder, Aileen goes back to her painting. I get the feeling she wouldn't be this gracious to Caprice, so she seems to think a little better of me at least. She's lent me an ear. Not boring you, am I? No, not at all. I like watching you paint. She pauses a moment before continuing. It's only for a second, but I sense a hesitation there. Did I say something wrong? The moment passes as soon as it arrived. Aileen's brush returning to the canvas. The other students appear to have left by now. The orange-stained room, silent save for her work. The building's just a little cold, but that's fine. As the minutes roll by, I end up watching her for a while as I swing my legs. I almost forgot I came here to actually draw, but that doesn't matter. Watching her painting slowly progress is more than enough. Every so often she mixes up a dab of this paint and that on the wooden palette beside her. The side of a hip is traced out, the light bouncing off a waist shaded or a flowing strand of hair detailed with the fine tip. I can't help but admire her ability to set a goal and stay true to it, knowing exactly what she's working towards at this stage of her life. If only I had an ounce of the ambition Aileen has. I might go to the cafe nearby to grab a coffee. I'll be back in a bit. Tired? Yeah, sorry to distract you from your work. Glad for the company. Have fun. With that, I hop off the table and start towards the door. Oh, wait. Her voice stops me in my tracks just as I'm about to go. It'd be great if she decided to come as well. Could you grab me a coffee too? Espresso, straight. I'll give you some cash when you come back. So much for that. Something's happening. The cafeteria hums away as students talk amongst themselves, the room having mostly filled up by now. The thought briefly passes my mind that winter must be great for business, given this being the closest place for cheap food during bad weather. Some smears on the edges of the plate are all that remain of the mostly cooked pasta served today. What's left of my accompanying soda bubbling away while I pass some time browsing the site and that. As I read, a shadow suddenly looms over the other side of the table. Looking up from my phone reveals a very familiar figure. Aileen peers down as she stands at the opposite side of the table, a large plate of food steaming away in her hand. The fresh pasta sauce is strong enough to smell from here. Okay, so I've noticed how this works. So every time there's a long pause and they draw out the picture from black and white to color, and they change the palettes as well, that's when there's a break in the time period. So we didn't get to see her go grab coffee and go back. This is a totally freaking new different day. So we might even be in December now. Here we go. Okay to sit here. Ah, sure. I quickly set my phone down as she takes a seat and arranges her tray on the table, happy that she'd choose to sit with me. A glance around to see if anyone's with her makes me realize why she probably chose to sit here. The cafeteria is practically full, and this is simply the nearest table with space available. About to take her first gulp of food, Aileen's fork halts midair before saying something. Cold? Any better? Yeah, clearing up now. So I somehow was sick. Things are going on, but we don't get to see it all. But we get to see the important things, so that's important. Good to hear. With that, I mean, I'm assuming if we saw the whole freaking story, this would be a movie, and this would be like an hour and a half long freaking read, and we can't be doing that, man. With that, she starts on her pasta and salad. As I take my phone to browse some more and Aileen calmly eats the average at best cafeteria food, it feels as though there's no need to chat, just to fill the air. That silence between us is becoming more comfortable. That is, before I get a message. Flicking away the browser app, I take a quick look. Can't make dinner. Work sucks. I'm assuming that's from Rose. You were getting groceries yesterday, right? Anything in the fridge? Seconds tick by as I wait for a response, a sense of concern starting to take over. Rose! It was Rose. I was right. Rose? Sorry. Rose! Work needs me. See you later. Damn it, she couldn't even answer my freaking question. All I can do is sigh and slump down in my seat, and I'm pretty sure I know where this is going, by the way. Aileen looks at me in puzzlement, her fork hovering near her mouth. Bad news? Roommate forgot to do groceries. We're out of food. Can't you just grab a burger on the way home? That would be the plan if I wasn't nearly through my allowance. I just look away and groan, not up to outright saying that I'm broke. It's that bad, huh? At first glance, she shrugs off as she goes back to eating, but she seems to actually be in thought after watching her a bit. Eventually, after finishing her food, she speaks up. I guess I was cooking some extra anyway. You can come over for dinner if you want. It's within walking distance. Your boy knows what's going down in the freaking DMs. Not really in the DMs. It's kind of face-to-face conversation here. The suggestion is enough to make me bolt upright in an instant. What? To your place? Yeah, should be fine, right? You okay with stir fry? Your boy just had stir fry tonight too. Let's go. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate this. Sure, whatever. Just don't make it weird. Considering the discussion over, Aileen goes back to finishing off her food without much concern for what she's just said. Maybe she does have a good side. Yeet. Stopping before the large black door, I repeat the address Aileen gave me to reassure myself that I've come to the right place. Aileen's definition of walkable is apparently rather different than mine. Still catching my breath from the hike. I thought I was going to be fine, but my nerves are getting the better of me now that I'm here. I'm going into a near stranger's home after all, and it'll be just the two of us. In school we just happened to be around each other, but this was entirely different. Glancing down the hall to make sure nobody's watching me awkwardly loiter around, I take a moment to appreciate how nice her apartment building is. This is a nice area and everything inside is immaculate. Even the hallway carries a slight scent of cleaning products. Out of excuses to stall any longer, I take a breath and gingerly press the doorbell, its muffled chime ringing out from behind the door. I run my hands through my hair one more time to make sure I look presentable as footsteps come to the door. The plain wooden door swings open, answered by, not Aileen. Oh, evening. Before I can ask if I got the right apartment, he turns around. Allison's here. Wallace shakes his head around for me to follow. I obediently do so confused to get a word out. Aileen didn't mention he would be here. I don't know how to feel about it. Maybe I should be relieved it's not just the two of us. Okay, well this totally changes my plans. Oh, how nice is this freaking place? Let's go. Barely noticing the thud of the door closing behind me, I take a quick glance around her apartment as I place my coat on the counter. The first striking thing is how clean it is, with everything put neatly in its place. I was going to say, this is bangers. And she just did that painting too, I think. Then again, aside from a few paintings on the walls that are possibly her own, there's not much clutter around to clean up. The television, quite a decent size for students, sits on a cable news channel. Riveting as the economic situation report is, it's barely audible over the clacking rice cooker coming from the kitchen. As Wallace and I stride in, Aileen comes to her feet after having been on the couch. She lazily covers a deep yawn with her hand as she does. Hi. So you managed to find a place. Welcome to my home, I guess. I'd introduce you to this guy as well, but it seems you two already know each other. Wallace and I exchange a brief glance. Just had a coffee together once. While I did find his size intimidating at first, he seems a bit of a gentle giant figure now that I'm around him more. Looks like this isn't going to be dinner just for me and Aileen then. Taking one last glance about, the inside of her place is as nice as the outside. From the meticulous cleanliness to the trendy furniture, her home looks more suited to a design magazine than a student's living area. Your apartment's really nice. Thanks. I like to try to keep things organized. I feel very similar to Aileen. I don't know what it is. That's why I kind of probably get her and the way she acts. I just feel very similar. Like, we are the same person. I feel like I am Aileen. The way she acts is the way I act. Especially when visitors are over. Aileen glares daggers at Wallace, but he doesn't pay any heed. The two seem to have a good handle on each other. Moving on. Wallace, just watch TV or something while we get dinner sorted. Can do. Thanks again for letting me have dinner with you. Don't get too comfortable. I'm going to make you work for your food. Aileen motions for me to come over with her, but the gesture was unnecessary given her commanding tone. Wallace gives a dreary glance as he follows his orders, and I quickly do the same. I end up standing before a well-used wooden cutting board. Taking the large knife, Aileen offers before sizing up the variety of vegetables, awaiting its blade. I don't think she notices my hesitation as she opens the rice cooker and gives the contents a stir. The two of us waste little time in getting to work, the sound of food being prepared filling the room. Unfortunately, it isn't before I've learned Aileen's Stop! My heart practically leaps out of my chest as I immediately freeze, hands retreating from the cutting board. Did I hand you a hatchet? No. Then why are you using that as one? It looks like you're trying to lop off some fingers. In response to my puzzled look, she takes the knife off me and starts demonstrating the correct technique herself. Thought you'd be more help than him in fixing this up. Look, curl your hand in next to where you want to cut, like this. Now use the knife like a lever instead of... Okay, so she's doing the... super duper pro method, and Ali was probably going pow, 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 where I would just get some stir fry in a package, throw it in the freaking thing, and we're good to go. Right, I think I have it. Aileen hands the knife back, and after a breath of steady myself, I have another try. She soon starts frowning as I slice away, but at least she's not yelling at me again. I'm guessing you don't cook for yourself. Her eyes rest on the Okay, so I don't cook, so maybe that's one thing me and Aileen don't got. I'm lucky if I don't mess up instant noodles. I thought those were impossible to get wrong. I'm genuinely impressed. You do all your own cooking? Not like I have anyone else to cook for me. Healthier than living off pizza and burgers, too. What about Wallace? Aren't you roommates? No, he just loafs around here sometimes. I've tried to get him to help, but he's no better than you are. I'm always feeding him and letting him crash on my couch. He even bugs me for free pictures for his writing. She sets down her knife in genuine, if depressing thought. Maybe we should just become roommates. I think I'm starting to get a handle on their relationship now. As strange a pair as they might seem, the stern and uncompromising Aileen and gentle giant Wallace seem like they're a compatible couple. I'm surprised you're not. I thought you might be together. Nope, just friends. So much for that. She waves away the idea so easily that it must have come up before. In fact, back at the cafe, Wallace seemed quick to clarify that too. Wallace's voice pipes up from behind us. You know, it's not often Aileen invites someone else over for dinner. I don't invite anyone over for dinner. You just show up most of the time. Including now, actually. I've had to put up with him like this since high school. I guess no one else would. Objection. I'm the one who puts up with you. I'm the one currently holding a knife. Objection withdrawn. With that, he goes back to quietly watching TV. I'm starting to get how Aileen deals with others in general now. She simply has no filter when it comes to stating what she believes to be true. See, this is my style. That can be a problem just as much as shyness, though. Thinking back to when we met, the only reason I didn't write the episode off with her off is Caprice and Wallace nudging me afterwards. But here she is, looking after her friend and providing me with a meal. It took a while, but I'm glad I met her in the end. Perhaps that's why it's a little worrisome that she lives alone like this. You normally do all this without anyone to help? You don't need to say like that is a bad thing. There's all sorts in this world. Some are better with people than others. Living alone suits me, and I can afford it. You know Caprice though, don't you? So you're not completely alone besides Wallace. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Tell me, how did you and Caprice meet? We were sitting at the same table for a biology lecture and she started passing me notes during class out of the blue. Once we started talking afterwards, she didn't really stop. That's the way it goes with her. Once you get caught in her orbit, she doesn't let you go. Caprice isn't that bad. She's a sweet person, just high energy. She gives a non-committal grunt before getting on with her cooking. I do wish she'd give her a chance. Caprice does only mean the best for her. Moving away from that, Could you grab the plates and glasses? These shouldn't take long to fry. Root beer, please. Water is healthier. Allison, please save me from this woman. All I can do is give a weak smile, much as I'd like to give him what he asked for. Following Aileen's orders would probably be for the best. With all of us well and truly full, we sit around the table and savor the meal we had. It was the best food I've had in a while, since it was neither takeout nor cooked by Rose. Having sent a text message to her for a pickup, all that's left is to run down the clock as the evening wears on. Looking around the apartment, I point to one of the paintings on the wall. Did you paint all these? Yeah, really need to find something else to put up there though. But why? They're really good. I appreciate the thought. All of them have dumb little mistakes though. Just needed something to make the walls less bare when I moved in. I never got around to replacing them. You like painting people in particular, don't you? Just into portraits and figures, modern art's all well and good, but I started with figure drawing and ended up attached to it. Bodies are pretty fascinating when you think about them. Really think about them, that is. I've spent days just sitting there sketching, trying to work out how the muscles fit together, how lighting interacts with skin, and all of that. The way she rattles off of the thoughts with such feelings gives away how much she cares about the subject. I can't say I take it quite as seriously as she does, but I can see where she's coming from. Interested in this stuff, Allison? Me? I just drew a little in high school, passing the time, that kind of thing. Nothing wrong with that. I sketch on my tablet, and Aileen gives pointers sometimes. Maybe I should throw you to the wolves and tell Caprice you like doing art as well. She's smiling, so this is where she gets fun at destroying things. You wouldn't. I'm thinking about it. I can't help but giggle a bit at the two of them. Yet, even as they do, there's a small pang of envy here. I can empathize with Aileen, keeping her group of friends small, but I do wish I were closer to her. In more ways than one, she's who I wish I could be. The familiar sound of the motorbike's horn can be faintly heard from outside, bringing an end to both my thoughts and this little outing. That for you? Given a nod, I sat up from the chair and collect my coat from Aileen's helpful hand, quickly throwing it over myself. Thanks for tonight, it was nice. Not wanting to keep Rose waiting, I wave Wallace goodbye as I take my leave, with Aileen coming along to see me out at the door. Got everything with you? I quickly pat around my pockets to make sure, phone, purse, keys, they all seem to be there. What's your purse doing in your freaking pocket? All good. I'll see you then. If you want to come around again, feel free. If I'm not too much trouble, that'd be nice. I do a poor job of hiding my happiness at the offer. My reply just a little too quick to sound natural. Believe me, you're no trouble. It honestly does me good to see you a bit more upbeat. I tilt my head a little at the odd idea. You just seemed kind of skittish before, but now you're all sunshine and rainbows. It suits you. Sorry, I'm a bit shy. Not to mention a bit homesick. Being able to talk with friends outside of school was a nice change. Not to mention having a homemade meal. Even if I didn't help that much, it did take my mind off things. Eventually, as my mind slowly manages to get back into gear, I muster the words to say what I want to tell her as I get past being so flustered. If you don't mind me being around for dinner, maybe being together in a club wouldn't be so bad? She hesitates for a good few moments, making me doubt myself as I offer the suggestion. As carefully as possible, she knows I like her as a person, so hopefully she can look past her previous experiences. Just as I begin to think I've overstepped the mark, she gives an almost comically long sigh. The horn sounds again in the distance as silence reigns, but my feet stay plastered as she comes to an answer. Fine, tell Caprice she can have her dumb club. Thank you. Just don't make me regret it. With an enthusiastic nod and a wave, I start off down the hallway once more, Aileen disappearing into her apartment as I look down. Even as I walk down the hallway, my steps somehow feel lighter than they did as I entered. Being around others usually makes me exhausted, but right now I feel more comfortable than ever. This is when it's a big break in time. Ooh, pizza. Wallace, it's nice to see you again. How's it going? I'm not joining this club thing if that's what you're thinking. But Word on the street was that pizza was involved. Besides, I don't think I can deal with the both of you without some backup. I'm not that much trouble, am I? Remind me who persuaded me into agreeing to this again? She's got a point. You're the last person who should be agreeing with her. Smiling and sitting back on the old wooden chair, I take a look about the noisy room. Everyone inside must be thankful for the heat being turned up. The weather outside having been freezing before we entered, there's a certain charm to the restaurant given its exposed aging brick walls and wooden furniture. However hard it may be, it takes a bit of speaking up for us to hear each other over the busily chatting couples and groups around us. But like Dad said, the more people at a restaurant, the better the food will be. I notice Aileen eyeing Wallace's beer in an unsettled manner, the large glass perspiring away like a commercial. It had taken his apparent age as just his beard, making him look older, but I guess he really does have a few years on us. Man, I miss beer. It'd go so well with this. Here, I was thinking you were far too uptight to do something like underage drinking. Remember the trip to Europe me and my family took last year? You think I just drank soda over there? Well, I was in Munich, Wallace. I mean, really. Caprice and I can only smile at her little lecture. Don't be sad, Aileen. It's only a couple more years, then you can drink all you want. The look of pure and unrelenting disdain Aileen gives her at being reminded of the weight goes gleefully ignored, which is probably for the best. Our chatter is interrupted by the arrival of a waiter, a weedy young man clad in a plain red and black uniform. It's impressive how well he maneuvers all of our pizzas and sides onto the table, all our mouths watering as they steam away. With a curt "please enjoy," he leaves us to our feast. Damn, they're fast here. Best pizza place in the city. How many have you actually tried? Doesn't matter, since I've already tried this place, she says, busily shoving a slice of pizza into her mouth. Aileen starts on hers, but mine catches the eye of Wallace. Vegetarian? You're not a leaf eater, are you? He says this with a genuine concern in his voice. I just like the taste. The answer satisfies him as he goes to work on his own. The fact it's a meat lover's pizza is less than surprising. Think you can take the wallet hit for tonight? No problem. Yeah, no problem. It's a little sad how obviously she's trying to convince herself of the fact the only reason I'm not having a quick check myself is because I budgeted the trip days in advance, and even Wallace looks like he's doubting himself a little. Such is life of a struggling college student. Sure is, I really need to get a job. You don't have one either? I'm planning to get one. And when will you? Soon. Aileen just grimaces. She got me. How's working at the store, Wallace? Not exactly riveting, but it's a living. As I turn to Aileen, she just shrugs as she pulls out another slice. No job and no excuse like studying. Guess I'm a slacker, like Caprice. Given her apartment, it's a surprise that she could afford to live in that area and pay her tuition at the same time. I have to admit, I am envious of how she seems to have her life together. I've never met someone so independent, yet doing such a good job at it. Wallace momentarily bringing his phone to check the time spurs Caprice into action. Her twisting about in her seat and fussing around with a coat draped over the back takes everyone's attention. Caprice? She finally writes herself, after a few moments, her own phone proudly in hand. Let's exchange phone numbers. As a club, we have to stay in contact. I quickly turn to grab my phone while Caprice tries to talk a very reluctant Wallace into going along with her plan. His dreary look makes me feel a little sorry for him, especially as he cracks and gives up. At least she said she and I are already sorted. It wasn't long after we met that Caprice asked to exchange contact details with me. I take my phone in hand and look to Aileen instead, who looks up from eating with little interest. Don't want to? She just shrugs. I feel myself deflate a little from the excitement of earlier, having overestimated how close we'd managed to become. I don't really use it much. Reading the room as she glances about, she reluctantly pulls out an ancient-looking flip phone. I can't help but stare in stunned silence at such a relic. It's not that weird, is it? I just never had a use for a fancy one. It's definitely weird. I was gonna try to get everyone on this group messaging app too. What's wrong with calling? You know that thing phones were made for? Thoughts I had of possibly messaging Aileen to start vanish. I can't imagine her actually wanting to text anyone with that thing, and even the idea of calling somebody fills me with anxiety. As for Aileen, I think I might have inadvertently disappointed her by not tempering Caprice's reaction. With a quiet falling over the table, we end up concentrating on our cooling pizza rather than our phones. So, I was right. Best pizza place. At least Caprice's endless enthusiasm and bright nature come in useful sometimes. The mood instantly lifting. You were right. Wallace gives a thumbs up as he tries to grab some cheese coming off the slice he's working on. They don't skimp on the toppings, do they? Alright, listen up everybody. My first executive decision as club president. Coming here is now a regular event. Don't try your luck. You've got my art room and a warm body for the numbers you needed. That's it. So cold. I'll come here with you, don't worry. See, Allison's a true friend. She slips her arm around mine and pulls us together slightly. Not knowing how I should react, I end up nervously smiling while feeling myself flushing from the contact. I guess I'm just happy to hear her call me a friend. At least you've got Caprice with you as company during the day, for better or worse. Come on, Aileen, you're not jealous, are you? You and I can hang out at the club all the time now, too. Are you trying to make me reconsider it? Caprice satisfies herself with pouting as she takes a big bite from her pizza. Aileen might have agreed to the club, but I do wonder if the two will ever really get along. It's probably for the best that I'll be around to mediate. I'm glad things turned out this way in the end. Something about Aileen feels different from my high school friends, or Caprice. Every time we become a little closer, it feels like a small victory. As Caprice grins at me, I realize that I'm smiling widely. I guess things really did turn out well. Hey, Aileen. Yes? How do you say cheers in Germany? Usually Prost. Why? She looks suspicious until Caprice raises her glass of lemonade. The other side of me table groans loudly, but I've already begun to lift my glass in preparation, now left awkwardly dangling in midair. We're not doing this. Come on, this is a celebration, right? Wallace, help me out here. Playing the Switzerland card, I'm not even in the club, remember? You're still here celebrating though. See, Allison's in for it. Well, that's one way to drag me into this. All I can do is awkwardly smile in apology as the others grimace. While they might hesitate to follow our diminutive new leader, Wallace and Aileen begrudgingly lift their glasses in solidarity with me. Even if the enthusiasm might not be matched, there is some sense of camaraderie between us all. As I raise my glass, I realize that a familiar feeling is no longer weighing me down. For the first time in a long while, I don't feel the unease of loneliness. In the end, maybe that's enough for me to toast this new club and the friends in it. To our new art club, Prost. Prost! Yeet. Let's see what else we got. New freaking... Ooh, let's go. Oh, Act 2. Act 2. We gonna stop it here then. We gonna stop it here for tonight. We finally got to Act 2. I think there's 3 total acts. Let's see what happens. Alright, everyone out. Caprice and I step out onto the busy sidewalk per Aileen's orders, the chatty girl leaning through the passenger door as Aileen tries to get the car going again. Given a long stretch to help my stiff back, I do my best to keep out of the way. After news of Aileen's owning a car leaked out, Caprice's mind immediately set about organizing the art club's first outing. Inspiration for our art, she called it, but it was obviously an excuse to hang out. With things having gone awry, I feel a little bad for going along with the idea despite Aileen's reluctance. Their investigations apparently coming to nothing. Caprice rights herself as the car falls silent. Aileen closes the door behind her with some force before plodding around to us. Frustration written all over her face. Looks like the engine won't idle at all. Serves me right for buying second hand. Damn straight. If you ain't getting a new car, you be doing things wrong. Just saying. Know why it's not working? No idea. She looks a little sheepish for not having the answer on hand, but I can't say I blame her. Does Caprice know? As the two of us mull over our options, we become distracted by Caprice and her wide grin. She has a plan cooked up already, for better or worse. What are you smiling about now? I've got this. Just stay right here. Gotta make a call. Aileen and I grimace at each other in unison, but Caprice bounces off down the street before either of us can object. Getting the phone from her pocket as she walks, she flips between the people around her, while unbothered by the ice on the sidewalk. The background hum of people chatting and cars passing by takes over once again as we find ourselves at loose ends. Not like we could go anywhere else anyway. You're not going to try and stop her. Think she'd listen to me if I tried? That's a fair point. Both of them are rather stubborn, so I suppose it's inevitable they'd clash sometimes. On the bright side, of all places to break down, here isn't so bad. The weather's not too chilly, and it's nice to observe people sometimes, especially when they're bundled up in cute winter outfits. Some city workers in the distance are already beginning to set up the downtown Christmas tree, providing some entertainment for the people walking by as they struggle with the unwieldy thing. Things will change as last-minute Christmas shoppers and sale hunters start rushing around, but right now it's a pleasant atmosphere. Turning back to Aileen, she doesn't seem as content to patiently pass the time people watching as I am. I'm going to grab a coffee. Want one? I'm fine, probably having a bit too much of it lately. There's no such thing as too much. As I shake my head at her offer, Aileen simply shrugs and begins strolling down the road in the opposite direction to Caprice. Rather than dance around the crowd, people make way for Aileen as she moves, her gaze fixed and noticeably taller than most. With little to do now but watch the car, I huff into my gloved hands a couple of times to try and warm them. At least the aquarium should be warmer, if we ever manage to finish the trip there. Just as I'm about to settle in and watch the passing crowds, the phone in my pocket begins to vibrate and ring. Not sure who it could be, I quickly grab for it. Dad. Without a second thought, I swipe my finger on the screen to pick up the call. Dad? Hi. Hey, sweetie. It's good to hear your voice again. How are things? The sound of the crowds fade away as I listen to him, a comfortable warmth coming over me as I feel insulated from their gazes and focus on the conversation. Things are good, I guess. Haven't caught you at a bad time, have I? I could call back later. No, just out with friends. He gives his usual weird laugh, sounding more like air moving through closed teeth than a normal full-belly chuckle. Never fails to make me smile all the same, though. What's that about? Just a relief to hear that we've all been worried about you finding new friends after such a big change. What with changing schools and moving out. Thinking to the people I've met in school, I guess I really have. Caprice pulled me into her orbit. Wallace seems nice and caring for all his intimidating size, and then there's Aileen. They might be a bit odd, but they're all caring in their own ways. It's funny how art seems to have drawn us all together, each in a different way. Before I respond, I vaguely hear my mother's voice in the background. Your mother said to ask if things are going okay at home. Everything's good. Rose has been a big help with everything. That's vastly understating things. If it weren't for her, I don't know how I would have coped. Not just for constant homework and errands, but also for being away from everyone and everything I knew before. I might still have my ups and downs. I was about to say, I might still have my UPS. I was like, what? What? Bro, she Christmas shopping big over here or what? But the last thing I want to do is stress them out over me. That's good to hear. Hopefully it'll take a bit of stress off a certain someone. Tell Rose hello for us if you remember. Can do. How's everyone there? Your brothers are a pain in the ass like always for one. Right on cue, one of them loudly complains in the background. As you can tell. How's Lucy? Same as always, she's sleeping in the other room. I hear my mother's voice again in the background. Ah, right, she knocked a mug off the counter the other day. Your mom gave her a good scolding. I think she's acting out without you around. I can't help but laugh imagining it. My mom exasperated with my cat. Anyway, we're getting by. It ain't the same without you, though. In a whispered voice, he continues. It's hard to get a moment's peace around here. Make sure to give your mother a call sometime, okay? I'll call her, don't worry. Atta girl, anything worrying you on your mind? No, things are good. I realized my mistake the moment I answered, having spoken just a little too quickly to make it seem natural. My mind starts to replay embarrassing situations I've been in, the constant concerns and worries of living alone, the loneliness. Dad's calming voice cuts through, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. I'd better let you get back to your friends. I hope I'm not keeping you away. It's fine, I'm just happy to hear you again. We miss you too. Christmas around here will be a lot warmer once you're back for the holidays. We're going to miss you at Nana's this year. I really can't wait to see all of you again. I'll be looking forward to it too. I love you, Allison. I love you too. Bye. A few seconds pass before the familiar beeping of the ended call tone rings in my ear. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Putting away the phone, I feel like I should be happy to have spoken to my family again. That couldn't be any further from what I feel, though. The horrible lump in my throat only gets worse as I stare down glumly at the dirty snow on the sidewalk. My heart hurts. The taste of my mother's food, my old bedroom, all the friends I left behind when I went to this college, my cat, they all come flooding back. It's just homesickness. I've dealt with this before, and more than once. The fact it'll pass doesn't help right now, though. Noticing Aileen through the crowd, coffee cup in hand as she sips away, I took a long breath and tried to steady myself. Don't want to look weird in front of her, getting all sulky in the middle of the street. That was quick. Hey, the cavalry's here too. She jerks her head towards the top of the street in answer to my confusion. Caprice frantically waves to flag someone down their little car sliding into a parking spot not too far from where Aileen's ended up. It looks well cared for despite its age. All Aileen can do is stare at the driver, opens the door and steps out. I'm more than a little surprised when I recognize her as being another student from the college. She looks to be about our age, despite her ladylike appearance, her tall figure dressed in a smart trench coat and scarf. It's quite a fashionable look, and hardly who I expected to arrive. As Caprice excitedly chats to her, I feel myself shrinking behind Aileen, a little out of shyness. She looks much more apathetic about the whole affair. Simply taking a long sip of her coffee, getting on Aileen's good side made me forget how unsociable she could be. Ta-da! Found a mechanic right nearby. I feel a little sheepish for assuming the worst of her little mission. Caprice seems to be very friendly with the woman, but it's hard to read much into that given Caprice's personality. Hi, I'm Millie. The two of us are roommates. Mechanic might be stretching things a bit far, but I should be able to help. And now, Millie, it's time for you to meet my art club, introducing Aileen and Allison. All I can do is give a weak smile as Aileen snorts in weary disapproval. Like it or not, looks like we're part of a misadventure for good. I could have sworn there was already an art club. That one is garbage, minus a cool art club. So that's what you've been so happy about lately. Shame on me for thinking you were ever jealous of my position in the writing club. Is that what all of this is about? Caprice wanted to be on level with her friends. I guess it worked out for us anyway. So, you're in charge of the writing club? The current leader is graduating at the end of this semester, so he's handing the reins to me. Seems I made a good impression on him. And the rest of the club doesn't get a say? That's how it works. I like to call it a stable line of succession. Speaking of which, I need to get back to the writing I was doing before I got that phone call. Your car had issues? Yeah, engine died without any warning. Managed to coast it to the side of the road. Aileen doesn't seem exactly taken with the situation. Millie's explanation of her being a writer, not explaining her ability to fix a car, we don't have much option but to put our faith in her at this point. I'm guessing Caprice gave you the briefing. Need me around to start the thing? Oh, let me. Aileen narrows her eyes, but eventually sighs and checks her keys at the girl. Caprice's momentary hesitation shows she expected that to work no more than I did. Just don't go for a drive or something, I assure you. You haven't seen me actually angry yet. The seriousness of her tone seems to penetrate a little. Of course, Caprice being Caprice, it doesn't take long for her to bounce back. Now then, let's fix this thing. Right, let's have a look. She gives us a confident smile before popping the hood, Caprice taking on the job of her assistant. To Millie's credit, she looks like a natural as she quickly moves this and that around, about to peer inside. If you don't need us, we'll just go for a short walk, alright? Got it. The meaning of we becomes clear as Aileen puts a hand around my shoulder to direct me, the two of us walking off beside each other and leaving the two to their work. Feels a little weird to have Aileen's arm around my back and holding my shoulder as we walk side by side. Even if it is to guide me, she takes a long while to let go. You sure you're alright leaving them alone? Not at all. Not like I can do anything to actually help them. All I can do is awkwardly laugh it off. I don't have the first clue on even day-to-day maintenance for a car after all. So maybe just staying out of the supposed mechanic's way might be for the best. At least it broke the ice a bit, as I still feel a little unsure when I'm alone with her. I can never seem to get a read on Aileen. Every time we talk, I end up getting caught in her pace. Even now, I'm not sure why she pulled me away to walk with her. No, that's not quite true. She must have noticed me being depressed earlier, even if she isn't saying anything about it. Given how she also invited me over for dinner when I was hungry, it seems she really does care for me despite her stoic exterior. As she drops her empty coffee cup into a bin as we pass, I realize it's going to be up to me to raise the subject. Whoops. So you saw me earlier, huh? You did look a bit bummed when you got off the phone. Didn't want to bring it up if you didn't, though. She left me no choice. I miss talking to my family after so long. Sorry for being so flustered. Nothing to be sorry for, it's only natural. So you're homesick, huh? Sometimes. Moving out for the first time is a big deal. You don't need to beat yourself up over the feeling and stress. Thanks, I thought I was doing okay, but when I heard my dad's voice again, it reminded you of what you're away from. I give a simple nod. She doesn't seem to be speaking in an overly soft or caring tone, but she's listening carefully. I appreciate it, really. She doesn't come off as patronizing. I can't imagine living alone. I have no idea how you do it. She gives an absent-minded shrug. I'm not really fussed about that sort of thing. Besides, Wallace drops by sometimes, and you're welcome as well. It's good that you have a roommate that you get along with, though. That'd help. I get the feeling Aileen's circling around what she actually wants to say. As she looks to me, I think she realizes that the game is up, the two of us stopping as she turns in front of me. We're all freshmen here. You, me, Caprice, we're all away from our families and trying to find our niche. If you want to talk or vent, we're around. Wallace told me you talked, so you have that big oath as well. That's it, I guess. I might have thought I didn't want to worry her, but her reassurances are more comforting than I'd guessed they'd be. Even as I manage to gather myself, I can't help but smile. I know it's a little bit selfish, but it's sort of nice to have someone worried over me. To my surprise, she brings her hand to my head and starts ruffling my hair. It's hard to read her expressions as she does so, but I don't feel put off at all. Quite the opposite. She pauses for a moment, face stuck. Sorry if you don't. It's fine. I only just managed to sputter the words out, my dumb smile better at getting the message across. Taking the cue, she begins petting my head once more. I forgot how much I missed a simple physical interaction, as awkward as she might be about it. A hug might be a little bit more normal, but somehow it's hard to imagine Aileen doing that. It's not a secret, I'm not great at this kind of thing. Just keep what I said in mind, alright? I will. Everyone's here to help me, I'll remember that. Removing her hand, Aileen and I start heading back towards the car side by side. It's easy for someone who's outgoing to comfort another, but it feels somehow more sincere from a loner like Aileen. She's making an extra effort for my sake. Somehow I feel a little warmer than I did before as we walk back. Maybe the weather's improved, but I doubt that's it. I guess you've had experience living alone, haven't you? Me, just moved out for college, same as you. So we're in just the same situation, yet Aileen has everything so together that she can offer me help like this. Moreover, she's known so this entire time. I just sigh in defeat. College has really driven home how everyone's different. Sure has. The reason for the dreariness in her voice becomes apparent as I follow her gaze. Caprice happily bouncing out of the car and shutting the door as we stroll up. Everyone sure is different. Hey guys! The impromptu mechanic appears finished as well, righting herself and closing the hood after poking around inside. She absent-mindedly wipes the sweat off her forehead, leaving some grease on her face before realizing her error. Whoops, well, it's fixed for now. Looks like the fuse went. Nothing major. I've done what I can out here, but it needs a proper fix back at a shop. This'll get you going now. Aileen's impressed. Look is shared by me. Being so handy is a good trait to have, and she did come all the way here just to help us. I'm impressed. Fixed cars before? I was about to recommend taking it to my dad's auto shop, actually. Your dad's shop is as good as any other. I'll sort something out this afternoon. This is where I'd shake your hand in thanks, but, Millie gives a self-deprecating smile in response. Caprice passes her a handkerchief from the pocket, which Millie quickly uses to wipe her hands as best as she can. Hey, since you're already here, I'll let you all get on with your art club adventure. I have other things I need to do. Sorry. Have fun. With that, we give our farewells to Millie as she heads back towards her car. Her momentary churlish grin towards the deflated Caprice doesn't go unnoticed. Aileen snatches her keys back from the girl's hand, wasting no time in addressing the both of us. Now are we finally going to the aquarium? Yeah. She beams brightly, her smile proving infectious. Turning to me, Aileen's emerald eyes stare into my own. Checking my reaction after the day's events, as rough as she might be, Aileen really does care about others. Let's go, Aileen. With this, she gives one of those few smiles she dares give. It feels like a reward to see them, and I find myself wanting to see them more and more. I briefly wonder who's in the art room as I proceed along the second floor hallway. Well, less wonder and more hope. Caprice will be there. I have little doubt of that, but I'm starting to enjoy being around Aileen. Her paintings are so nice to see, and any time I manage to make her warm to me feels somehow rewarding. Someone like Caprice smiles all the time, and at the moment we sat beside each other in a biology lecture, my fate was sealed as she began chatting to me without prompting. While I don't mind that at all, finding her bubbly attitude uplifting, if a little overbearing, there's little about her that she keeps to herself. When Aileen gives praise, or even just smiles, it feels genuinely earned. I think that's the difference. Upon reaching the door and opening it, the otherwise empty room is filled with the greetings of a certain loud girl. Sitting at a table with a sketchbook in front of her, she takes a brief break from her work. Good afternoon, Allison. Hi, you look cheerful as usual. I'm super ready for today's art club meeting. She pumps her fists as I walk in, earning a sincere, if weary smile. I feel a little bad for my first reaction upon entering being disappointment, given her earnest sense of friendship with me. Shrugging it off, I pile my books onto another table and take a couple of pencils from the side of the table with which Caprice has commanded. Ooh. At a glance at the sketchbook, Caprice has been sketching and makes me stop in my tracks. I have to look up at her and back down just to confirm that this was done by the same person. Her casual doodles were cute, but she has a real talent for this stuff now that I see her more serious work. I never really questioned how much Caprice has practiced her art. Now that I think of it, I'm left a little chastened for underestimating how much effort she puts into this hobby. Motivated to try a bit harder myself, I take a seat and open one of my notebooks. Flipping to a mostly empty page, I ponder for a moment before setting about sketching a cat. They were always my favorite subject to doodle. I lose track of time as I start to get into it. Trying to replicate Caprice's shading from memory, it's only when Caprice pipes up with another greeting that I take a break. Aileen strides through the doorway as I look up, giving a quick perfunctory wave to the both of us. She looks barely awake, but given how tired she always looks, it's hard to say if it's any worse than usual. As we exchange greetings and Caprice gets back to her sketching, Aileen's eyes fall on my notebook. Without breaking stride, she turns on the ball of her high boots to take a detour from her easel and peer at my work. Aileen's figure looms above as she stands in front of me, fingers pressed to the top of my sketchbook as she looks down. It conjures up feelings I haven't felt since middle school, as of a student shrinking before her teacher. Haven't done this in a while, have you? Sorry, why are you apologizing? If you haven't, you haven't. You have the fundamentals right at least, which only comes with practice. Her fingertip skates back and forth on the paper, pointing out this and that. Musculature looks off, but that's a pain at the best of times for animals. Try to draw from references instead of relying on what your mind thinks something looks like. A weight feels as if it's been lifted from my shoulders. It's not exactly high praise, but the fact she's willing to give me pointers feels like validation. You like cats? I have one back home. Explains it. More of a dog person myself, really. Ever had one? Would have been nice, but my parents weren't interested in the idea. Sounds like you and your parents don't get along very well. We don't. The pet thing's nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go into one of their approved careers, and I didn't. Oh, I thought it would be something more complicated. Sometimes things are really as simple as they seem. I'm sure things will work out eventually. That's nice. I opened my mouth to respond, but the tone behind her words makes it clear that she considers this discussion over. The air goes cold between us, leaving me at a loss for words as my shoulder slumps in defeat. All I meant to do was cheer her up. As she steps over to another table and pulls off her coat, Caprice gleefully fills the awful silence with her bubbly voice. Hey, have you tried doing other stuff as well? What do you mean? You know, other kinds of art. There's oils, watercolor, pottery, fletching. I both paint and do sketchwork, so it's not like you need to keep to one thing or another. I can get some pottery stuff if you want. Aileen barely restrains herself from rolling her eyes. By harassing the poor professor into giving you some killing time and clay. It's not harassment, it's negotiating. I think I'll be fine for now. Aileen gives one final piece of advice as she turns towards the cupboard, taking advantage of the lull from Caprice focusing on her own work. Don't worry about her. Just keep at it. Practice might not make perfect, but it'll get you close. I'm sure Aileen means well with her efforts at teaching, but it's a vast change to the way I used to draw as a kid and in high school. Being little more than the occasional scribble when an idea struck. Barely having time to put pencil to paper, a clatter at the front of the room draws the attention of both Caprice and I. As Aileen fiddles, both of us get up to see what's happening. What's up? Standing at the old wooden cabinet in front of the room, Aileen gives a couple more sharp tugs at the door with all her usual gentleness before turning to Caprice. The door to the cabinet's locked. Nah, they never lock it after class. She bounces over to Aileen and takes the handle in her grip, giving it several pulls at various creative angles in case it's jammed. After one last try, hard enough to have her feet slipping on the floor. Could you say that again? I didn't quite catch what you said. As they face off, I take a look at the cabinet between them. It's a type of lock I've tried before, and not particularly high end. Then again, I've never done this with two people peering over my shoulder. As they both look at me, I realize there isn't any backing down now. Glancing out at the door to make sure there isn't anyone listening in, I continue on. I could maybe try picking it. You could do that? Someone sure has a knack for skills that upstanding people shouldn't have. All I can do is respond is wilt. Aileen's not exactly wrong, even if I do like to think I only use such things when I should. We don't really have much of an option. Think you can do it? Accepting my fate, I get up and hold my hand towards them. I'll need a couple of paper clips. Taken to my feet once more, Aileen and Caprice look more dubious than impressed. Well, did you get it? A little more confident than Caprice. Her face having been plastered right beside the lock out of curiosity as I worked. I take a long breath and reach out to the handle, giving it a timid tug. The relief in the room is palpable as the old door creaks open, revealing shelf upon shelf of supplies. Awesome! Caprice gives a tight tug from behind in appreciation and excitement, leaving me to awkwardly laugh off the praise as Aileen starts taking her paints and brushes. As she rights herself and Caprice detaches herself from me, Aileen gives a couple of claps on the shoulder with her free hand. You did good. Where, or maybe I should say why, did you pick up skills like that? I just like learning things. Taking an interest in the conversation, Caprice leans back towards us. What kind of things, or other cool stuff like that? Just things. Schoolwork wasn't too hard, so instead of studying, I ended up teaching myself stuff like how to pick locks and tinker with different machines to keep myself occupied. Are you aware how sketchy that sounds? It's not about doing bad things, they're just puzzles. The point is working them out, not getting free stuff. When I put it that way, I guess it is pretty useless to Lynn. That's pretty funny to be saying right now. Caprice nudges Aileen, who just raises an eyebrow. She makes a decent point. Hoping that no staff were around to notice what just happened, I thought the twisted paperclip scissor to bin before heading to my table as Caprice takes hers and Aileen sits herself at her easel. Without further ado, we each set to work. Ooh. It's a nice atmosphere with the three of us working at our own little projects. I'm not sure sketching cats in a notebook really counts as much of a project, but having friends around makes it somehow more meaningful. With winter setting in, I find myself settled in for the evening on the couch watching a movie on the TV, a blanket draped over me to try to keep warm. Rose still isn't back from work, and with the garbage taken out and washing up done, probably won't hurt to take things easy for the rest of this evening. A loud ping comes from beside me, my hand automatically reaching for the phone sitting on the couch in response, probably Rose saying she'll be late, dooming me to microwave noodles for dinner again. Or perhaps not, I don't recognize the number or user avatar at all. I briefly considered saying no, but that would be mean. I could barely make out their picture beyond what I think to be yellow hair. I don't even know any blinds besides Aileen and Millie, and the latter is unlikely to be messaging me. I think so. Wallace helped me set this thing up. What's with your profile pic? I took a photo when was setting up. Find any nice apps yet? I haven't tried looking, I don't really get it. I can't help but giggle a little. I'm happy she's making the effort when she made it clear she wasn't interested before. I'll help you with it tomorrow. That would be good, thanks. Sorry if I type slowly, this keyboard is weird. Practice makes perfect about that. Wanted to say sorry about the parents thing. I was too touchy. It's okay, it wasn't really my business. Life doesn't always have a happy ending. Things don't work out and that's that. You still have to try though. People are good, you just have to have faith. At least that's what I think. I don't get you at all. I think that goes both ways. I see. Taken completely unaware, I leap off the couch and spin around, barely keeping a hold off the phone in my hand. When did you get in? Just now. Sorry, couldn't help myself. I let out a long breath to steady myself as my heart slowly returns to a trouble pace. Rose just grins carelessly as she walks off to hang up her coat. Roommate's back. Catch you tomorrow. See you. With that, I tap the side button to lock the phone once more, putting it on the counter beside me. You look happy. All I can do is grimace, my face becoming flushed with embarrassment at her bullying, thanks to my cheeks mildly hurting. I can tell she isn't wrong. I mean it. Does me good to see you managing to get yourself a social circle and all. You were worried? Can you blame me? No guys around, no friends, always being so nervous. You've changed a lot. I guess Aileen was right. Everyone really is there for me. Rose isn't wrong either. I do have friends now, and the art club's starting to become a welcome little slice of familiarity in the campus. Caprice, Wallace, Aileen, everyone's really nice to me. Yet, it's Aileen I can't stop thinking about. Behind that cold exterior of hers, there's a genuinely kind person. What's with that face? Nothing. Gonna come eat or play with your phone all day. Figure out where we were. With the sun beginning to set, Aileen and I say our goodbyes to Caprice before heading out into the hallway. Calming Caprice down after she gets a bright idea feels like trying to stifle a shaken soda can after opening it. She might still be brimming with energy, but the two of us leave the arts club room utterly deflated. We should have just joined the normal art club, you know, the one which isn't led by a maniac. I wish I could get the two of them to see eye to eye more often. Caprice did say she's doing all of this for Aileen's sake, as much as her own, and she's far too straightforward to be lying about that. It's difficult to push back on Aileen though, given how prideful a person she is. I seem to attract strong-willed friends. She is a lot. She means well though. Well, maybe it's not too bad if you're around to keep her occupied. For what it's worth, I was actually thinking this might be a fun little adventure. I wanted to thank you for making all of this work out. She makes an exquisitely awkward face caught between my thanking her and the idea of having to share her room with us. And anyone else Caprice manages to rope in from now on. I just smile as we start down the quiet hallway, Aileen taking a look out the window. Her gaze lingers for just that little longer than usual, the snow once again having started falling outside. Can't blame her given how pretty it looks. Damn, going to be shoveling snow again, what a pain. She really isn't the sentimental type. Did I say something wrong? I was just thinking, you don't seem to have a very romantic view of the world being an artist. Is there much good about winter? Being back with family, all the pretty snow around, people in cute jackets and coats, holidays. I end up trailing off, Aileen hardly looking swayed as I count my favorite things about the season on my fingers. Holidays are the problem. Everywhere's starting to close up or shut down for the new year already. I want to keep practicing instead of loafing around, but the life drawing classes are over and all the student modeling offers have dried up. I have seen notices for those in the notice boards around campus, with students and others making a little cash on the side by modeling for artists. Those same notice boards have come much more bare over the last month. I feel sorry for her given she takes her painting so seriously. I was so caught up in wanting to be back with my family that I didn't think about how it'd be for her, especially when she doesn't get along with hers. As we walk along the hallway, I realize this might present an opportunity, a chance for me to help Aileen and be a part of her painting, instead of simply watching her from afar. I'm not too completely sure about this, but my obvious scheming has already caught Aileen's eye. If it'd be helpful, maybe I could do it. At this, Aileen stops and turns to me. Should I not have suggested this? You just need me to stand around and be a model, right? There's not a lot to it. This would be live modeling, you know. I don't want to give you the wrong idea. The reminder does make me hesitate. I know there's nothing sexual about it, but I'd be standing without clothes on as she alone looked at me, analyzing my whole body. Aileen herself doesn't look fussed, though. She rarely does. She seems content to let me come to a conclusion myself as she stands about it. But my body language soon gives away what I'm thinking. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I can just work on other studies instead. No, she did mention herself that she's done this before. It'd simply be another method of practicing painting for her. Would it be in your apartment or something? Yeah. She looks mildly surprised. I'm still considering this. If it was anyone else, I don't think I could do this. For Aileen, though, it's fine. I'll do it. We set down our coats as we enter her apartment, the bright light giving such a different look to her living room compared to mine. As for Aileen herself, I don't get how she isn't exhausted at all after a walk like that from school. But try as I might to distract myself, something feels off no matter how I try to ignore it. Painting live models is probably totally normal for an artist like Aileen, so I don't bother saying anything as she sets down her coat. Want a drink or something? I'm fine, thanks, but I do. Suit yourself. I'll grab my stuff. Just make yourself comfortable. She walks off to get her easel and paints as I nod. Without much else to do as she disappears into another room, I idly look around, taking off my own coat and gloves. Her apartment hasn't been cleaned up this time, which is an interesting change beyond the easel with a finished painting still sitting on it. A few colorful fashion magazines lie on the coffee table near a mug left sitting around. On the couch, a couple of crumpled t-shirts and an old pair of jeans lie strewn over the back and arm. What catches my eye most, however, is the resident, who looks very comfortable on the other end of it. Without thinking, I walk over and pick him up. A particularly large stuffed rabbit, big enough to need two hands to hold comfortably. Though well made and adorably designed, it's obviously a little well loved by now. I'm sure I'd have noticed such a thing if it weren't around when Wallace and I came for dinner. so it must have been stuffed into her bedroom or something. Noticing movement out of the corner of my eye, I turn and look up. Aileen simply stares at me, face flat, as she holds a bag of supplies in her hand. I really shouldn't have just gone and started fiddling with her stuff. Sorry, it's really cute. She puts her bag down and sighs, giving me a little bit of relief that she isn't angry. Silently, she strides over and takes the toy from me as I offer it to her. My sister gave it to me to keep me company when I moved out. I'm disappointed by how little emotion is in Aileen's voice when she says so, but those thoughts quickly disappear as she gently sets down the rabbit where it had been. She takes care to set it down gently, with a quick brush of its fur. That momentary smile as she steps back and looks at it warms my heart. It only lasts for a second, but her face is unmistakably that of a child, one taking care of her favorite companion. So Aileen does have a cute side to her. I somehow feel a little bit less wound up about everything now. She's not that different to me in the end. As she turns away, I remember the task at hand. So, I'll just set up the easel and canvas, then I'll have everything ready. Should I take my clothes off then? She's about to answer before pausing for a moment. Much as I might try to stifle my awkwardness, and dressing in front of someone else is so weird. If it's a problem, you can grab a towel. I can make do. Feeling more than a little sheepish, I glance around to be more sure of my surroundings. The blinds are shut as they were before, and the door is still locked, so I'm not sure what I expected. Maybe the silence is putting me off, the apartment being set so far back the road, unlike mine. I want to say that I'm fine, but I can't quite get over the stumbling block of her being buried in front of someone. Meeting halfway will have to do for now. As Aileen sets her previous painting on the kitchen counter, I pop into the bathroom. My heart's practically in my mouth as I reappear in the room with a towel wrapped around me, precious little being covered as I take my place before her. Should I stand like this, or she looks at me for a few moments in serious thought. It's a little interesting how quickly her demeanor changes to that of a painter, carefully considering how best to use my body as an artistic prop. Try turning around so your back's towards me. My thoughts are in a haze, unable to let go of how exposed I am. All I can do is nod and dutifully do as she says. Yeah, that's good. Keep your head like that and maybe let your arms hang down. Like this? Yeah, just stay like that. I give a nod, trying to relax as much as I can. That isn't saying much though. There's no other sound in the room as she starts sketching me out, the pencil sharp scratching filling the air. It's certainly an odd experience to think somebody's looking at my body so analytically, taking in every detail, considering it, and copying it to canvas. For Aileen's sake, I tried to keep as still as possible despite the butterflies in my stomach. Her pencil work apparently finished, the gentle sound of brushstrokes starts as her painting begins in earnest. She's fast at her sketching. I suppose she'd have a good bit of practice at this. I can't see much at all with my head slightly down like this, but at least the position is easy to keep without anything in particular to focus my eyes on. I can't help but turn my thoughts inward. How do people do this without getting self-conscious? Nobody's ever looked at my naked body like this, carefully analyzing every curve and muscle. I wonder how I look to her right now. Am I gross? Compared to Aileen, I probably look plain at best. Hey, I know it's not easy, but can you try not to tense up so much? Glance back at Aileen, our eyes meet, and I force myself to face forward again, resuming my pose. Sorry, it's okay, not too much longer. Her expression was so focused and analytical, I sometimes forget that serious artwork can take so much knowledge and logic as well as creativity. I really am just an art prop for her. That's good. If I remember that, this isn't too bad. Aileen's done this plenty of times, and I can trust her. I was the one who offered anyway. The reason why I did this was to help her, and now I can finally be a part of her true passion of painting. I feel the corners of her mouth tug a little to that idea. It makes me feel a little special that she's looking at me this way. While she's no doubt done life drawing before, this is something different. Only now do I realize that Aileen's brushstrokes have ceased. Just as I work up to the world to question her, Alien speaks up. Alright, you can move now. A weight comes off me as my entire body slumps, a long breath escaping my lips. Feels like my entire body deflates. Thankful that my duty has been fulfilled, I adjust the towel a little to ensure it doesn't slip off. My first thought is to go to where I've carefully placed my clothes, but on the way I'm distracted by the sight of it. I'm left speechless. I have to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. This is how Aileen sees me, not gross nor plain. I feel my heart sting a little as my eyes move across the canvas, seeing through Aileen's eyes how she sees me. As I stand gazing at the painting, I feel a coat come over me. Aileen draping it over my shoulders. I'm about to thank her before the words are stolen from my mouth by her different demeanor. Compared to her intense focus while painting, her gaze awkwardly avoids my appreciative expression. All I can do is smile as I clasp the coat tight, the bashful Aileen standing in silence beside me. It's beautiful. Ooh. The street lights lead us along as we walk along the snow-dusted street. The pinpricks of light piercing the evening's darkness. The two of us walk side by side without a word, the only sound being snow crunching underfoot. Far from the silence, feeling oppressive, I'm rather glad that we don't need to fill the air with idle conversation. With our classes finished, I offered to repay her for the dinner she'd made for me. Hardly one to turn down a free meal. She readily accepted. It's not like that excuse to bring her over was a lie, as such, or at least that's what I tell myself. In truth, I want to be closer to Aileen. As I throw furtive glances to her, I muse about how the times we're together feel different to when I'm with others. Her earnest yet clumsy attempts to help me feeling all the more rewarding. I'm not sure, but I don't think these feelings are just friendship anymore. You're lucky to live so close to school. I still have no idea how you can hike all the way to your place every single day and not be exhausted. That's what happens when you don't wimp out of walking. Being fit has its advantages. While I stop myself from imagining how fit Aileen's body is, I'm reminded that she's seen my own body. I cringe in embarrassment. Alright, we're back. Eventually we reach the now familiar apartment building, the two of us stopping a moment. I'm a little surprised myself at how quickly I came to think of this place as home. The ill-maintained building feeling so foreboding at first. Everything here is so different to home right now. Right down to the streetlights we stand under. Gone were the modern white lights of downtown, and the suburbs replaced by dull orange lamps which occasionally flickered. Well, here it is. I'm more than a little nervous about what she thinks of this new home after bringing her all the way here. Rather than judging me for it, she looks more to be carefully studying it. My nervous attempts to read her stoic gaze got me nowhere. Looks nice. So what's your roommate like anyway? No sooner do the words leave her mouth than she jumps from a hand latching tightly onto her shoulder. I didn't even notice her in the darkness. She must have been having a smoke outside. Yo. As we sit at the dinner table, Aileen's gaze has trouble staying on us. I know those eyes well. They're those of a tourist taking in everything around them while desperately trying to engrave it in memory. Or perhaps in order to judge my living conditions. I have to admit, this must look a bit shabby compared to her home. She surely worked out that I'm not exactly well off from the area already, though. Compared to Aileen's apartment, ours is full with artifacts of life. A couple stuffed animals, some movie posters and DVDs around the place, an aging console next to the TV, and various bits and bobs accumulated through the years litter the room. Aileen's eyes pass over it all, but she stays unusually subdued. Perhaps the reason isn't the room itself, but the person sitting across from her. So this is where you live, huh? Sorry if it's a bit cold, the heating's having problems. You mean having problems as usual. There goes trying to put on a front. I know it doesn't look great from the outside, but we try to keep the place nice to live in. Fixing leaks, giving the place a lick of paint, patching holes and all of that gets Allison a crash course of handiwork too. It isn't much, but it's home. That's gotta count for something, right? It does. You've done a good job on making this place homely. You never told me you were this good at science and math, Allison. No wonder it seems so easy for you. She gestures towards the trophy on the side table and certificate on the wall above it, being awards from competitions I won in high school. You never asked. What? Seriously? Allison, come on. I earned a playful clip over the head, Aileen snorting in amusement. She was good enough to get a science scholarship thanks to that brain of hers. Never having been great at knowing how to respond to praise, I just hang my head. It feels a little embarrassing to be complimented in front of Aileen. Makes sense. She's got me out of a jam a few times now. She's a handy person to have around. I feel myself flower into a blush at the words, sinking lower into my chair as my face feels hot. I'm surprised how nice it feels despite being so awkward. A smile spreads on my face as my legs sway beneath the table with unexpected energy. It feels different when it comes from Aileen. Thanks for the food, by the way. It's nothing. Nice to finally meet someone from Allison's side of the fence for a change, actually. I was starting to get worried that she didn't have any friends. I can only bring my hand to my face as Aileen raises an eyebrow in pointed interest. I do wish Rose wouldn't make such a big deal out of me being shy. Really? Not exactly the outgoing type, I guess. I'm shocked. She takes a large sip of the soda before continuing on. There's a few of us in her little circle now, no thanks to her dragging me into a club. You agreed to come. It's Caprice's club anyway. Oh, so now you have nothing to do with it. This is a new story. All I can do is grimace as Aileen lifts an eyebrow, getting the rise out of me that she wanted. She softens the blow a little with a small nudge from her shoulder, earning a smile from Rose. Aileen gives a mighty yawn, poorly hidden by a hand over her mouth. I don't think I've seen her bother trying to hide one before. Sorry. Tired? I'm always tired. What's with the bags under your eyes anyway? Rough night? Insomnia. It's fun stuff. Here I was trying to be tactful, not bringing that up, and Rose just kicks down the door as usual. That does give some context to Aileen's short fuse, though. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Well, they say good wholesome food can fix that. Hopefully this will pick you up a bit. Nothing says homemade like burgers and fries after. As the two talk, I quietly begin on my food. I hadn't realized how empty I was. The fries disappearing into my mouth at a quick pace. Thank goodness for having a good metabolism. Somewhat hungry. I look up quizzically at her, drawing a raised eyebrow. It's only now I realize my cheeks are full as a chipmunk's. Good to see you two get along well. Rose takes a hold of my shoulder and gives a playful shake, my head bobbing to and fro as I try to avoid choking on the fry on its way down. Allison's fine, quiet as a mouse, and manages to put up with my crap. Considering how much she takes care of the chores and errands, I can't really complain. You mean considering how nice of a person I am, right? That too. The three of us munch away on our food, the quiet sound of cars outside and prating from the television, providing what little noise there is to be heard. It seems like Aileen is starting to settle, which is a relief. It took me a while myself when I first met Rose. I love the freaking artwork, fam. They got the freaking blurred out backgrounds with the outline of the two characters. The character artwork is just great as well. Surprised you two can keep your figures eating this kind of stuff. You don't have it often, do you? Rose and I shared a quick glance. No, not at all. Not often, just special events. There we go. falling afoul of Aileen's judgment. Should just get a rice cooker, buy rice in bulk, grab some vegetable packets, throw them together, easy, cheap, healthier than takeout. I have to admit, it was nice when I dated a guy who could cook. Having her around doesn't make things too awkward when you bring guys over. You learn to be quiet. I guess you would. I frown at the both of them. I don't want to hear about this. If you didn't know already, that means I've been doing a good job. Rose's comments only caused my frowning to deepen. I can feel myself blushing just from the topic of conversation, which just embarrasses me more. Besides, if you ever get a boyfriend, you're going to have to learn to if you want to bring him around here. I won't be doing anything like that. Rose laughs and even Aileen looks amused. I sulk, hating that the attention has been centered on me now. I especially don't want this kind of conversation around Aileen. Thankfully, Rose seems content with her teasing. So what's your story? You're a friend of Allison's, right? Turned out that way. Just another student at the community college majoring in art. The artsy type, huh? Going for the big bucks then. Thanks. I'm sure you'll find something, hopefully not involving burgers and fries. Aileen's limits are clearly being tested, being less tolerant of being poked at than I. Hopefully Rose realizes it. You seem like the artsy type yourself. What's with all that ink? Aileen's motions to Rose's left side while brandishing a french fry, the tattoo on her upper arm, only made more noticeable by her tank top. Looks cool? Uh-huh. Expected it to be my life story or something. That was my first. Wait, no, forget what I said. I'm in the Yakuza, and they gave me these as my initiation. Nothing says Yakuza like a biker in Middle America. As Rose's chest heaves with light-hearted laughter, I find myself smiling as well. I'm glad the two get along, though a little part of me wishes I could be like Aileen. Took me months to warm up to Rose, yet Aileen gets on with others so smoothly. Standing out in front of the apartment once more, we say our goodbyes for real this time, even if she pointedly refuses Rose's later offer of transport. At least she'll be going home on a full stomach. It's an odd atmosphere. It's time to say our goodbyes, especially given the night's chill having set in, but neither of us quite want to say the words. When you said you had a roommate, that's the last kind of person I expected you to be shacked up with. Rose is nice once you get to know her. She's a family friend, so I guess you could say that I got this apartment through connections. Aileen's not really wrong, though. Ever since starting at community college, I've gone from having a couple of very alike friends at high school to an increasing menagerie of odd characters. The way Aileen looks as she gazes at the building catches me off guard. It's hardly the comfortable existence she seems to have. Rose and I pretty much eking out a living with what scraps we get. Yet she looks so wistful. You really have a nice thing going, don't you? Yeah, I guess so. If you ever want to visit again, you're definitely welcome. She gives an amused snort and a smile. I'll have to take you up on that sometime. Moments tick by as the two of us stand out on the sidewalk, neither quite knowing what to say next. I want her to stay around some more to talk to, but I know it's already getting late. Idly thinking over our dinner together for something to talk with her about, one particular part of the conversation keeps sticking out. Replaying it in my head, I can feel my face going red before I can cover it with my hands. What's wrong? I can't believe Rose was talking about that kind of stuff even though you just met her. Sorry about that. It's alright, I'm the one who brought it up. That's right, you're just as bad. I give her shoulder a firm tap, immediately feeling conscious of the gesture. I pull away from her and look elsewhere, fuming away in my embarrassment. Aileen rocks back and forth between her heels and the ball of her feet to pass the time, while I recover, hands not quite knowing what to do. Eventually, thankfully, Aileen breaks the silence between us. Thanks for inviting me here. I'm glad to have been over tonight. Why? To be honest, I had you pegged as some spoiled little delicate flower when I first met you. You know, the kind who coasts along with their parents' attention before the real world punches them in the face. It looks like you have your life pretty sorted, though. You've got a good head on your shoulders, friends, and a cool roommate. You've managed to scratch together a pretty decent life for yourself. She just gives a long breath, rocking back and forth from her feet as she tries to put some words together. I want to thank her for the kind words, but I'm left speechless after such a warm-hearted appraisal of my current world. I don't really know what to say now. I guess I feel a little bit dumb for lecturing you so much. It's fine, really. My frantic brushing off of the idea puts the both of us back in foot, smiling with the wonderful, rare smile of hers. She seems to accept the situation. Before I can say anything more, the blonde girl turns to begin the long walk back home. Without looking back, Aileen simply raises her hand into the air as she strolls off down the road. She's as confident as ever. Things just happened around me, and I work problems out as they occurred. Is that really worth respect? Feels strange to have someone I admire turn that right back to me. I feel my heart sting as her figure gets smaller into the dark night sky. But there's nothing I can say or do, just watch it go. The cold night's breeze wafts past the balcony, my thin jacket doing little to stop it. The only noise to be heard is the odd car rushing down the street through the darkness, or snippets of muffled music from neighboring apartments. Moments like this are nice, circumstances aside, just being able to be alone with my thoughts without the distraction of others. That said, I already have my answer of what had been on my mind. That was the real point of this dinner after all. When I modeled for her, I wanted to be a part of something that was important to Aileen, even before then. I wonder if the times I tried to get closer weren't out of friendship alone. What I felt as I watched Aileen walk away was all the confirmation of my feelings I needed. A dark figure suddenly appears, taking no heed of surprise as it leans against the balcony beside me. As I compose myself once more, the familiar, acrid smell passing my nose tips me off before my eyes do. Don't scare me like that. Hey, I called out. Not my fault you were daydreaming. Her mention of it brings all my worries flooding right back. Hardly wanting to look at Rose while thinking about all this, I turn back and try to ignore her as best as I can. Rose mentioned how I should think about finding a partner sometime while in college. My parents too, and even my high school friends before I came. I was content to focus on school and keep such complications out of my mind until my life was all set up and ready. College has already set me right on that account. Life doesn't go on hold until you're ready to face it. Rose simply blows a puff of smoke, a thin stream passing her lips and disappearing into the night sky. I try to keep my mouth shut, but the smell proves too much for me as I bring my hand to my face. That's terrible. You're the one who banishes me here, remember? I hate to admit it, but she does have a point. Rose stubbornly makes a point of taking a puff of her cigarette, but soon notices that something is amiss. Come on, out with it. What's on your mind? It'd be easy enough to wave her off. One of the things I like about Rose is that she knows when to step back, and this is the kind of thing plenty of people keep private. But somehow, even if I haven't told Aileen how I felt, I kind of want someone else to know. I think I like someone. I watch her reaction with the best attempt I can muster at casual interest. I'm surprised by how unsurprised Rose is. After a courteously long time, she finishes her puff of the cigarette and takes it from her mouth. You had the look of someone with that on the mind. It's that Aileen girl, right? My mind blanked. She picked that up herself. She isn't taken off guard by my liking a girl at all. The knot of anxiety I hadn't even noticed forming inside of me suddenly twists and turns, the expected spluttering explanations suddenly not needed. I psyched myself up so much, only for it to go nowhere. The silence between us continues as Rose patiently waits for me to respond. It's just what's supposed to come after saying that. I didn't think you knew about Aileen or, well, kinda hard to ignore what's in front of your face, Seeing you two together, it all clicked. You don't think I'm weird? Apparently feeling a little more sure of what to say, she gives a disarming smile. Believe me, I'm not in any position to call someone weird. Yeah, hey, that's not that you're supposed to say. She elbows me in response to my mostly unintentional bite back. With the situation diffused, I manage to calm down a little. Just saying I like her makes my thoughts feel all the more real, my heart skipping a beat as I repeat the words in my mind. Rose thinks to herself a little before snuffing out her cigarette on the ashtray and looking at me squarely. Sorry, I shouldn't be so flippant when you're all worked up. I get that coming out can be hard. For what it's worth, I really appreciate that you trust me so much. The warm smile on her face proves infectious, all tension from the air fading away. I hardly mind now that I've managed to unwind a little. I get the feeling she stumbled through this herself. Minutes go by with only the passing of cars beneath us for noise. Both of us savoring the peacefulness of the winter's night at loose ends. I lean against the balcony railing and finally break the silence. What should I do? I don't think that's something I can decide for you. Just remember that you're still young. So you don't think it'll work out? I'm not saying that. Just take it easy, alright? Relationships are a pain in the ass. This isn't what I'd hope Rose would say at all, but that doesn't mean she's wrong. I thought love was supposed to feel all happy and warm, but I feel more nervous than anything else. Welcome to relationships. Falling for someone is easy. It's what comes next that's hard. Her disarming smile at least puts me a little more at ease. I'm glad I have Rose here for me. In many ways, I feel like we can't relate to each other, but we can still have this kind of conversation and understand each other. We're just two girls talking about love. You're a good girl, Alice, and I promise that whatever happens, you can call on me, okay? Thanks, but you know, if things do work out, you're still gonna have to learn how to be quiet for my sake if you bring her around. Rose? Alright, next chapter. But we're still about halfway through Act 2, which we will continue tomorrow. Well, I'd had my doubts. The city workers managed to get the Christmas tree in the city's main square finished, just on schedule for the first day of December. Its oversized tinsel and baubles gleam happily in the morning light, proudly announcing their coming holiday. Rose takes my pause in the middle of the city square as an excuse for a break, setting down her bags down as I look up at the huge tree before us. It's not the tree that's interesting, so much as the crowd around us. Everyone walks to and fro, just a little faster than normal walking speed, hurrying from shop to shop while hardly even glancing at the Christmas tree looming over everything. I think I read something once about feeling alone. Even in a crowd, so many faces pass by, from couples holding hands to businessmen to groups of friends, yet I feel more disconnected than when I'm actually alone. The clicking of a lighter next to me reminds me of my companion, the cigarette now perched in the corner of her mouth, glowing brightly. Shame we couldn't park closer. Downtown's pretty crazy these days, isn't it? Maybe we should put up our own Christmas tree. Hey, I got a tree for us a few days ago. I was the one who bought that. It's also like a foot tall. I thought she was going to be talking about some other type of tree, but okay. Oh yeah. The cigarette perched in her mouth tilts downward as she looks at me, her smile turning just a little less cheerful. Missing holidays at home, are ya? A bit. She clamps onto my shoulder and gives me a firm shake. Hang in there. I might not be much company, but at least you've got someone around. Were you homesick when you first moved out from home? Given the circumstances, no. I could assume based off of her style. I don't think you appreciate how lucky you are sometimes. Wandered straight into that landmine. Rose has never talked about her immediate family in a few months I've known her, so maybe I should have taken the hint. Noticing the gazes of a few around us have turned upward, I look up curiously. Looks like the weather's turned, the morning chill turning to snow. Piss off, winter! Bloody piss off! I don't know why I had to do that. With a dissatisfied puff, she puts out her cigarette on a nearby bin before flicking it in with a practiced motion. Taking her bags up once more, we continue to the slog back to the bike. Chin up, eh? I was gonna say this later, but I bought your favorite while you weren't looking. Strawberry trifle? You know it. Just a thanks for pulling your weight a bit more. It's nice to see you getting yourself together. Just as I'm about to thank her, a loud ping comes from my pocket. A little sheepish, I take my phone from my pocket to check what the message is. Confused, I stop walking and turn about. It's... Yay! Eileen holds her hand high as she slowly walks up the street, slipping her phone into her pocket as she arrives. I'm happy to see her, but something makes me hesitate. Something Rose picks up on going by her churlish grin. I know full well I've fallen for Aileen. My stomach tying itself into knots at the sight of her makes me realize that asking her out will have to come sooner rather than later. If she's even interested in girls, that is. Trying to put my worries out of my mind as best as I can, I do my best to act normal. You sure been getting some use out of that phone. Starting to see the appeal of these things, yeah? Morning, Rose. Sup? Just out for a walk. The apartment gets stifling after a while. Not interrupting anything, am I? When she puts it like that, she sounds far older than she should. In fact, given she didn't own a smartphone, like simple walks alone and spending her days painting, I'm starting to doubt the girl I fell for is really my own age. As the two strike up a casual chat, I remember how Aileen and I came to meet, being pushed into the club, taking chance after chance to come closer to her in hopes of spending more time together. It's only that persistent, which gained me her friendship. You've actually, first of all, you met her when she was pissed off at a vending machine. My heart begins to beat as I talk myself into the plan forming in my head. Pushing myself got me this far. Perhaps if I take it one more step. Hey Rose, can I leave these with you? She hesitates at the change of plans. The words blurted out before I could stop myself. Sure, I'll see you later. If you need a pickup, just call. Before I can so much as thank her, Rose quickly starts the work of strapping the shop bags to her bike. It'll probably be easier to get everything home without me on the back anyway. Aileen and I give her goodbyes to her as we walk on. Rose waving us off as we go. I think I see a small grin on her face. I guess it worked out. Once again, we're alone with each other. My stomach twists and turns as I desperately try to find some small talk to fill the air with. Not that Aileen looks fussed about it at all. Buried in thought, I barely register us moving through the old wrought iron gates into the city park. The water in the pond lies nearly still, the ducks lazily bobbing about with the odd flap of their wings to shake off the snow. The normally rustling branches of the trees stay silent as they gather falling snow, green slowly turning to white. With everybody in town busy shopping, all that's to be heard as we walk along the wide paths are our footsteps on freshly fallen snow. Do you come here much? Yeah, every so often. Nice to just think to myself a bit without being cooped up. You? Only when I was younger. I liked to feed bread to the ducks. I feel like I should have guessed that answer from you. So she said when she was younger. So I'm assuming her family must live nearby. So if her family lives nearby, she's also still nearby to the freaking college. Why'd she move out? I'm confused. I thought this was like a new place to her. It is what it is. All I can do is pout as she gives a smug smile at my expense. Even as we walk on through the otherwise empty park, I can feel my eyes lingering on her. That difference between us is probably what drew me to her, now that I think about it. I've never felt like this towards anyone else before, but I know my feelings are genuine as I gaze at her. If she spends Christmas with her family, I won't get to see Aileen again until classes start in the new year. Telling her what I feel might ruin everything, but I don't want this to linger like a hanging thread. If she can push herself towards her goals, then so can I. Oh snap, crackle, and pop, this might be the one! As I come to the stop, the seizing of my footsteps on the crushed snow makes Aileen turn towards me. As her eyes fall to mine, my heart begins to race. I'm instantly filled with doubts. But now it's too late. I've psyched myself up so much that it's surely showing. All my life others have helped me push forwards. Now I have to do something for myself. Aileen taught me how I have to do that. Aileen, I wanted to tell you something, with my voice shaking and a hand clenching my other arm tightly out of nervousness. I take a long breath to clear my mind and sort out the words in my head. I ball my fists as I feel my hands shaking. After spending my whole life with such a big family, this was my first time I've ever tried to live by myself. I was really lonely at first and didn't really know what was going on. But recently I realized that loneliness hasn't been around. I've met so many wonderful people and had so many nice experiences. Now I'm looking forward to every day and what fun things might happen. A lot of that is thanks to you, so I wanted to thank you for helping me. This isn't exactly poetry so far, but I think I'm getting my feelings across right. Aileen simply looks at me, accepting the praise with only a touch of confusion. Well, thanks. It's nice to be appreciated like that. It's more than that, though. I mean, I first thought it was just friendship, but why can't I be more confident in this? My throat feels like it's closing as my nerves get the better of me, and it only gets worse the more I try to speak. I'm so busy reading Aileen's expression that I lose track of what I'm saying. I try desperately to force something out, but no words come to me. Looking at her face, though, I don't think the rest needs to be said. I'm pretty sure Aileen feels the same way. So she's going to respond with what Allie wants to say. We just look at each other silently, the winter snow falling between us. She looks gentle somehow. Stepping forward, she looks down at my blushing face. From here, I can see the faint red in her cheeks clearly. I can't think of anything else, just that gentle, calm face that I've never seen her wear before. After a moment's hesitation, Aileen brings her hands forward, grasping my shoulders delicately. And then as she leans down, everything stops. I reflexively gasp in surprise as her soft lips press gently to mine, but it ends up stifled. With my body utterly frozen, I find myself completely in the grasp of a girl holding me, her breath tingling against my face. We could have guessed this was happening in this chapter. The sounds, the smells, everything beyond Aileen and I falls from my consciousness. All that's left is this wonderful warm feeling flowing through my entire body. Minutes, seconds, I have no idea how much time passes. I just know that I don't want it to stop. Eventually, sadly, Aileen's lips part from mine. Straightening herself as she steps back, Aileen takes a long, shuddering breath as I stare dumbstruck at her wildly blushing face. The feeling of Aileen's lips pressed to mine replays endlessly in the confused mind, clouding everything else. Aileen, you? The air between us falls quiet. Aileen left waiting for a reply as I stand in a silent daze. Simple shock is one part of it, but far from all. Aileen is not only interested in women, but also in me. I feel like my heart could burst from the relief. It's only now that I see her fidgeting, playing with her hair and unable to quite stand still. I wonder how long that's been going on, unnoticed. It makes me realize she's as unfamiliar at the situation as I am. Neither of us knows what we're supposed to do or say here, right now. Here I was trying to explain my feelings when Aileen rushes ahead and does something brash like that. Overcome with my own flood of emotions and confusion, it's Aileen who ends up having to reluctantly move things forward. Sure hope I didn't misinterpret that. Her attempt to play off her nervousness is betrayed by her blushing. I finally realize just why she's so uncomfortable right now. She's left herself vulnerable. It's the first time I've seen her exposed like this, her feelings plain to see. I didn't know you felt that way. I entertained the idea, I guess. Didn't ever think you'd be the one to make the first move. So you'll go out with me? No, I just kissed you for the sake of it. Of course I will, you dope. I thought she was actually gonna play me like that. Guess we're in this thing together now, huh? For all she tries to play things cool, it's obvious Aileen's as awkward about this as I am. The only reply I can muster, and perhaps the only one needed, is to smile. Oh, yay, next chapter, let's go. A loud yawn fills the living room, the droning of the television briefly overshadowed. The scene couldn't be more normal. Rose lounging about on the couch and watching the morning news, the sound of traffic outside heading off to work, and me stumbling around pulling on the last of my clothes as the morning's lessons loom. One thing is different now, though. Just thinking about what happened last night makes my heart race, but I have no idea what's supposed to happen after something like that. What happens when I see Aileen again? How close am I meant to be with her now that we're going out? And there's the kiss itself playing over and over in my mind. The feeling of her soft lips on mine, the way she looked so flustered afterwards. Ow! Sharp pain from my shin brings me back into the real world. Bending down to rub my poor leg, revealing the cause to be walking into a chair. The feeling of embarrassment isn't helped by Rose looking over in concern. You okay? It's nothing, just bumped my leg. Not sick or something, are you? You're even more clumsy than usual today. I'm fine, just didn't sleep much last night. Times like this that normally being a morning person doesn't pay off, I shrug off her concern as best as I can, distracting myself by throwing on my clothes to prepare for the chill outside. Just take it easy, alright? The ice is bad enough out there already. I will. The walk down the road towards campus does me good, giving me time for my mind to settle and get back into the daily routine. Not everything is quite the same though. My footsteps feel light, and what's typically an artist's walk feels unusually easy. What I don't get is how is she not on freaking Christmas break yet? Not quite dancing in the streets, but today feels just a little brighter than usual. It's nice. Snowfall's been getting heavier now that it's December. I pass a few people standing outside buildings while looking mournfully at their roofs, plotting how to dislodge the snow piled on top. The traffic's also slowed to a crawl, rolling by carefully. If I was to go back through this, I bet you this is definitely farther than December. Like probably second, third week of December. There's no way we're still on the first week of December. Ads for Christmas sales on television are into full swing by now, which reminds me that I should get my shopping done when I have some free time. I think I can scrape together enough money to buy a little something for everyone in my family. Then there's Christmas cards for my new friends here, not to mention organizing a trip home for the break. Christmas is meant to be relaxing, but it feels like there's so much to organize for it. Coming up to the campus, I try to focus my thoughts back onto school for the time being. Thankfully, the path here are better cleared, if nothing else. As students file in past the gate, my heart skips a beat as I recognize a particular blonde girl. She looks back and notices me as I skip up to meet her. Usual tired expression unwavering. I've never met someone so far from a morning person. Morning. Hey, Allison. With that, the both of us begin the walk in side by side. All thoughts of schoolwork leave my mind as I try to stop myself glancing at Aileen furtively, trying to work out exactly how I'm expected to act around her. The part where we admit we're interested in each other is also where most of the romance movies I've seen end, and I've never gone out with anyone before. Then there's the fact that neither of us had said a word to the other beyond a quick greeting. Try to comfort myself with the thought that it's probably the same for Aileen too. It's always so hard to read her poker face. Good grief, it's cold today. She's not thinking at all about yesterday, is she? With a long breath, it feels like all my restlessness leaves me. Aileen's relaxed attitude makes me feel embarrassed for getting so worked up after seeing her again. How are you so confident about this? You know, with us going out and everything. I'm just really good at faking it. Hanging my head, I give up on ever trying to read her. The grin Aileen gives me feel better about today in an instant. Her normally cold demeanor, if just for a moment, is pierced by the sincere smile that peeks through. A smile which soon evaporates, collapsing into something else entirely. Something wrong? I just remembered something troublesome. Caprice? I almost asked why before the obvious hits me. With my thoughts finally moving beyond the girl at my side, the implications of all this became clearer. Should we just tell her? I'd rather not. You know Caprice as well as I do. I don't want her to make a fuss about us getting together. Then again, she'll probably work it out herself. She's not stupid. She knows to pay attention if I'm serious. Besides, if there really that much harm in letting her be happy for us? My serious tone in defense of Caprice seems to catch Aileen off guard. It catches me off a little guard too. Fine, if you're going to tell her, then I want to be there too. The discussion comes to an end, yet I find myself not wanting to leave despite having nothing further to say in particular. It seems Aileen has the same problem as she awkwardly mills about, the chatting students passing around us only making the silence between us more pointed. Would it be okay to kiss her here and now? Yesterday in the park we did it without thinking. Aileen's always so awkward about physical affection that I'm not sure she'd like it, especially in public. What I'm thinking must have been plain to see as Aileen reaches down, placing her hand on top of my head and scruffing it around in response. It might be an odd way for her to show her feelings, but I can't say I hate the gesture. Feel my cheeks blushing as her hand rubs my head. Enjoying every moment until she stops. Aileen's awkwardness around all of this makes me feel a little better on my own uncertainty. Everything will work out fine, I'm sure of it. Ever the optimist. We'd better get to class. See you at the club, I suppose. She sure doesn't seem to share my optimism as she waves and walks off. Nor my life without a new club. I'm sure she'll come around though. With the afternoon wearing on, I trudge up to the familiar route of the second floor of the arts building. The sounds of raised voices come up from up ahead, easily audible in the otherwise dead silent hallways. If I'm not mistaken, they're coming from the art room itself, steeling myself for what's to come. I sigh and head on up to the doors inside. Alien and Caprice have already arrived as usual, each standing on the opposite side of the table as they fume at each other. Their heads snap towards me in unison the moment the door rattles open, making my heart skip a beat. Damn, Caprice, you're killing it vibes again. Yes? Help me talk some sense into this woman, please. Just relax. As art club president, I have everything under control. Everything except the club part. I mean, I would have thought a club needed things like official paperwork, an advisor, funding for supplies that haven't been pilfered from the real art classes. Basically more than an excited proclamation of a club existing. That's why I'm working on the posters. Join the new art club. Visit us in room 230, 257, 257. Just check if the door is open. Feeling sorry for my heavily sighing Eileen, my eyes drift to the side posters laying on the table between them. I walk over and tentatively take a look at the one sitting on top with sharp graphics and color scheme catching the eye. They do look nice. See, people will love them. I may say that, but it's a little obvious this is out of her comfort zone when it comes to art. Her sketching is always nice, but her work with paints comes off as a little crude. Still trying new things is to be raised. Think about this logically. It's nearly Christmas, all the students are going to be on break soon. Even if they weren't, nobody would be looking for a club to join around now anyways. I wouldn't exactly say that. Caprice is quick to draw as she leans over and latches onto my shoulder, beaming a smug look of victory at her opponent. I feel like I've reduced to a useful prop in an argument, but Caprice isn't wrong. Aileen looks physically pained as she groans in frustration. She did walk right into that one. In what could only be interpreted as the universal sign of giving up, she shakes her head and starts to walk away, retreating to the cabinet to grab her things. It looks like posters will be the accomplishment of today as far as the club goes. I suppose it doesn't hurt to try and draw in some more members. Hopefully we can get them in soon, too. I wanted to have another club outing, and the more the merrier. And like I declared, we're going to make the pizza place a regular thing for the club. I'm up for it. Aileen looks drearily at the traitor to her cause, but knows her goose is cooked as she hangs her head. I swear she looks more tired than usual. Then it's settled. Caprice goes back to fussing over the posters, brushing off some specks of dust that have settled on the paint. Taking advantage of the distraction, I look to Aileen. She grimaces as I pointedly flick my eyes back to her companion, plainly hoping to leave this for another day by her reaction. Reluctantly, Aileen sets her paints down and plods back over like a child accepting their bitter medicine. In hindsight, perhaps she was trying to use her painting as an excuse to not deal with this. Caprice is one of my few friends, however. I'd feel bad hiding this from her, even if we tried to. She just poked fun until one of us eventually spilled the beans. What's up with you two? Caprice, there's something we need to tell you. To make this absolutely clear, this does not leave the room, do you understand? Yes, ma'am. I'll bet. Aileen and I have started, it just happened recently, but we're going out. I feel Aileen take my hand in hers. I worry for a second about the sweatiness of my palm, but feeling her hand closing around mine settles my nerves. I never realized how warm someone else's hand could feel. As her fingers tighten, I realize something else. Aileen's settling herself just as much as me. Like dating, so you guys are both? Yeah. Ooh! My guess that Caprice wouldn't go too wild turns out to be true, with even her surprise feeling a little exaggerated for effect. Well then, aren't you glad you can do art together all the time now? Look, we don't need any help, much less help from you. But it's alright, I appreciate what you've done, just don't go crazy helping things along, promise? Promise. Sounds like things are lively in here. Our gazes snap towards the doorway, Wallace strolling in with an expression more bored than in the least bit surprised. Aileen's hands lets go of mine, but the warmth remains as I reflexively feel my hand with the other to recount the sensation. Glad Aileen is a more collected person than I am, calmly playing off the interruption. Just as she's about to greet him, though, Millie slides through around his large figure and into the room. Millie, you're here. You're looking cheerful today. We just finished our own club work, so thought we'd pop by. So you're in the writing club too, Wallace? Only for now. Only until I graduate from this place. I'm not joining this club no matter how many times you ask. You make it sound like being here is some horrible fate. I smile a little at Aileen, suddenly finding some pride in the art club now that someone's spoken against it. As for what I actually came here for, Haley was wanting us to join her for takeout. Alright, takeout, lead the way. Millie gives us a polite wave goodbye as Caprice skips over to pick up her hoodie on her way out. Unfortunately for Caprice, Aileen doesn't let her go so easily. And your club? Today's art club meeting is over. Good work, everyone. With a thumbs up from Caprice, the two disappear out the door and head off down the hallway. The three of us are left to our own devices after they leave. Well, I think Wallace to be a perfectly nice person. I'm still not really sure how to act around him. With Caprice no longer being the center of attention, that familiar self-consciousness I have around strangers flares up once again. It seems I'm not alone in not quite knowing what to say. Wallace and Aileen doing little more than awkwardly mill around. Given that they're good friends, it makes me think something is going on. I've told her, Wallace, you don't need to keep your mouth shut anymore. As he lets out a sigh of relief, it finally clicks. Wait, you knew about Aileen and I? Aileen, yes, not you, though. Going by the fact this didn't just become intensely awkward, I'm going to say things worked out. Aileen takes my opposite shoulder and shakes me lightly. Seems so. Well, I'm happy for you two. Hope it works out. Thanks. Told you I'd find someone who could put up with me. That's not the kind of thing you should say about yourself. Guess I'll get out of your way then. Just take things easy, okay? We will. Yay! We give each other our goodbyes before he leaves, his unmistakably large figure slowly disappearing down the orange-lit hallway. And then there were two. I thought you didn't want to tell anyone. Wallace is different. He's known I like girls since we were in high school. He's known I like you for a while now, too. I feel myself blush. The thought that Aileen talked to Wallace about me like that makes me smile. Suppose we'd better head home too, given the club meet's over. Guess so. It's an obvious invitation for us to leave together, but I find my feet stuck. I know I'll see you again tomorrow. But something on your mind? Don't really know how to phrase this, but what happens now? The expression she gives is one of genuine thought rather than judging me for being so lost. It's only now that I wonder if this is actually her first relationship or not. If it is, that makes my confusion a lot more embarrassing. It's up to you as much as it is me, you know. I guess school has got us for the week, but how about we go for a date on Saturday? Be good to get some use out of the car for once. Yes, that would be good. Yes, let's do that. I can drive us, so just give a heads up once you've worked something out. As I consider the prospect, I can see a little excitement from Aileen at the idea of going out on our first date, though I doubt she's realized it herself. As silence settles the room, I see my chance. Allison. Taking Aileen's hands in mine and raising myself to my toes, I close my eyes and let my chin push forward. My heart feels to stop for a fleeting moment, my lips gently pressing to Aileen's as our hands intertwine. As our lips part, I come back down. My heart makes up for the lost time. Come to think of it, I guess that's the first time I've ever kissed somebody myself. I have to admit, the physical side of us being together is nice, even if it is awkward. Can't help but feel the sensation lingering despite the moment having passed, filling me with warmth. Even Aileen, so normally placid and stoic, looks flushed. The two of us end up standing around like complete dorks, the only sound being the trees rustling outside. I've been wanting to do that since this morning. I swear, you're getting bolder by the day. With a gentle smile, Aileen brushes over and rubs my hair. Even if I still don't quite know how to react when she does so, I can feel my head leaning into it. and a dumb grin spreading on my face. It's like she's a dog. With the day wearing on, I let out a badly hidden yawn as I leave the cafeteria. I clutch my bag tightly as I walk, both from the cold and trying not to take up too much space given all the people milling about. Can't help but eavesdrop on the conversations around me as I walk, the building humming with activity. One conversation from the groups idling about catches my ear, the chatter between some girls about their plans to be with their families again for the holidays. Makes me excited for Christmas all over again. As I push through the heavy door and step outside, I wonder if Aileen would be as eager. The fact she doesn't get on with her parents is a worry, but surely they can't be too bad if they're paying for her to live in such a place. For all I enjoy Christmas, it doesn't sound like Aileen has much reason to. A sudden vibration from my pocket grabbed my attention, my hand instinctively diving in to pluck out my phone. She hasn't admitted it, but I think Aileen's enjoying playing with her new toy. Hey, I'm in the coffee shop if you want to meet. Quickly text her in agreement, and hit send as I step up the stairs, dodging a student I nearly bump into as I do. If only I had an extra set of eyes so I could use this while walking more easily. Heading towards the cafe, I muse on how normal things still feel. I'm happy for us being together, of course, yet life goes on. She enters my thoughts more and more these days, but schoolwork, chores around home, and the club don't stop. One thing has changed up. I feel more sure of myself than ever. Knowing what my own feelings are is oddly liberating. The rush of warmth as I step through the door makes my shoulders slump in relief. Thank goodness for the interior heating being cranked right up. It doesn't take long to notice Aileen sitting alone at a table with a coat and scarf in her lap, coolly staring out the window to pass time. Walking up, I notice not one but two coffees sitting on the table before her. Hi, Aileen, is someone else with you? Aileen's apathetic expression barely changes as she turns to see me sit before her. I'm a little disappointed, but I know her well enough by now to expect it. She's not the type to show her emotions easily. The second's for you. You helped me out earlier with life drawing, so I wanted to return the favor. It's fine, you don't need to repay me. So that debt was still lingering on her mind, huh? Now that she's bought it for me, though, I suppose I can't exactly say no. The coffee proves to be hot as I bring it near my mouth, so I settle for blowing on it a bit. How's your day been? Good. I mean, normal, I guess. I might think everything's so normal, but my nerves around Aileen haven't quite settled yet. We have only been together a matter of days. I gingerly take a sip to calm myself down before continuing. Physics was good. Kinda basic right now, but I think we're going to get some interesting stuff next year. So what are you doing? Trying to stay awake mainly. What a day. Caprice? You're getting too good at this. I just awkwardly smile. As I do, my eyes drift to the side after noticing a sharply dressed familiar figure breeze into the cafe and up to the counter. Aileen follows my gaze, an eyebrow lifting. Oh, it's that mechanic girl. She's appalling with names. She's Millie. You should at least remember who fixed your car. Did you want to talk to her or something? You keep looking at her. Oh, well, I don't want to annoy her. She might be busy. I barely know her anyway. Aileen looks at me for a moment, unimpressed. I used every excuse in the book to not bother Millie, too. Then again, I suppose that's the problem. Hey, Millie! I shrink at my seat at Aileen's casual calling across the cafe, taken completely off guard. Millie turns towards the source of her name, giving her usual calm smile upon recognizing us. See, it's not that hard. This is a good opportunity to know her better. Millie takes her coffee as the barista slides it across the counter before strolling over and daintily taking a seat at our table. Good afternoon, Allison, Aileen. Afternoon, welcome to Friday. Finally so, yes. Any plans for the weekend? Aileen and I exchange a brief glance, both of us looking forward to plans we made for Saturday, but there's still the day after. Depends on the weather. I was thinking of heading out to the mountains with Wallace, if it's not too bad. As Eileen takes a long drink of her coffee, the majestic mountain ranges and foothills around the city float to mind. It'd be freezing cold at this time of the year, but she seems to be made of stern stuff. I hadn't taken her to be the outdoorsy type, though. That sounds nice. Hiking? Aileen shakes her head as she sets down her cup. We bought some permits for deer hunting. Deer hunting? As in killing them? She stares at me for the moment before looking downward, trying to make sense of the words. It takes an awfully long time for her to formulate a response. Ooh. Well, we don't pet them. Wallace taught me how to shoot down at a range, and I take a loner whenever we head out. So that's what Wallace gets up to outside of riding cub. I did wonder about that. It's nice that they found a way to bond as friends, but to think of a big, proud deer lying dead in the grass. You do know how meat goes from an animal into a pretty little package at the supermarket, don't you? Of course I do, but I wouldn't want to personally involve myself at that level. Is that the point of a big day out for them? I have to admit that I'm a little jealous of how they share this whole little world, but I don't think I could ever be a part of it. Millie reads the room quickly as I take another sip of my coffee. Any plans for yourself, Allison? Nothing so exciting, just shopping for groceries. Sounds like my weekend plans. I'm the only one of my roommates with a car, so it's easiest if I do the groceries myself. Speaking of roommates, what are your thoughts on this new club of Caprices? At first I thought it was just a diversion, but she really does want her art club to work out. She's talked a lot about you two as well. Aileen and I look at each other in concern, Millie offering no further explanation beyond an indulgent smile. For all I tease her, I am sincerely glad to see Capri so happy. She shines brightest when she has something to work on. It's nice to see Millie care so much. They strike me as caring for each other as more than roommates, almost sisters or such. While I still feel familiar pangs of homesickness from time to time, I'm finally seeing that sometimes family is more than who you grow up with. We all have people around to support us and help in what we set ourselves to doing. A ping from Millie's phone rings out, Aileen and I going silent as she hastily takes it from her coat pocket. The resigned frown spreading on her face shows it's not good news. Noticing our concerned expression, she soon moves to allay our worries. Sorry I have to go. Affairs in my own club need attention. Sometimes I wonder why I do this to myself. I ask myself that question all the time. Take it easy. Take care in the snow. It's starting to pile up. I'll make sure to see you around. The two of us wave her off, Millie quickly doubling back to fetch her still full cup and take it with her. A brief silence ensues between the two of us as we sip at our own, the quiet chatter of other students and staff at the cafe providing background noise as we do. Sorry for being so weird about the hunting, that is. I was shooting my mouth off, forgot you liked animals and that sort of thing. I didn't take you for liking the great outdoors. Being stuck indoors all the time is easy to do when focusing on painting, but it gets stifling after a while. It'd be nice to take a trip somewhere with Aileen, to the mountains or wherever else, seeing the places she likes to go and how it influences her art. Probably not to go hunting, though. Millie's nice. Keeping the writing club going sounds like a lot of work. See? Could never have had that nice chat if I hadn't called her over. You could stand to be a bit more social, you know. You're a good person. You'd get on perfectly fine with most. I'm flattered what she's saying, but I'm not sure exactly how to put that into practice. This is also why I don't read usually at night. When I read at night, I get tired. I don't know why. Without a reply forthcoming, Aileen gives a flustered sigh. Allison, why do you think I joined this dumb club? When she mentions it like that, I realize I never did give her a compelling reason. Caprice and I just pushed it on her until she broke, or at least that's how I understood it. I actually thought about joining the existing art club for a while. Back when they first offered, they seemed interested in me, and I was just some bewildered freshman who didn't know anything at that point. Over time, I realized they didn't give a damn about me. They just wanted my paintings and my skills. I was a trophy for the club, something to be shown off. That was when I gave up on them. So you joined this one because Caprice was better. She's the last person I'd do this for. I joined the club for you, Allison. You just wanted to hang out while I did my thing. I liked that. There were no mental games and no need to worry about ulterior motives. I had someone to share my interests with. That's all I really wanted. Worked out pretty well in the end. I got someone to share my love of painting with, and thought that maybe the club would help you open up a bit. She joined for my sake as well as her own. I awkwardly fiddled with my coffee cup, trying to think of how to reply as my cheeks flush. I don't know what to say. Well, I do. We need to get to class. Raising an eyebrow at the change of the topic, I grabbed my phone and checked the time. I really had completely lost track of time while relaxing here with Aileen. Quickly jumped up from my seat, pushing it in as Aileen collects her things and swings her coat and scarf around her. Chemistry's just about to start. What class did you have coming up? Maths? Yeah, maths. All energy dissipates from the situation as I pat her on the shoulder in sympathy. Hang in there, Aileen. Called it. It is the final one. Let's go. Is this the date? The elephant's mighty trumpeting sends a couple of children scurrying away with giggles and laughter. The animal is excited about the small crowd watching on as they are of him. Stepping back from the enclosure and joining Aileen once more, the two of us walk on. Even as we bought our tickets, I'd wondered if coming here during winter was such a good idea. It turned out to be better than I could have hoped. I've never been here with so few people around. Usually this is a complete madhouse. It's nice. As we stroll on, Aileen takes my hand in hers as we walk. It's weird how such a simple gesture can make me feel so warm, my cheeks hurting as I smile. I've seen it done in so many romantic movies, but actually feeling someone take my hand in theirs feels so unexpectedly comforting. You're easy to please. Without any real idea of how to respond, all I can do is keep walking. Maybe I should find it off-putting that Aileen's so calm about this sort of thing compared to me, but I think I might even prefer it. She feels reliable, I think level-headed. Crowded or not, it's a nice zoo. You've never been here before? Considering I've only been in the city since college started, not really. Wait, where did you come from then? Russia. My family immigrated a few years ago, so still getting used to how things work around here. Makes sense by her looks! I told you at the start. Thick. With multiple C's. Now it makes sense. The question of whether she was a native has genuinely never occurred to me. She doesn't have any kind of accent, so I would never have thought of it. If she's Russian, I couldn't tell at all. That was a lie. Oh, I can't tell if she meant for it to be a joke. Her expression makes it obvious she didn't expect me to actually fall for it. It's too late to laugh now, and I just feel stupid for not questioning it. I'm actually from around here, but moved to Colorado when I was a kid. I never had much interest in zoos. Oh, fuck off, you cunt. Colorado, huh? But why would you come back here? Moved out from my folks' place to make my own path, have my own home, partner, life, and all that. To choose to move so far away from her family, especially to live in her apartment alone, it's hard to imagine considering how hard it's been for me. Having problems with their family is one thing, but jumping states to get away from them? Left wondering if I should delve into the topic any further, Aileen speaks as we leave the savannah area. Few people around the zoo seem to be congregating around the eating area ahead, which is a good sign we should grab some lunch too. Hungry? Just a bit. To be honest, I just need a rest. Aileen's pace is unrelenting, yet she looks fine despite how ragged I am. I don't understand it. I'll go grab something then. Go grab a seat for us before they're all taken, would ya? Roger. Caprice's speech patterns are rubbing off on you. We both share a grimace at the idea before we part, Aileen heading for the hot food stall ahead as I skip down to one of the two unused tables on the outside of the seating area. Practically fall into the hard metal seat, watching the condensation from my breathing rise into the air as I recover myself. If nothing else, at least going out with Aileen will do wonders for my fitness. With several couples in line ahead of her, Aileen crosses her arms and patiently waits. I can't help but let my eyes settle on her as she does. Ever since we met, I've noticed how beautiful she is. Her order made, I'm a little impressed at her managing to bring the sodas and hot dogs over in one trip with some very careful use of her fingers. Hungry from all the walking, I quickly side mine towards me as she sets them down and takes a seat. How much was my share? It's fine, don't worry. You already bought my ticket. I said it's fine. Besides, it's nice to doubt on someone. When she puts it like that, it's hard to argue with her. Letting Aileen have her way, I start on my food. A loud bird squawks in the distance, its calls reaching right across the entire zoo. I've always liked the strange and unfamiliar sounds you get in a place like this compared to the relative quiet of the apartment and the routine sounds of school. As comfortable as Aileen looks, packing up her quickly finished hot dog and soda and pitching them into a nearby bin, I can't quite seem to settle down. Thankfully, she's willing to take charge, given that I have no idea what I'm doing, how to act. Enjoying yourself? Yes. I really needed to settle down. At least she doesn't seem to be too harsh on me for my nervousness. But it's plainly obvious that this is my first day. That's good. I'm not sure what to make of you when you clam up. I'm just not as used to this as you are. What makes you think that? You've never gone out with someone before? Do I look like I have? I almost blurted out a rather blunt answer, uncompromising. It's definitely the word for her. But that doesn't mean she couldn't have had a girlfriend before me, especially at our age. Come to think of it, at least I had the excuse of being a bit shy and focusing on myself on schoolwork. Aileen said herself she's known since at least high school. Aileen brings her head down, resting her chin on her arms as they lay on the table. I'm dumbstruck as she looks up at me with those tired eyes of hers. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're my first. You're a sweet girl. That look she gives me single-handedly explains why people do all this dating business. For one brief moment, it feels like the two of us are really in sync as we look into each other's eyes. Only for a moment, though, before a small bird suddenly lands onto the table between us. Its head darts this way and that, but it doesn't seem in the least bit shy about parking itself in front of Aileen's startled face. Well, now, hello there. Little fox sparrows, so cute. Even the excited whispers don't seem to bother the little thing. Leading to me gingerly, breaking off a little of my hot dog bun and trying to feed it. While a little too timid to outright take food from my fingers, it seems quite happy to pick out a few sprinkles of bun I leave before it on the table. Aileen seems content to simply watch our little companion. You know what it's actually called? It's orange and white after all. That would make it easy to remember. As the slightly chubby bird busies itself, becoming a little chubbier, I feel my cheeks hurting from my smiling. My freaking cheeks are hurting too. You really like animals, don't you? I pause a little but quickly start feeding again as the bird looks at me expectantly. If our little friend lives around the zoo, it's obvious how it can become so tame. We've always had pets back home, so I grew up around them. Your family keeps getting bigger and bigger. Must have been hard change when you moved out. Having apparently had its fill, the bird spreads its wings and flies off at a surprising speed for its weight. I wave as it goes, my hot dog the worse for wear, thanks to my picking at the bun. Bye-bye. You're a dork. I laugh off her jab before returning to our conversation. It was hard when I left, yeah. I have a new family now, though. You, Caprice, Rose, and everyone else I've met at college. Yeah, a real family. Disappointingly, Aileen looks rather skeptical at the idea. Then again, she doesn't seem to get on that well with anyone besides Wallace and I was always an optimist, I guess. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe some of it'll rub off on me. Aileen picks herself up from the table, giving a big stretch as she does for the moment we just took. Look at each other, simply appreciative of the fact that we're here together. Hey, Allison. Yeah? And she picks herself up a little off the chair in order to lean across the table. It becomes obvious what she's doing. Relaxed enough to let her get away with a quick peck. I close my eyes and lean forward in a little anticipation, my heart beating just a little bit faster. As the feeling of her tongue hits my cheek, my body suddenly freezes up as a shiver runs down my spine. I hear myself give a weird, startled gasp before I reflexively fall back into my chair. Aileen looks rather nonplussed as she settles back into her own chair, her eyes studying me as she does. What was that? You just had mustard on your cheek. I was trying to figure out what the hell happened there, but now I get it. And I was maybe bullying you a little. I feel my face flower into a wild blush as I grimace at her, partly for her betrayal after my expectation of an affectionate gesture, and partly for startling me so badly. I don't know quite how to read Eileen's interested expression, but I don't care to ask as I sulk. I am genuinely a little mad at her, but I don't think it's getting through. I'm still not used to the physical side of all this. Letting out an amused snort and picking herself up from her seat, Aileen dusts herself off and gets ready to go. Come on, Miss Pouty Lips. Let's get moving before the weather goes bad. As Aileen closes the door to the apartment, I let my coat drop to the floor as I collapse over the back of her couch in exhaustion. How this girl can keep such a pace up for the whole day totally beyond me. Even now, she doesn't seem too bothered. The only sign she's tired at all comes stretching after she takes off her scarf and coat. Haven't collapsed on me, have you? I'm dead. You can have my stuff. Better check before digging the grave. Remember how they used to do that, sticking a big pin into a toe to see if they woke up from the pain. Look at that, I'm suddenly alive. It's a Christmas miracle. As she busies herself behind me, my eye is drawn to her entertainment cabinet that the TV's sitting in. With curiosity getting the better of me, and perhaps to distract my wandering mind, I walk around the couch, press the right door to pop it open. I'm hardly surprised that the movies inside are all perfectly organized, but the genres she's collecting is strange. You want a coffee or something while you rummage through my stuff? I'm not rummaging, I try to think of another word to describe what I'm doing, but it doesn't take too long to realize Eileen's right. Looking like a kid caught with her hand in the cookie jar as she walks back over, I try to change topics. Do you really like westerns or something? They're all either those or documentaries. Sorry to disappoint, I just like westerns. Can't beat a nice simple plot with a good guy drifting into a town, getting one over on a bad guy, and walking into the sunset. Nice landscapes too. Right, that makes sense. Something feels off as we stand around in her apartment and chat, but it's hard to put my finger on it. The silences are just a little too long. The chat are nothing more than a small talk we've usually never needed. Here we are, the evening after a date, and filling the time milling about in her quiet apartment. Even the usual background noise of passing cars and busy tenants I hear around my home are nowhere to be heard. Just the two of us shuffling about alone. The thought of sharing a night with Aileen has passed my mind more than once, even if I've tried to distract myself from it. Is it too early? Would you think I'm weird? I don't even know how you even bring that up. Without any real reason to, I idly fiddle with Aileen's movie collection and read off the covers to seem occupied. You know, our date doesn't have to end now. As her words trail off, my heart freezes. Her stoic face only makes this worse. My brain freezing between bashfulness and shock at her being so blunt. We've only just started dating, but the thought of sleeping together had passed my mind. Left sputtering about, I awkwardly turn away to hide my expression. Do you want to watch one of them together? Do what you want. I'm going to take a shower. Right, I'll just get a drink. As she leaves, I wander to the kitchen and grab a glass, pouring some orange juice for myself to try to refocus. My heart still racing, the thought of what Aileen suggested still playing in my mind. I wonder if I should really be letting Aileen take care of so much. She doesn't seem to mind at all, but that's not really the problem. Even now she suggested we do what I did want to try, and I can bring myself to just accept. I want to get closer to her, but it feels like everything's happening at her pace. Then again, Aileen's not the only person in my life. I've let dote on me while I go with the flow of others. The door from the bathroom opens as I sat down the now empty glass, but the words are stolen from my mouth as I walk over to talk to her. Allison, were you getting clothes? I'm sorry. My face burns hot as I stammer out the words, but she only steps closer, takes my hands to stop me from moving away, holding them softly. Her face is so close to mine I can feel her breathing. Her eyes lock into mine, questioning. Suddenly the thought of even a kiss makes my head light. All I can do is nod, a tiny nod, which is enough for her to close the distance, kissing me more deeply than she ever had before. My heart races as her tongue touches mine, teasing it just a little before pulling back. I can hardly breathe by the time we separate. left clutching my chest and taking a deep breath to try and regain myself. Looked like he didn't get it, so I decided to be more blunt. Ooh. With our excitement over, the two of us had a shower to clean up before settling in for the night. Enveloped in a soft, loving warmth as Aileen cuddles me, I almost want to nod off already as she gently strokes the back of my head. Given how cold she can be towards others, it's a real surprise she's so physically intimate. I have to admit that I like the sight of Aileen snuggling into her body as I think so. I love you, Aileen. I know. That's not what you're supposed to say. Alright, I love you too. Even a few weeks ago, I never imagined I'd be sleeping with someone. We won't see each other for a while, so we have to make the most of our time before the holidays. Oh yeah, I've forgotten all about that excitement. It'll be nice to see everyone again, but there's a pang of disappointment that I can't be with Aileen anymore. You'll be going to stay with your family, right? Yeah, Colorado's not bad, so at least it'll be a nice change of scenery. It'll be nice to see my sister again, too. As Aileen thinks about her faraway family, I'm reminded of my own. I've been excited to go back home for the holidays for weeks now, but with her gone, you okay? I'll be fine, I just wish I could go with you. Sorry? As a plan forms in my head, I try to summon the same strong will she and Caprice have. I'd like to be with you over the break. Could I come? Aileen looks unsure of what to say. I wonder if she's trying to decipher if I'm making a serious suggestion or not. Even I don't know. And you talk about me going fast? Didn't you want to see your own family really badly? I do, but they won't be back home right away. I'll go back before Christmas. I don't want to be alone until then. She looks taken aback. I suddenly find I'm actually arguing for this instead of merely voicing a whim. Not really sure about this. You've never been outside the city, let alone the state. Then there's the fact you'll be in a house full of strangers. I coped with moving into Rose's apartment, and I'll be with you. After how much you've helped me until now, I'm sure I'll be fine. She tries to stare me down, but I've managed to find an internal willpower in some corner of myself I didn't know existed. Eventually, thankfully, Aileen lets out a long, tired breath. Fine, you win. You can come. Thank you. Just don't try to fix things, okay? As I snuggle into her warmth with a grin of victory, Aileen silently smiles as she pats my head once more. I think that's the ending of that one. Yay! Act 3. Alright. Perfect. That was it. Damn, we moving. We moving and grooving, team. We moving and grooving. The classroom lies silent, save for the scratching of pencil against paper. I've already finished my math test, and willingness to be the first to turn it in being the only thing keeping me glued to my desk. I'm thankful for the chance to rest, though. Aileen's pace as we scooted around the zoo took all my effort to keep up with, and then there was the other business we got up to. What are we getting up to? That's what did I miss out on? Like, come on, game. Can't do me like that. Someone finally brings his paper to the front, other students following suit soon after. Quickly join them, eagerly placing my test at the teacher's desk and packing my things afterwards. The last final semester now over, I'm ready to go home and to see Aileen one last time before she leaves for Colorado. I thought we were going to Colorado too and then coming back. Hey! The loud voice from behind makes me jump in startlement. Oh, Caprice, hey. My heart slowly moves out of my throat with Caprice and I starting off together towards our club. I had considered asking Aileen if we could walk back to her apartment together instead, but I couldn't leave without saying my goodbyes to Caprice and Wallace if I could find them. What brings you to my class anyways? Millie wasn't around, so I got lonely. So I'm the second choice, huh? Well, at least I can be around for her. You two really are close, aren't you? Yep, we grew up together and now we even live together. Millie and me, and Haley. She's our other friend. We take good care of each other. There really are all kinds of relationships. It's so different from high school, where everyone was neatly organized into friends, classmates, and or strangers. And we all just lived with our parents. Do you have a roommate? What are they like? I live with a family friend. She's nice, even if she looks a bit rough. I have the apartment to myself a lot, though. This statement seems to give Caprice food for thought. You shouldn't look so tired. School's finally over for the year. And that's why we're having an extra special art club meeting. Extra special? You'll see what I mean. I have a feeling she's working this out as she goes along. I still can't decide if I like that spontaneity of hers. It's endearing, but there's no sense of stability to her like Aileen has. Ooh. As we head towards the arts building, we spot Aileen just outside, busy huffing into her hands and rubbing them together for a little warmth. It takes a moment for her to notice us. Aileen, hi. As she looks up in my direction, I notice her shoulders relax a little. It wasn't long ago that I only ever saw Aileen tense on guard, but now she reflexively relaxes when around me. It's nice. For her part, Caprice just bows on ahead without a care in the world. Hey! Aileen tenses back up as she sees my companion, the moment lost. Still, I'm left rather happy at the effect I have on Aileen, whether she notices it or not. Afternoon, you two. Caprice, why are you looking at me like that? It's creeping me out. Caprice grabs onto both our shoulders and, to my surprise, directs us away from the arts building. We've had a change of plans. Do I get a say in this? Once again, Caprice either doesn't hear or chooses to ignore the question. By the time we arrive at my apartment and shirk our coats, it's already dark enough to flick the lights on as we enter. Apart from the sound of passing cars, the only sound of Caprice's exaggerated sounds of thoughtful inspection. Aileen raises an eyebrow at Caprice, whips out a phone to take a photo for posterity, the item disappearing into her pants pocket almost as quickly as it appeared. Will you just leave that thing? You've been fiddling with your phone on the way here more than Allison does. Hey! Well, it's true. Caprice gives a thumbs up, but it has the opposite effect if anything. Her agreement is a little too quick, given how stubborn Caprice usually is. So Rose isn't here then. She drifts in and out. I've been up trying to work out any schedule to it. Cool posters. They're my roommate. She's been living here longer than me, so the decorations are all hers. Knock on the door rings out, 4 light taps struck with a metronome's timing. Come in, door's unlocked, huh? What's going on? This is my apartment, you know. Caprice just grins, drawing a grimace from Aileen. What did you think I was on my phone for? I called over some friends. Oh, the old door creaks open with Millie's head peering into the living room. Assured that she's come to the right place, she skips an unmistakable figure of Wallace following her like a giant shadow. The whole gang! Millie, have you heard from Haley? Millie answers as she takes off her coat, Wallace doing the same for his scarf. She's at home sleeping, seems like finals tired her out. She never wants to go anywhere. I don't know this Haley, but I feel like I can relate. It's not just about finals or going particular places. Being around people is exhausting in itself. Lately I've been looking forward to it, though, even if it takes a lot out of me. Clanking of bottles draws my attention, looking downward, showing a 6-pack of bottled beer being carried in one hand, and a plastic bag with a couple of brightly colored nacho packets visible inside. Caprice looks up to the two, surprised just as I am by the present they brought along. Just a little something for the special event. Can't believe you didn't take the Santa hat they were offering them. I'm not wearing a Santa hat, Christmas or not. Why not? Would have suited you. Don't you start. So this is Caprice's plan, a party to celebrate the end of college for the year. I really would have preferred her to just tell me. But there's also a begrudging respect that she apparently managed to organize all this during the short trip from college to my apartment. I'm about to warn Wallace about Millie casting covetous eyes on his beer when Aileen leans over and murmurs in my ear, Is a party here going to be a problem for you? It'll be fine, I think. Satisfied with my answer, she steps over to the couch and takes a seat with a sigh. Despite my waving off of the concern, I appreciate Aileen's sense of responsibility. As we talk, Wallace sets down the beer and chips on the table. Caprice wastes no time in scooting over and ripping open the bag, Millie soon following and taking a seat across from her. The fact she steals one of the beer bottles doesn't go unnoticed. Millie, just the one, it won't hurt, right? Hey, stop pocketing the chips, but I'm hungry. Wallace just sighs, defeated as the two bicker over the food. I feel a little sorry for him, but given he did bring them, Make yourselves at home. Aileen gestures for me to join her, jerking her head, giving up any thought that I could control them. I skip over and take a seat on the cushion next to her. As Aileen turns towards the television, she finds a beer bottle held in front of her face, looking up to the smiling Wallace offering it. She takes it in her hand. Merry Christmas, Aileen. Cheers, same to you. The two clink their bottles together, popping the lids with a bottle opener on Wallace's keychain before Aileen slouches back into the couch. While the thought passes my mind that the last thing I'd want is an alcohol-fueled mess at my place, those fears are put to rest as the two gently sip away. They're just friends sharing a drink, not partygoers looking to get as drunk as they can. Looking around the room, this sure is low-key for a college party. We're just friends drinking and gossiping. It's nice, far from the wild craziness I expected when I heard tales about college when growing up. Guess I fell in with the right crowd. What are you doing hanging out with us losers anyway, Millie? Writing club not doing anything special? They're doing this and that, but most of them seem to have plans. The leader and his friends are graduating, so it's going to be up to me to keep the ship sailing. Sounds like you're going to have your hands full next semester then. Always up for a challenge. Hey, Wallace. Caprice's excited tone as she wolfs down her mouthful of nachos fails to enthuse him. Remember what we talked about at the pizza place? I mean, about your club and all? No. But, no. Millie grins triumphantly at her friend's expense. I feel a little sorry for Wallace being caught up in their rivalry. I'm the only one who notices the creak at the door, my attention wholly focused on it as I wonder who's arrived. Part of me worries that Caprice organized for more people to come. The girl now bickering with Millie. I think it's gonna be Rose, and hopefully it's good. As the clad woman steps in, everyone in the room suddenly drops into a dead silence as they stare back at her, the woman being just as dumbstruck. Sup? Yay! She's nice. Oh, she has a smile. I struggle to stifle a chuckle, never having seen Rose act so awkwardly before. Everyone, this is my roommate Rose. Rose, these are my friends from college. The clarification has the intended effect, everyone relaxing as soon as the words are said. Sure is some wild party you got going on here. Oh, actually, I'm left wondering what she's doing as she clicks her fingers and dives back for my coat. After a few minutes fishing about, she manages to pluck out my phone. After handing it to me to enter the unlock code, Rose stands back in the corner of the room and holds it up in both hands. Just gonna take a quick photo for the folks. Smile, guys. Oh, okay. Caprice and Millie need no further prompting, leaning towards each other as Caprice flashes a V and gives a toothy grin. I simply lean towards Aileen as she does the same as we do. I idly note that this will be the first photo together. That's a nice photo. As Rose brings the camera steady, I can't stop myself from smiling. I spent so long stressing about being away from my family, but before I knew it, I found myself surrounded by a new one. We might all be a bit odd, but we get along. I found someone to hold dear, and who cares for me? We're all in this together, so we're all in this together. I don't know the lyrics, but we play basketball in high school. Celebrating life in my little slice of the city. Finally made a life that I can call my own. Thank you, everyone. Rose, Caprice, Wallace, even Millie. That's a nice picture. And especially Aileen. Act 3, A World Away. What the fuck do you mean, Act 3, A World Away? What the fuck was that one, then? Oh, hold the phone, mate. Hold the phone. You can't be doing this to me, fam. You can't be doing this to me. See? That was Interstate 80, mate. You're doing me dirty. That was Act 3. Dumb game. One thing I hadn't counted on when asking Aileen if I could come over was how large the distances involved were. I'm already feeling the difference from home. Colorado and Utah might be right next to each other, but on a map. But all the scenes between them are vast plains of utterly nothing. With noon approaching and little else around for miles as we motored down the endless strip of tarmac, Rose made the executive decision to change this place for some lunch. Oh, it's like a Route 66 looking place. It's a little chintzy for my taste. The Fox 50s interior decorated with a mishmash of cheap Americana. But Rose is in her element as she stuffs down another hunk of meat. At least it's quite beyond the cheerful music, given we have the diner to ourselves. That's what I meant, a diner, a Route 66 place, same shit. I had barely slept all night. Not only at the prospect of seeing Alien's home, but at this being my first trip so far from my own. Right now, though, I'm just glad to be free of the motorbike's vibration and noise. I've finally become used to the odd short trip around the city, but this road trip is something else entirely. I didn't know she had a freaking tattoo. Piercing. Who is this? This is Rose. That's Rose. Wait. I'm fucking confused. That is Rose. Why is Rose coming along? So getting your bike legs, huh? So this is. I knew this is Allison. Why is Rose here? Been 4 hours. Give me a break. 3 more to go. She digs in once more as I groan and try to swing my legs back to life. Man, the stakes here are amazing. You're missing out. I think I'll be fine. Take a sip of my milkshake while my milkshake brings apples to the yard. And there's that. It's better than yours. Damn right. It's better than yours. I can teach you. But I have to try. Okay. I'm gonna keep doing it every time something pops into my head. While gauging how best to tackle the huge plate of steaming nachos for me buried in sheet juice, bro. How many nachos are you gonna have? The jalapenos are carefully picked off and sitting to the side. I thought she was going with Aileen. There's not much to see out here as I glance out the window. Just an endless plain stretching out to the horizon, an enthusiastic welcome sign at the otherwise invisible border, being all that indicated we'd entered a different state. I'm not sure what I expected, really. I knew there are no rivers or anything defining the border, but it's a different thing to see that for yourself. It's just so arbitrary. A line on a map, nothing more. Far from being any sort of revelation, that's another word that almost made me sing some stuff, but we'll stop there. Just makes me feel rather silly about being so sheltered. This all probably barely registered to Aileen as she drove along the lonely highway. Why didn't she just go with Aileen? What's going on here? Rose picks up her phone to check the address I gave her, once again forcing down the current chunk of steak she's eating with a giant gulp. Still have a while to go, huh? If it's as close to the big city as you've said, we shouldn't have a problem finding the place. So she's never told you anything about her home, her family. She mentioned her sister once. She scratches the back of her head as she thinks. I don't mean to pry, but I still don't get why she'd come all the way from outside the state to live in Utah. Not that I have anything against the place. I do like it, but it's not exactly where I'd choose if I were her. But coming here just for a community college, that's the part that gets me. I'm not exactly an artist, but from what you've said, she could probably get a scholarship at a proper college. Sounds like she could probably afford tuition even without one. Rose looks for me for answers, but I have none. When she puts it that way, there are vast stretches of Aileen's past that are total black spots for me. She leaves me to stew a little as we eat our prospective meals, piping up again as she chews. Remember when you asked me about my family a few weeks ago and I blew you off? I feel like I should probably explain that. Not to get too deep into things, I ended up cutting ties with my mom and pop. Given what my family was like, I wanted to have a clean break from them. Oh, I'm sorry for bringing it up. I've made peace with it, don't worry. My point is, failing to remember, she starts circling her fork in the air. The point of all this was... Right, Aileen. I'm just saying that there might be a reason she's cagey about her personal life. I guess that makes sense. My nod earns a comforting grin. You're a good kid, Alice, and I'm sure you'll do fine. In fact, you even taught me a little something. To be honest, I expected to be mothering you around when you first arrived to live with me, that you were some kid I already knew everything about, who I'd be left teaching adult life to. Yeah, I was kind of wrong there. But you've helped me so much, I couldn't have managed without you around. And you surprised me so much. You made me shit. You made me rethink how much I know about the world and other folks as an adult. I got a little arrogant without even realizing it, and you brought me down to earth. I thought adulthood was about knowing everything, but it's actually about admitting how much you don't know. I wanted to thank you for teaching me that. Satisfied with her explanation, Rose quickly gets back up to her precious steak. Left in thought, I get back to my own food. I didn't realize I could have such an impact on another's life, let alone Rose's. I looked up to her so much that I forgot we're both just middling through life together. Aileen's lived so much of her life in a solitary manner that maybe opening up to me isn't as easy. Maybe she doesn't want to, given her past experiences. Aileen aside, this trip's probably a good thing. It'll push you out of your own comfort zone a little. You've already grown in the time I've been bunking with you. Just hang in there, alright? Thanks, I will. Atta girl. Sharing a smile, we get back to our food. Yay! For all the people I might have ended up with as a roommate, someone like Rose was among the last I expected. Maybe she's just the sort of person who was best for me. Oh snap! No way. Dude, that was quick. The two of us find ourselves in a surprisingly quaint little corner of America. Heavily forested town with snow-covered pines visible no matter which direction you look. Wood seems to be the norm for building around here rather than cement. I find it quite charming, actually. I was worried I'd be awkwardly roaming through some manicured slice of suburbia, but the feel's closer to a friendly country town, almost something from one of Aileen's westerns. Just give me a call the day before you want to come back, alright? I will. Thanks again for all this. I know it's a really long way. Don't worry, it's a nice ride out to here. Anyway, might stick around for a bit before heading back. As she walks back to her bike, she stops and turns around once more, raising her hand in farewell. If you ever want to give me a call, go ahead. It's no problem. I'll be seeing you, Allison. Bye, Rose. Thanks for everything. She beams a smile as she gets back on her bike, fitting her helmet before kicking back the stand. With a flick of her wrist and press of her foot, the bike roars to life, Rose sailing off down the road and around the corner out of sight. Do my best to appear natural as I turn back to the house before me, duffel bag of clothes slung over my shoulder. The scenery around here is nice and there's hardly a crowd. In fact, I'm the only person around at all. If that's the house, she got banger house. Now that I get a good look at it, Aileen's house sure is big. My eyes slowly scan around as I slowly make my way down the front garden path, taking in every detail. I guess being outside the city would make bigger houses a little more affordable. I don't think so. It's pretty expensive out here, my guy. With a gulp, I gingerly press the doorbell beside the solid oaken door, quickly brushing my clothes with the hands afterwards to look as presentable as possible. Even as muffled footsteps approach, I'm trying to flick a little snow from my hair. As Aileen opens the door, I'm greeted by a warm smile. That reflexive reaction at the sight of me makes me feel better already. Fancy seeing you here. I made it in the end. Enjoy the bike ride? Yeah, it was great. I don't think I managed to make that very convincing. Looking at each other, I think we both realize we're just making small talk. She leans forward, two of us sharing a momentary kiss before she nods for me to come in. It's strange how such a simple action can feel so nice every time, my heart skipping even from the most gentle peck. Oh, she got a banger house. Let's go. I obediently follow her inside, closing the door behind me as I do. Dad, He leans head off at the sound of I didn't think her sister was this young. Soft footsteps on carpet rapidly approaching. His small figure suddenly skips around the corner of the stairs out into the entrance, so I barely straighten to Aileen before stopping herself. With both of us taken by surprise, the small girl examines me, likely around 10 by the looks of her. It's difficult not to see a bit of Aileen in her face. She looks exactly like Aileen. Just girlier. Hello there. She quickly shuffles behind Aileen in response, her apprehensive face peering out from safety. Aileen just gives a sigh in response. Welcome to the family. Oh snap, we're eating bangers already, let's go! The smell of freshly cooked chicken wafts in the air, the skin still steaming away with the appetizing glint. The line of plates down the center of the table hardly lacks for sides either. Sides. Ho ho ho! Talking about sides. Have you guys ever heard about sides? Well, if you haven't, go ahead. Sides Eats on social media. Eat Sides on social media. Y'all already know. I don't know which one it is. I think it's Eat Sides on social media. But yeah, go ahead, check it out. Besides, best banging food that I have never tasted in my life. I know it's banging just because I said it. That's it. That's all I gotta convince myself is that it bangs. Hopefully we get to eat some soon. But for right now, it's not everywhere in the world. But if you do live local to it, go ahead and eat it. Well, I'm thankful for the luxurious dinner before me. It's a rather quick introduction to her family. I can't help but feel intimidated when surrounded by everyone at once. With their father already... See, it's freaking 8 o'clock, fam, and I'm tired. I get tired when I freaking read. I hate it, but I read, so let's go. With her father already preparing dinner as Aileen let me in, and her mother arriving from work only soon after, it was unavoidable. That being the case, here we all are, gathered around one big table. While not exactly a mansion, it's obvious Aileen's family lives very comfortably. I'd probably be green with envy of how well off they are, if not for being so self-conscious of how to act in front of them. I suppose some proper introductions are in order now that we're all together. Andrew's dad. I'm Aileen's father, Andrew, and this is my lovely wife, Elizabeth. A pleasure, and you would be Allison? Yes, Allison Merlo. My nerves seem to amuse her father as she gives a reassuring smile. This isn't a job interview, you can relax. Right, yeah, sorry. I let out a long breath to try to relax it, although it doesn't really work. Well now, let's dig in. I'm no chef, but it hopefully shouldn't give you food poisoning. Smiling politely at his attempt to lighten the mood, I start to ladle this and that from the large plates, my mouth's already watering at the prospect of so much wonderful smelling food. Rose might be many things, but she isn't a cook. Satisfied with my selection of meat and salads, I pile some potato salad onto my fork and tentatively have a taste. My reaction seems to draw some smiles as I make progress in the meal, but I'm so enamored with the food I can't help but keep going. It's nice to see Aileen's already made friends in college. A brief panic comes over me as I realize we haven't talked this over. Is she out to her parents, or are we going to play this as simply friends? As I mull over how to handle things, Aileen's voice cuts through. Allison's my girlfriend. I probably should have mentioned that earlier. Everything seems to stop for a moment. Yes, you should have. I thought you said having a girlfriend wouldn't be a problem. You know that isn't what I'm talking about. This isn't the first time you've kept us in the dark since moving out. I have to admit that I can sympathize with her mother, which puts me in a delightfully awkward spot. Aileen's father makes no attempt to mediate as he eats, which is probably the best approach. Oh no! I didn't think I needed to report back on everything I did. Don't you think this is important enough to warrant a phone call? Neither Aileen nor her mother raised their voice, even eating the odd bit of food as they quibble. The argument almost feels routine, which going by her father's reaction might well be the case. Even her sister is still eating, albeit with badly hidden glances. So, I feel Aileen's family, the sister cool, the dad cool, the mom is super hardworking doing all the work. And she's kind of bitchy to Aileen, which Aileen keeps things quiet because every time she does say something, this is what happens. Even if Aileen told her, this probably still would have happened, which is why Aileen just keeps things quiet anyways. If you're in a situation like this and you're not happy with a choice or something that someone's doing or someone in your family did, or let's say for this example, you're the parent and your kid brings someone over and you're not happy with something for whatever reason, that doesn't even have to do with the person that they brought over, just something your kid did wrong. Bring that up later. Pretend like nothing's wrong and just act normal, and then bring it up with the kid when the other person's gone, because Allison's probably nervous as hell, and now it's even worse. I mean, our daughter's first girlfriend, isn't it nice she's gained something from college? She looks pointedly at to her husband with just an edge of snipe to her voice, but he perhaps smartly simply acknowledges her with a smile. Dropping that on them here and now is quite the decision. I feel like they don't like her being an artist or a painter. So they didn't want to pay for her to go to college for that, which is probably why Aileen went to community college to do everything on her own, because she doesn't have super money, and that's why she went to community college, and she went back to where they used to live. I'm assuming that's the case. And then, yeah, I'm assuming her mom just doesn't trust in the artist thing. I'm beginning to wonder why I thought this was a good idea. I can't read her parents at all, but I can already tell my presence here is only increasing the tension that usually permeates this household. I think the dad's fine now. Well, you know now. At least Aileen dating a girl isn't a problem in and of itself. Aileen's father finally pipes up as their argument peters out, taking a swig of his wine to wash down his food. Setting all that aside, it sounds like this college in Utah is working out well for the both of them. Her father gives a brief chuckle, maybe sensing my tense mood. He seems down to earth and relaxed, especially compared to her mother. That said, I get a vague feeling of being a foreigner, and not just because I'm in a different city, as if there's a certain social etiquette that I'm not quite aware of, but everyone else is following naturally. Quiet. So tell us about yourself, Allison. Tension now focused on me, I freeze up. I must have expected this would come up. Judging by their conversation, Aileen probably told them nothing about me. This feels like introductions on the first day of elementary school all over again. Let's see. Go to the same college as Aileen. I've lived in the same city my whole life, but I moved a little closer to campus before semester started, so I'm still getting used to that. So you are an art student like Aileen? Oh no, I'm nowhere near her level. I'm actually on a science scholarship. Science, huh? I was gonna say, I bet you she was gonna be happy about that, especially hearing about scholarships. She knows Allison's like the daughter she wanted. I think that's how it's gonna work out. Usually, and that's usually how it works out. So I think Elizabeth is gonna be like really happy with Allison because she's like the daughter that she kind of wanted. She sounds immediately interested, her eyebrows raised, but all I can offer is a evasive dodge. I don't know how to say that I'm not really excited about it, even if I apparently have some talent. We are in an art club together, though. We met through the mutual friend who made it. I see, her previous curiosity suddenly hits a wall, her entire demeanor changing. Did I say something wrong? The abrupt change in tone. She just doesn't like the art shit, fam. Pick it up. Pick it up, mate. The other problem I have is the feeling of someone's eyes drilling into me. Aileen's mother notices as my eyes shift beside her, hand holding the little girl's back to reassure her. Come on, dear, be polite. The effort doesn't seem to move her, that girl resisting as her suspicious face shrinks behind her daintily patterned children's plate. Don't be silly. My name's Eve. Nice to meet you, Eve. That's a lovely name. I keep smiling, but her pouting shows my charm offensive isn't working out. Once again, Aileen comes to the rescue, speaking out as I try to think of another way to overcome her distraught. Are you going to be like this all night? Eve just huffs and starts shoveling food into her mouth. The size of her spoon and the table before her makes the attempt at seriousness look more amusing than anything else. Don't mind her, she'll come around. She might say that, but I was hoping her cute little sister might be a little warm towards me. At least her mother has given up questioning me for now. I almost forgot to tell you, the spare guest room has just been cleaned out a few days ago, so you can use that while you're here. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry to impose so much on you. You have charm going for you, wouldn't you say, Aileen? Aileen grimaces, her mother embarrassing her that particular way only a parent knows how. Hey, nappy guy. I hear you over there. I can already feel my eyelids getting heavy as I lean back into the wonderfully soft couch, the exhaustion of the trip and meeting with Alien's folks finally catching up to me as I rest in the living room. The fireplace happily crackles away near the Christmas tree, the cozy room all the warmer thanks to the heat of the shower still lingering on my skin. All that can be heard are the fire and faint clanking of dishes as Alien's parents wash up, recounting the day's events between them. I very nearly succumbed to my dizziness before Aileen walks in, pulling back her still slightly wet hair. The sight of her in pajamas wakes me up a little, though I quickly try to remove my gaze elsewhere. She practically collapses onto the couch beside me, staring up at the ceiling for a while to collect herself. I catch myself staring at her, but if she minds, she doesn't show it. What a day. That goes for the both of us. I almost mentioned the argument Aileen had with her mother, but I can't work out how I want to phrase it. Maybe it's for the best that Aileen preempts me. So how was the trip, now that we can talk properly? The times we stopped were good. You're braver than I am. I couldn't pay me enough to get on one of those things. Ha, come on. I'm sure you'd be a natural at it. No way, your roommate's crazy for using it as your only transportation. Your parents seem nice. Aileen just shrugs. That was a sarcastic one. I wish they were a little more subtle. About what? Being so specific that you'll use the guest room, not mine. My cheeks flush scarlet as I connect the dots. Did you just realize what that was about? I kind of should have fucking realized that. No, but I'm so embarrassed to talk about it. Aileen finds amusement in how flustered I am. Burn my face in my hands. Never change. If I had lied and said we were just friends, I wonder if they would have been so adamant about the two of us not sharing a room. I peek at her from behind my hands. I don't really know what to say. I don't know enough about her parents to say anything. Maybe that would have been better, huh? Her smile returns and she leans in towards me. I can feel my face go redder. My heart burning in the chest. All I can do is lean in to meet her. Aileen closes her eyes, our lips meeting for one brief moment. As I pull back, the two of us look at each other and smile, partly from happiness and partly from our sheepishly. It's going to be a little while before this comes naturally, I guess. As I watch her, though, Aileen's face slowly collapses into frustration. What's wrong? Everything's wrong. Aileen makes no secret of her displeasure as she sighs and takes to her feet. Confronting the small and very unhappy girl before us, it stings to be so close only to be interrupted. Eve, Aileen's sister, takes little notice, directing her pouting towards the object of her annoyance, me. She's my sister. I finally get to play with Aileen after so long, and you keep hogging her. Want to play, do you? Aileen foots behind Eve while she's busy ranting at me, bringing her arms around the child's midsection and lifting her up against the chest with ease. As Eve finds her feet dangling a couple of inches from the carpet, she begins flailing about to grab a foothold. Let go of me. Wow, you haven't grown at all. That'll definitely help calm her down. To no surprise, the two start fighting, Eve's slight body jerking this way and that as Aileen plants her feet and refuses to let go, despite her squirming around. I'll tell Mom on you. And what, she'll ground me? Eve fruitlessly continues to struggle, arms and legs flailing about in the air. For all her frustration and growling, her acting out just makes Aileen all the more amused as she teases her little sister. Watching the two having their little sibling scuffle, it reminds me of my brothers at home. For the first time, my nerves about being here fade a little. Sitting on the side of the bed I'll be using for a week, I idly watch the news on a small television placed on a cabinet. The little speakers on the device try valiantly, but the voices are so tiny I can barely understand them. It's 10:30 in the evening, going by the clock in the corner of the broadcast. Adulthood's weird. Now that I can go to sleep whenever I want without my parents disapproving, I dutifully do so at a reasonable time anyway, so I can be fresh for school. The fact I'm actually watching the news nowadays too is strange. Bored of the reports about trucks being stuck after sliding around on the roads, I get myself flop back onto the soft blankets as it drones on. Lacking the energy to do much else, I lazily stare upwards. Yet another unfamiliar ceiling above me. It seems like everything is constantly changing these days. My old home sure didn't have a guest bedroom, let alone one that's so nicely furnished. Here I was thinking I'd be squeezing into Aileen's bed. Not that I'd have minded that at all. For all the lovely things she has here, though, Aileen seems to be intentionally trying to distance herself from her parents. I don't understand it at all. She might have told me not to pry in her life, but it's hard to ignore what's right in front of my face. Quickly shuffle myself up at the sound of the opening door sliding across the carpet. With a gentle touch, Aileen gingerly closes the door behind her. I thought everyone to be asleep by now, but maybe I should have expected her, of all people, to still be up. Aileen puts a finger over her lips as she turns back before walking up, climbing onto the bed and facing me as I twist around. Two of us end up sitting in its center. Shouldn't you be sleeping? Same goes for you. She has me there. Far from the quiet, feeling awkward, I find myself smiling at our secret rendezvous. It feels like we're kids having a sleepover. Too bad the movie's just news instead of some horror movie we snuck past our parents. You did that? Once, my friends were so freaked out we went back to our usual horrible romance stuff. There's nothing wrong with romance movies. Her face makes it abundantly clear this is a difference of opinion that'll never be bridged. I have to admit, there is one thing different to back then too. Aileen's body is really hard to ignore when we're like this. As much as I try to distract myself from the subject, she did sneak into my bedroom at night. At night. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just you're really pretty. It isn't often I catch her being bashful, but I think this might finally be one of those times. The moment of victory is brief though, with Aileen's quick movements toward me, taking me all the more off guard. Unable to make sense of the girl suddenly lunging at me, the both of us are sent falling backwards into the soft mattress. Takes a couple of seconds to collect myself and work out what's happened. Time seeming to stop as I'm left staring upward at the pair of emerald eyes above me. I'm pinned, I think. A brief attempt to right myself ends in little more than a couple of weak jerks. Aileen holding my arms to the thick sheets with her body weight. Silence reigns, my vision filled with her face. Looking downward, I have no idea what to say as my heart beats wildly in my chest, yet she doesn't say a word. Aileen, what are you... I miss you. How am I supposed to respond to that? Were her face any different? I'd think it an invitation, but there's a sincerity there that takes me off guard. I wonder how often I've seen her face or anyone's from this close and for so long. I can't help but stare upwards, trying my best to read that face I so often can't. As I do though, I realize something she's doing just the same. Maybe she's scared of forcing me to do something I don't want to do, or afraid of getting too close too fast. Maybe she's simply like I am, unused to being looked at this intently. Either way, she isn't leering over me. Aileen's genuinely unsure what to do next. Whatever the reason, I can't help but smile a little. Did I say something wrong? I was just thinking how you're still the same as ever. What's that supposed to mean? I answer her confusion by lifting my chin a little in invitation. Not that I can move much anymore. Without any further prompting needed, she presses her lips to mine with a satisfied sigh. It isn't before our tongues move about, her breath tingling on my face. I squirm about roughly as the atmosphere gets heavier between us, Aileen easily keeping me down. It's a little exciting to be playing like this, and she shows no signs of letting up. A shiver runs up my spine as I find her thigh between my legs in my fidgeting about, my heart beginning to race with ideas of this and that. With lips affectionately breaking the meeting, Aileen barely letting me take so much as a breath. I can't help but think back to the first time we did this. Oh shit. Then several sharp thuds against the door ring out. Oh shit! My entire body freezes. My heart nearly jumping out of my chest. The both of us freeze up as I break from our kissing to look over, hoping against hope that the door doesn't creak open. It's getting late, Allison. Why now of all times? I can only thank my lucky stars that we've been quiet. But being one door handle turn from being seen like this is far too close for comfort. Right, sorry, I'll go to bed soon. That was remarkably more natural than I thought I'd be able to pull off. Thank you. If you need anything, just ask. Sleep well. Thanks. Good night. As her footsteps go down the hallway, the both of us heave in great sigh. The mood's completely gone as both of us look at each other. I suppose this is one benefit of Aileen having her own apartment. I run my hands through my hair to settle myself down as Aileen sits back on the bed, wisely letting a few minutes go by before trying to slip out of my room. I also miss living alone. Well, that was annoying. See you tomorrow, I guess. Have a good sleep. With that, she slips off the bed, quietly shuffling across the room before pausing a moment before turning the handle as I pick myself up to wish her a good night. She curtly turns back. To be honest, I think you're really pretty too. I don't manage to form a reply before she skitters out of the room. Then again, my scarlet cheeks probably did the job for me. Oh, it's the last chapter. Let's go. I think we're doing this one no matter what. I see King Batch on TV with my boy Jack in the Box. King Batch is a beast. Rubbing sleep from my eyes as I slowly drag myself to the living room, I restrained yawn heralds my entrance. I thought I might have trouble getting to sleep in an unfamiliar place, but after everything that happened, I crashed almost immediately. Looks like Aileen's family are early risers, noises from the kitchen presumably being from her parents while the TV blares away just ahead. The fire's crackling would make it quite a cozy scene, if not for being interspersed with cartoon voices. Eve sits on the couch as I glance down, already bundled up in her winter outfit like a puffy ball of clothing. Eagerly watching the morning cartoons, her legs swing away as she happily munches on a bowl of brightly colored cereal. Can't help but smile, reminded of my own childhood. The show and the setting might be different, but the innocence is just the same. Forgot what this simple experience felt like. Take a seat beside the oversized hamster, Eve barely acknowledging my presence, before Aileen pops in from the kitchen and calls out to me. Looks like the coffee in her hand hasn't kicked in quite yet. Want any food? There's toast and cereal if you want any. I don't usually eat breakfast. Thanks though. Shrugging in response, the tired Aileen heads back out. Despite settling down to watch Eve's cartoons with her, I can't help but eavesdrop as the conversation between Aileen and her mother can be heard from the other room. Any plans for the day? Was going to study for school. Real studying? Not just drawing? The cartoon's loud exclamation punctuating the short silence that forms Aileen's reply. I told you she doesn't like the artist. Should have known. I've seen your marks from high school. I just want you to do well. Maybe you can have Allison help. She seems to have a good head on her shoulders. She's been helping me with my math already. And here I was worrying about who you might end up with for a girlfriend. You know I can handle myself fine. Why worry? Because I'm your mother, that's why. Aileen doesn't exactly sound buoyed by the comments, but I have to admit that the praise is nice to hear. I told you, she doesn't like her doing art, but I knew she liked Allison. So it's gonna work out. It is a bit sad to hear her mother doesn't approve of her pursuing art, so I wonder how tempered this exchange is, thanks to them keeping things together since I'm around. Morning, you two. Going out, dear? Just swinging into town to grab paper and milk. Want to come along? Eve, Allison, we're heading out for a moment. Hey, we're going by our favorite shop, Eve. I'm coming. She drops her almost finished bowl onto the coffee table, so hastily that it nearly spills, skittering out the door with a faint pitter-patter on the carpet. It's amazing how much energy kids have. Aileen's parents give a short farewell as they escort Eve out, the girl racing straight out to the car to be a child again, filled with excitement for the next card trip or television show. With the family at the door, Aileen watches them drive off before heading over. I shift over a little as she drops onto the couch, setting her coffee down with somewhat more care than her sister's cereal. Give a loud stretch, but rather than being out of tiredness, it's more to calm myself as my heart starts beating in anticipation. We're finally alone for real this time. As I look over to Aileen, it's obvious that she has the same idea as she turns off the TV. Want to pick up where we left off last night? I want to, but isn't it kind of early for this? She has to think that one through. It'll wake us up. I'm not given a chance to respond as she presses her lips to mine. Not that I particularly wanted to argue the fact. This will likely be the last time we can share a moment like this for a good while. The snow makes a satisfying sound as I pat it down, each handful making the sphere before me that little larger. It's surprising how much physical work putting a snowman together is, but this is first time making one this size. Standing out in the front lawn in the cold of early morning, I keep patiently patting away my creation, slowly but surely building him up. I've been wanting to make a snowman for a while now, but between moving, studying, and hanging out with others, there just hasn't been much time. While I might have wanted to keep lazing around with Aileen, family probably won't be much longer to get back, and she wanted to keep practicing her art. If nothing else, at least we're both a lot more awake now. It's rather nice to be out here despite the cold and given some much needed time to unwind. I think I'm living up to the expectation of Aileen's family, but living in another's home under the gaze of strangers is still stressful. Not that I'm alone out here. The odd squirrel flits about in the distance between the trees, and birds can be heard chirping away from the pines. Wonder if Aileen, for her love of the outdoors, appreciates the sound of nature around here. Even if you're the only person around, you're never really alone. The air is nice here too, fresh with just a hint of pine wafting from the trees. It's only when a car door clangs shut behind me that I realize I've become so distracted with my surroundings. Her father makes idle mention of how little traffic they encountered as they pass into the house, with their mother guessing that the car... I knew there was an issue. I was freaking confused there. Might be going in the direction of the city instead. Eve bounces out of the car after them before stopping to spy what I'm up to. Ah, a snowman. Yep, never had a chance to make one back home. Want to build one too? Yeah. Needing no further prompting, she enthusiastically rushes past me and crouches down, pushing together snow with her tiny gloved hands. That's cool. They're playing! The two of us start working away with our snowman slowly starting to take form next to mine. There's almost a therapeutic feel to it all, relaxing outside as I see the large snowman coming together. With each little step, even Eve seems to have quieted down, focused wholly on her work. Maybe this is a bit what sculpture is like. It's satisfying to build something with my own hands and see an object form where there was nothing before. Looking over to Eve's snowman as I go, I'm impressed with how quickly she's managed to get something together. The slightly lopsided figure roughly equal to her height. Wow, you must have a lot of practice. She continues working away at it, making a bit of a show of pounding the snow into the shape with both her hands, her entire upper body being put into it. Aileen taught me how to make snowmen. There's a bit of hesitation, so as if reminding herself that she shouldn't talk too much to the stranger suddenly hanging around her sister. Hopefully, the fun of sharing the experience might help distract her. It sounds like you and Aileen are really close. I don't get to play with her much now that she's moved out. I miss her when she goes away, but Mom and Aileen always argue when she's home. You could visit her back in Utah, maybe. I'm sure she'd like the company. Dad says we will, but he's always got work. I want to see her paintings. She's always making them before she went away. Her paintings are really pretty, aren't they? Yeah, but Mom said it's not a real job, so Aileen gets mad. What about Dad? Dad said he thinks the same, but that they shouldn't fight so much over it. The dad being cool. Sounds like they don't get along very well. Hey, can you make Aileen happier? I'll certainly do my best. Satisfied with the best answer I could drum up, she goes back to work on her snowman, little hands collecting some more snow to pat on. This is probably my favorite chapter so far. I might say that, but I don't really know where to begin now that I think about it. She's done a lot for me, but when I think back to what we've been together, all I've been able to do around her is watch as she draws and paints. Just being around, just being there, fam, is good enough sometimes. I'm just getting myself worried over her. As she said, Aileen's perfectly capable of looking after herself. It's not like she needs me to stay happy. Trying to stop myself from dwelling, I focus on patting the head of my snowman some more to make it a bit less rectangular. Do you paint too? Not really, I just draw cute things. I draw too. Can I show you my drawings later? Sure, that'd be great. As she beams a grin, I'm glad to finally be making headway with her. Never thought I'd be bonding through messing about in the snow. Have you shown Mom and Dad? They're always busy, so I can't always show them. My nanny's seen all of them, though. She's nice. A nanny, huh? I suppose you don't get to live this nicely without some sacrifices. I wonder if Aileen was raised by a nanny, too. I wonder if either of them ever really connected with their parents. As we work away on our creations, the door opens once more. Looking around to see who it is, a familiar figure strides up. I do worry about her long boots in the slippery snow, but she doesn't seem bothered. What are you two doing? Making snowmen. You don't say. Well, if you want some lunch instead of freezing out here and making snowmen all day, come in from the cold already. But I want to make him better. Aileen studies her work for a moment before reaching over towards me. Too confused to respond, I just stand there as Aileen's hands reach over and take my scarf in their grip. Unwinding it from my neck, they silently walk over to Eve's snowman and smartly wraps it around what's supposed to be the neck. That looks cool. There, he'll be happier now that he's less cold. He'll still be here when you get back, so go and eat something. Your show is starting, you know. Shocked that she might be missing even a minute, she completely drops any attention she had on Snowman and stomps off as quickly as her restricting clothes allows. It's obvious Aileen and Eve wrapped around in her little finger. All I'm left to do is stare at Aileen pouting. You can grab your scarf back when Eve gets bored of making him. I was going to use it on my own Snowman. I swear you're worse than her sometimes. Oh, that is hilarious. What? Oh, Fred. The sound of Saturday morning kids' shows fills the living room as I walk back in, each hand carefully balancing a bowl of cereal. Eve sits quietly, wholly focused on watching television. While still something of a work in progress, she seems more content to let me hang around now, even if she doesn't engage much. Maybe simply being friendly company is enough for her. Despite being the weekend, Eve's parents are out once again. This time, they're with Aileen to check out how her car is going. The extent of my art skills is my channel avatar, and that shit because... Yeah, I mean, my art isn't good, but I'm gonna try to utilize art that I find on Google and change it up a bit. And when it comes to, like, layouts on YouTube and Twitch, like banners and stuff, I'm gonna try to do that as best as I possibly can. No way I was gonna be able to draw my own emotes. Oh, I know. But if you want like personalized emotes and all that type of stuff, people be charging $25 per emote. I'm like, on Twitch you can upload, when you get to affiliate, 10, a minimum of 10, and it progresses higher than that. $250 on just emotes. That's not even the badges. That's not even layouts for your streams. That's not even Twitch panels. That's not even your avatars, your logos. That's just on the emotes. I'm like, holy crap, that's expensive. But anyways, back to the story. Of all the ways Aileen's home is different to my own, it's the sheer quiet that most gets me. With few cars around nor people nearby, there's only the odd boisterous bird outside to make noise. I could get used to small town life like this. My spacing out is interrupted as the main door shuts with a loud thud, a familiar figure striding past. She always says a familiar figure. We know who's coming in. Welcome back. How's the car? It's fine. We're heading out once Dad's finished poking at it, by the way. Sure. Where are we going? You'll see. Finish your breakfast for now. I'll get your clothes out and pack everything. This isn't a bit of a rush. I still have sleep in my eyes from waking up, and she's usually a zombie at this time of the morning. Still standing around with bowls in my hands, I hold them out and look down, checking that I'm not going crazy and did actually dress myself this morning. But I'm already dressed. Not for where we're going. Where are we going? Oh. Snows. Should have guessed. The quiet morning is only punctuated by the crunch. I can't even freaking read. By the crunch of snow underfoot, the occasional birds chirping, and a jangle of items from my backpacks. Apart from the woman plodding ahead before me and the footprints she leaves behind, all that I can see are pine trees, as much snow on their branches as greenery. Oh, and the puffs of condensation from my breaths. The scenery is nice, at least. I'd hardly expected to be spending today hiking through the forest when she dragged me out of the house, but so far it's been a pleasant way to spend the day. Tired as my legs may be, Aileen's pace doesn't falter. The hiking clothes she lent me hang off my frame, but I suppose that should have been expected given our height difference. They're comfortable, though, and most of all, warm. Picked a good day for all this. Not exactly warm, but at least it's not bitterly cold. She says this with all the care that one might give when looking out the window of the morning. Aileen really seems to be treating this as almost an everyday activity. The fact we need bear spray out here also weighs on my mind. Apparently being black bear country, Aileen simply carries it in stride. I want to know how this story's going to end. We're almost done with it. And so we keep plodding ahead. On the plus side, the air is nice and fresh up here. The odd huge bird squawking as it flies above us. Its call echoing around the mountains makes for a nice atmosphere. When we're alone like this, her family feels like the elephant in the room. There's so much I want to talk to her about, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say since she told me not to pry. Wanting to fill the air with something, I end up settling for the mildest of small talk. So you're experienced at this, huh? Yeah, I've been for a few hikes around here. Played outside a lot as a kid, ended up adventuring more and more until I started hiking. With your father, or no, alone. It's nice to have some time to myself. Without a doubt, Aileen has to be the most solitary person I've ever met. Maybe this explains her abrasiveness towards her parents, but it feels a little unfair for her to take it out on them. Coming out here has been a real help with my art, too. But where? Running out of breath, I have to stop and take a moment to collect myself. My natural pace is slower than Aileen's, making this hike all the more taxing. How is all this related to art? Well, look at the freaking nature of beauty around you, family. Jeez, even I get it. The more life experiences you have, the more inspiration you have. Hard to create anything of worth while stuck in four walls of my room. You need input to be able to create output. That's how culture works. Makes sense. I like that line. Thinking of her words as I turn and start moving once more, Aileen's voice calls out. Watch out, there's a stone there. I look at my feet, quickly stepping around the dangerous trip hazard. If it weren't so big, I'd move out of the way for the future people coming up here. I took this route a lot as a kid. It's probably the easiest way to make it through this area, but you still have to keep an eye out. My breathing heavy, I come to the grim realization that Aileen must have been far more fit when she was young than I am now. Sorry, I'm a total city kid, I guess. You're plenty smart, but you can't just pick up everything from books and internet, you know. I don't really know how to receive that half compliment, half criticism. Is this where Aileen picked up her independence, hiking in the woods alone? It's not like it's bad out here. The air and the sound and everything are nice. I just can't imagine doing this alone. And not just because I'm barely being pulled along, as it is. Do you think maybe we can rest soon? Going by the frown on her face, Aileen is clearly disappointed with my request. We barely started. There's a resting place I want to reach. We can't stop every few minutes if we want to get back by sundown. Just how far does she plan to take us? Are they out by themselves? The sound of the river getting louder and louder as we walk before the two of us finally reach a clearing after a couple of hours or so of hiking. Despite barely being able to walk, I've kept myself from complaining anymore, not wanting Aileen to be disappointed in me again. With the two of us slowing to a stop as she looks around, it seems we'll finally be making a pit stop here. Same as it always was. It looks like nobody's messed with it. I'm about to ask what's so significant about this place before she bends down and sweeps some snow off of large rocks, showing them to be purposefully set in a small circle. Here, have a seat. Setting herself down on a particularly large rock, I quickly followed her lead and sit next to her. Looks like most of the rocks here were carefully set in the ground to make a little campsite position next to the gently flowing river. My legs are happy. I get to sit down. Looks like you've come up here before. I ended up building this place up into a little base camp over the years. Bears kept taking out anything I brought in or set up, but at least they leave the rocks and ditches alone. Aileen makes herself comfortable as she pulls out a tin of thermos to pour herself some water, while I cup my hands and huff into them to warm up a little. With the two of us sitting down to recover for a while, I listen to the sounds around us. It's so different to my own home, with the sound of, oh dear. Every episode I yawn. Damn, it's not even freaking late, Pamela. With the sounds of cars and crowds replaced by the river's slow trickling and various birds and other wildlife. Somehow it isn't a surprise. This is the kind of place Aileen would like, as she sits out here thinking to herself. She looks like part of the scenery, just as she did in her quiet art room. At least until Caprice and I made it decidedly less quiet. Then there's me in my oversized clothes and labored breaths. It's peaceful. Yeah, I thought my apartment was quiet, but it's nothing like this. Your place wasn't quiet at all when I was there. Constant cars, construction, and people walking by. I'm not like you, or I've only ever lived in a big city. I was worried about being so far from home, but I think I like it here. Playing with Eve has been fun too. Your family has been really nice to me as well. Aileen's face sours, making me immediately regret adding that last little addendum. Or more to the point, that lecturing tone. I want to understand her, but she only gives me small pieces to work with, not enough to puzzle things together. I knew my sudden intrusion into her home would at least a little awkward, but I've begun to realize Aileen's resistance to bringing me here was about more than that. I've started speaking before even gathering my thoughts. This isn't a great start. Just what is it that makes you want to be away from them so much, to move to a different state? I mean, is it just about your choice of career, or can we not bring all that up? I came here exactly to get away from my parents being on my case. And then there was silence. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I think she's gonna get Maddie's. That explains her rush in the morning to organize our hiking trip out here, especially if she was stuck with her parents while they gave her car a spin around town. So what am I even here for? Something up? I thought you brought me out here because you wanted to share it with me. I was really excited to see the kinds of things you did growing up. Her face tells me she hadn't even considered that reasoning. I feel a little stupid for attaching so much feeling to this now. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a good look if I left you back at the house while I wasted time out here. So this was just stress relief for her. Even now, she's not looking at me, probably more busy thinking things over with regards to her family. I open my mouth to try to ask her about it, but I can't work out what to say. God damn it, Allison, you're looking too much into this, too damn deep. I'm just here because she feels obligated to invite me. No, bro, she was nice enough to bring you along. You're looking too deep into the shenanigan. Guess I should have realized she doesn't want me. Oh, piss off. This is getting bad. The music is coming in. It's getting bad. She didn't want me here at her home at all. Oh, no. This is getting bad, team. It's getting bad. I hope it doesn't end bad. I'm the invader. I'm in her space. It's no wonder she treated me like a burden this entire walk. If I was going to get in her way, she should have just said so. Damn it. In the end, the only reason I even know anything about her disagreement with her parents is because Eve told me. Aileen doesn't want me to know. For now, I'll just have to be content as a spectator, looking into her life without getting too involved. I quickly look to her, but rather than acting contrite, she's pointing to my left side with her gaze focused. An insect seems to be lazily crawling around on top of my left hand, a thing about a fingernail in length and jet black. I didn't recognize it, but it looks harmless enough. To be honest, I couldn't care less about the little beetle right now. You're not worried? Should I be? Well, I mean, most people don't like bugs crawling on them much. I just shrugged, leaning down to press the side of my hand to the ground while gently persuading the bug to get off with my other hand. After a bit of effort, the little fellow gets off my glove and onto the soil, scampering off a little faster for the experience. It won't hurt me. What, just another of your animal friends? I'm not exactly in the mood for being teased. It's the kind of thing you can learn in books or on the internet. Oh shit, fucking Allison being one of the moodiest bees in the world right now. Aileen laughs it off, but I'm sure she can tell I'm being snippy. Yeah, damn right you are. For no reason. With that, she stands up, putting her thermos and cup back into her backpack before dusting herself off. Ready to keep going then? We've still got the afternoon ahead of us. Yeah, sure. I try to put as much enthusiasm into it as I can muster, but I get the distinct feeling that I'm just along for the ride now. And so she pushes forward without looking back at me. This is always where I am with her, whether I'm watching Aileen paint or watching her hike. I'm always far behind her with eyes on her back. It's not always a bad thing. She's looking way too deep into this crap. Oh, we're back. With a wave to her father as his car disappears down the road, Eve takes my hand in hers as we start off down the street. With the weather particularly nice today and Eve needing to burn off some energy, we decided to take a grand tour of the local town. Her pace is thankfully slower than her sister's, with my sore legs needing to rest after the excursion yesterday. I had wanted to do this with Aileen, but she couldn't be dissuaded from painting in her room. There wasn't much fight in me to argue with her, so that was that. Maybe some time away from her is for the best. Even people who like each other sometimes need a break, I think. The old wooden storefronts hardly loom over us, being mostly just a couple of stories tall, themselves dwarfed by the forested hills behind. Strolling around is a much nicer way to take it in than catching 2 rows on the back of her bike. It's nice here. Kinda boring sometimes, though. Thinking about it, I could see that being the case for a child. The few people out and about today are basically all gray and older folk hobbling along as I look around us. Such a pleasant atmosphere has its downside. Usually people that move to these places, especially the state that she's in and especially the area that it seems to be, they usually retire here. So, yeah, old peeps. And it's not even old peeps, like 40 plus, so not even old people that live here, it's just older people than Eve. My thinking is interrupted by a ping from a pocket. As we stop for a moment, I pluck my phone from my pocket and unlock it. Oh, bro. That's bars. That was bars. Whoa, can I go back? Can I go back, mate? Can I go back, mate? Hi, Allison. How are things going? Where is it? I want to go back. I want to go back. No, there's no way back. Fuck you. Just my dad asking how I'm doing. As she stands on tiptoes trying to look over the phone in curiosity, I get an idea. Crouching a little and bringing the phone level with her as she sets herself back down, I try to hold it steady. I'll send him a photo. Stay still. In response, he fixes her posture to stand up prim and proper. Whoa, we got bars! In response, Eve fixes her posture to stand prim and proper, dusting herself off to look good as possible. It's charming how seriously she takes this. Fuck, I was trying to keep going, but freaking... With a tap and click, the photo saved and quickly sent on to Dad as a message. Ain't that a bitch? Bars. Friend's sister is showing me around. Sounds good. Oh, he actually knows. I didn't even know they knew. Yay. How are things there? Back home safe and sound. Your brothers are driving me nuts. We'll be glad to have you back. Sounds like things are the same as ever then. I was gonna do something, but now I couldn't do it. Take care, enjoy the last year chat. I smile and lock the phone once more, slipping it back where it belongs. I have to stop myself from counting down the days left here. I don't want to start regretting this trip, and once again wishing I was home. Dear. Pause. Okay, I'll stop. Hey, what's your family like? Totally different. I'll say that much. I have mom, dad, 3 brothers, and a cat. We all live in the city, and it's really busy and noisy every day. They're nice, though. It'll be good to be back home. Are you saying Aileen's family's not nice? I'm looking into it too much. Satisfied with my answer, Eve pulls me forward as we begin our tour in earnest. As she points out this and that, though, my thoughts aren't about Eve or my family, but stuck on wanting to be doing this with Aileen. But she be painting! Just as it was whenever I watch her paint, I feel like I'm watching her life from outside rather than sharing our time together. Ooh. Boobies. I don't doubt she likes me. She certainly likes me in a physical sense. I like those times too, but I feel like I'm the only one who wants us to become closer in more than just a physical sense. I'm the one who planned our first date. I'm the one who asked to come here. Now I'm wondering if Aileen even wanted any of this. The one time I thought Aileen wanted to share something with me, she was just using me to distract. I think, again, she's freaking looking into this way too much. All I can do is sigh. What's wrong? Just a shame your sister was busy, that's all. Is Aileen having a good time in college? Why do you ask? Mom said she was worried about Aileen since she moved out. But when Aileen's around, they always argue. Is she really alright? Eve says this with genuine worry in her voice. Aileen's parents really do care about her, even if she doesn't think so sometimes. Aileen's fine. Every day she's making pretty paintings and having fun with friends, and she's helped me a lot since I met her. Aileen's always been fine. Now that I think about it, ever since we met, I've merely watched her as she lived her life. Since getting together, has anything really changed? For all the intimacy, she still treats me the same she always has, all while relentlessly pursuing her ambition. The me wanting some spice. Oh. I kind of picked this because there was supposed to be some spice, but we got 2 more chapters after this one. I'm looking for the spice. I usually like the visual novels because of the spice, but we haven't seen any spice yet, so... We've had a little bit. We've had some bits and bobs of some spice. But that was the best we've gotten so far, so hopefully they salt bay it up a bit. No, I can't think like that. They usually do save it for the end, so hopefully something goes down. I'm getting myself wound up. Your parents are nice, aren't they? She gives an enthusiastic nod. I mean, Aileen doesn't think so. They think you're nice too since you hang out with me. Well, just to give you a heads up, Eve, they think Allison's nice, aka me, because I'm the daughter that they truly wanted. Not the artist that Aileen is, even though I think that is really stupid, because I like Aileen more than Allison. So, it is what it is. Everybody's different. At least I think I'm useful, I suppose. You see? There we go. I never realized it before, but having a little sister is really fun. Not that I mind my own siblings, but 3 older brothers aren't quite the same company. I kind of agree there. I never had a sister. Would have been different. It would have been weird. I don't know. I don't know how it would have been. Let's see some more of town before we have to go back then, okay? Yeah. I don't know, actually. I think a little sister or an older sister would have been cooler. Younger sister, I don't know about that. Finally back from our trip after a bus ride back, Eve bounds through the door as I drag myself in and close it behind us. I don't know how kids can have so much energy. Aileen stands with a glass of water looking nonplussed at our entrance before noticing the new book held tightly under Eve's arm as she skips over to the living room sofa. You didn't! I can spare that much money. It can be your Christmas present from me. You're enjoying having a little sis, aren't you? She got me. How's the painting going? Need to go down to the city soon for some supplies and stuff. No art supply store around here. Want to come? So I'm coming for the ride as usual. Well, stop looking into it as a bad thing. She wants to spend some time. Chill. Feel bad for thinking about bad thoughts about it. See, exactly. You better feel bad and stop doing it. But I can't muster any real want to come along. I just baggage while she did her thing. Well, she's got to do her thing. Sorry, so tired from yesterday. Suit yourself. I'll be straight back afterwards. We're having pizza for dinner tonight, by the way. That sounds great. I love pizza. Good. 2 of us briefly wonder how to continue conversation, but I can't think of anything to add. Okay, Allison's being McDouchey pants right now. With that, she wanders back to her room to keep painting. I feel like I should follow, at least to see how her painting's coming along, but my feet feel stuck. She got changed rather quick. Left to mill about alone as Eve can be heard happily humming to herself from the sofa, I decided to turn around and head back to the door for some air. The warm afternoon air is starting to fade by now, causing me to push my hands into my pockets to try to save whatever warmth I can. At the rate the weather's going, it's sure going to be cold Christmas. At least the snowmen are liking it. Still standing tall as they guard Aileen's house from the front yard, it's easy to lose sight of when inside, but her house sure is big. Even the yard's pretty spacious, but I suppose the living so far from town would help that. I've been to this, well, not this city, but I've been to a city in this state that's very similar to this. They technically don't even have freaking yards. Their whole freaking area is a damn yard. These houses are massive, and it's really nice. A nice house, enough money to live alone in her parents' dime. Trips all the way to Germany. Aileen really did get a good start in life compared to me. It annoys me a little that she doesn't seem to see that, especially when it's her parents paying for her apartment. Well, because she's living it. You do see the other things, but she's living it. So people live different lives. Painting alone in a room, hiking alone in the woods, living alone in the apartment's too big for one person. Is that really independence? Moving out away from her parents, but still relying on them for everything. Try as I might to get closer to Aileen, I can't help but feel I'm just hanging around her. When I'm looking at her back, is it just because she's always ahead of me? Why shouldn't she turn around to look at me? I wonder what I really am to Aileen. The fact that I can work out the answer makes me restless. As a lump starts to form in my throat, I quickly decide to wander back inside. All I'm doing is making myself feel worse by dwelling on all this. I mean, I think you're making yourself hella stressed. I should make the most of my time here, given I only have a few days left. See, this is what's nice about visual novels. So, I'm a female in this, right? I'm seeing this from a female's point of view. Now, as a male, this is what I expect a female to be thinking. Stop thinking. Please. Stop thinking. No more thinking. Because this was supposed to be a nice story called First Snow. We got through Act 1, which was like 7 chapters. We got through Act 2, which was 9 chapters. And now we're into Act 3 with 2 chapters left. Please don't end this story bad. They usually don't, but please, actually no. I stand corrected. There has been a bad story before. Please don't end this one bad though. Almost done, by the way, team. The park makes for a peaceful sight as we enter, the three of us slipping between the slow wooden barriers as we step from the rough concrete car park onto the snow-covered grass. A bundled up Eve clings tightly to Aileen, and I with both of her little hands, each of us on either side of her. A bag of old bread swings away at Aileen's other side, destined for the local wildlife. I'll feel like a killjoy to say bread isn't good for them. It's not bad. Relax, family. Again, she's overthinking. With the two of us acting as babysitters, thanks to Aileen's parents working, we decided it would be better to head outside than let her vegetate on the couch watching cartoons all day. I mean, I wouldn't have mind watching cartoons all day. Tired from the walk, I take a seat. Actually, no. Taking me out to this would actually probably would be better, so take that back. Take a seat on the swings facing the lake as Aileen mothers around Eve. Tugging at the girl's scarf to pull it tight, Aileen hands over the bag of bread for the ducks before ruffling her hair affectionately. I wonder if that's why Aileen does that to me, now that I think of it. With her sister having finished her fussing, Eve turns and starts for the shore while Aileen watches her intently. Be careful around the water, Eve. Hey! The ducks peacefully floating about the still lake start flapping about excitedly, quickly realizing that the girl waddling towards them comes bearing food. Satisfied with Eve isn't going to topple over in her rush and flop in, Aileen wanders back towards me and seats herself on the other swing, all the while keeping a keen eye out. Alright, when is this gonna get good? It looks like nobody else is here at all. It is getting rather cold, but it's more likely people being busy with the holiday sales. I'd think the lake to be frozen over, given how still it is, save for the birds floating about. She's cute. Yeah. While Aileen smiles warmly at her sister, I struggle to do the same. I'll soon have to make the call for Rose to pick me up. After all, leaving behind this lovely town, Aileen, Eve, their parents, I'm not sure when I'll get to see them again. Eve clumsily crumbs the bread in her gloved hands, chucking it out to the lake with the varying degrees of success. Half the crumbs end up dropping on the ground at her feet, but she doesn't seem to notice. There's something up. You've been quiet over the last couple of days. Well, guess what, Aileen? Allison's been thinking, and her thinking's not good. I really don't get how you're such an upbeat person in general, though. Nor do I get how she's so comfortable being so alone, so apart. The more I'm around her, the more different I feel we are. Well, I hope you're different, because not everybody's the same. However, I seem to resemble more of Aileen, if anyone is wondering. I just think it's better to see the best in people. I have to admit, I wish I could be like that. Why not try being more friendly in general? Every time I see you, you're closing yourself off to focus on painting or trekking out in the wilderness. The more I get tied up with people, the harder it is to do what I want to do. You should know that better than most, with Caprice and all. You shouldn't talk so badly about her all the time. She just wants everyone around her to enjoy themselves. I'm a little taken aback at how firm my tone is, but I'm starting to get tired of how she's always so critical. Oh shit. No, it's gonna go bad. I'm scared. I'm scared to push enter. That's how bad this is getting. I'm scared to push. Alright. I force myself to keep my eyes on Aileen despite her own surprise. Maybe it's for the best if I clear the air and talk about... Oh, snap, don't talk about it. Our concentration is broken by Eve giggling loudly in the distance. The birds enthusiastically crowding around in front of her and occasionally flopping away at the water. It is time for some beef, and it's not some good beef. I had some beef for lunch today, and it was freaking good, but this is not the type of beef that I'm looking for. So this is the thing. Not all men, not all women, but the majority, when I see a female, I picture them as the way Allison thinks. But like I said, not all men and all women. The way I see Aileen is how most men think. They keep all that shit in, and they ain't bringing it out. Oh, Allison, you're gonna ruin it. You're gonna ruin it, Allison. Come on, what's this about? I get the feeling something's on your mind. It feels like we're hanging around each other, but not actually. I pause for a moment to phrase my thoughts correctly. Okay, the music's coming in. It's playing with my mind right now. It's playing with my mind. I have a feel, because this story is about to end in like one more chapter. And I'm really scared. I don't know what happens. I pause for a moment to phrase my thoughts correctly, trying not to let my emotions cloud my thinking. Aileen thankfully patiently waits for me. Guess it feels like I'm along for the ride. It doesn't feel like I'm really there with you. What, here? We've been spending a lot of time together, and we've had some nice time to ourselves, right? See, damn, I see you, Aileen. I got you. I feel the same vibes. But Allison doesn't. Is that all this is? I understand why okay, so I'm gonna pause it one last time here. Aileen is a self-centered person, but not in the way self-centered as in all she cares about is herself. She likes Allison. She loves the company of some people around her, but she's closed off. She just doesn't want to interact with people. But again, she loves Allison. I hate the L word, but she likes Allison. But when it comes to it, Allison, I don't know, Allison understands why Aileen goes on these hikes, why she does this and that. But also, Aileen did want Allison to come along. That's why she asked Allison to go along on the hike. That's why she asked her to go on the car ride just to spend some time, even though she's doing other things. I mean, what the hell else are you supposed to do? I might be wrong. I might not be seeing this correctly. I might be a terrible person to date. I don't know yet. We'll find out. As silence reigns, the fact that she even needs to think about this is upsetting. Well, Allison, stop thinking. I don't know how relationships are supposed to go. There we go. Well, I don't either, so. I don't either. But it feels like we both have very different ideas about it. What am I supposed to say? Is there something more you want from me? I'm just not as clingy as you. Oh, snap! Throwing shots! Clingy? I just want to be by your side. You'd have gone off without me the other day if you felt like you could. Yeah, but I was being considerate of your feelings. Is that a problem? See? It just feels like you'd rather I wasn't there. I like being with you, you know that. But I've been fine on my own all this time, too. I don't need you to be there. Exactly. I should have just kept reading, and this would have came out, and this was a better way to phrase it. I don't see what's wrong with Aileen's side here. Even though I always want to spend more time with her, she doesn't even care whether or not I'm there. That's not it. She gave you an opportunity to come on a cool hiking adventure with her. And that's fine. Spend the time together. But if Aileen gave Allison an option to come with her. Aileen, again, doesn't really care if she does or not. But she does, like probably 60-40, 60% she does want Allison to be there, to spend time with her. But if she doesn't go, then okay, I'm still going. I don't know why Allison seems so clingy. Does she have feelings for Aileen's? They're girlfriend. They're gay. So, 8 chapters ago, they became friends or girlfriends, and now they're on winter break for college, and Allison came with Aileen to her parents' house for the first time. But Aileen's parents already knew she was gay back in high school, but she didn't date anyone, but yeah. You have it so together. I've always admired that about you. Maybe you have it too together. Before coming here, I didn't realize how good a life you left behind when you moved away. To drop everything here, including Eve, to pursue art at a community college. She likes art. What? Allison is turning into. That's why Aileen's parents Aileen's mom likes Allison. Aileen's dad's cool, but Aileen's mom likes Allison because they kind of see eye to eye. Aileen wants to go do art. She wanted to be by herself. She's an independent. She's an INDEPENDENT. Did you know what that means? Let Aileen do what she wants to do. From the way you talked about your family, I thought they must be really hard on you. They just want what's best. I mean, the apartment you have seems like it wouldn't be cheap for them to cover for one. Because I don't hear that enough from them every time I'm around here. Can we just drop this? I like being around you because you don't bring up that stuff. Is that all you want from me? A quiet girlfriend who doesn't ask questions and leaves you alone? Aileen takes to her feet, her mood significantly souring. While I freeze up, I don't feel like shrinking from her for once. Am I only here to distract you from your parents? No! You're the bitch that wanted to go. Aileen was going to her parents' house, and you said, "Oh, can I come too? You clingy bitch." I don't hate Allison. It's just she keeps saying some stuff that makes no freaking sense. You're the one who begged to come. Exactly. Aileen, I don't think you're gay. I think we meant to be together, Aileen. Forget Allison. Let's end the whole story here. Let's make a new chapter. Maybe I should hit up the author in on Twitter. Hit him up in the DMs. Actually, it might be a her. I think it was a her. Hit her up in the DMs. Let her know. Act 4. Bring it in for the FTWitachi. Let's go. You're the one who begged to come. I told you that you could come precisely because I didn't think you'd go sticking your nose into my life. But I want to learn more about you. That's why that's what having a relationship is. Alright, I'm changing it from here on out. I am now Aileen. Allison, she's done. That's up to me, not you. This is why you shouldn't have come in the first place. She points in the general direction of her house. I'm used to enduring crap already. I didn't need you here to make things worse. I'm already hearing from them about how my girlfriend has a better life path than I do. So that's my fault? Technically it is. I think I'm shaking. My eyes are stinging from salt waiting to flood out. She gets salt in her eyes? I mean, I know tears sometimes taste like salt. But you don't got salt in your damn eyes. Maybe they have a point. Did you think any of this through beyond just escaping them? Is that all our relationship is too? I had my life on track before I even met you. Just because you and Caprice want to come along and try to push me around, it doesn't mean I'm going to derail myself. Is that how she thinks of it? Didn't she agree to the art club? Didn't she agree to date me? Didn't she say she loves me? I'm gonna say it again. Aileen is Aileen. Aileen is who Aileen is. Aileen wants to be what Aileen wants to be. She likes art. She likes art. Let her do what she wants to do. What the hell is so hard? Hearing the sound of footsteps in the snow, the two of us turn in unison towards Eve, standing a few yards away with an empty bread bag in her hands. Is something wrong? Aileen looks to me for a little while, her face full of frustration. I don't think either of us really knows what we should say next, even without Eve being around. Bruh, Aileen doesn't seem like the kind to date. Allison is trying too hard to make it work. Well, Aileen... So how it worked was Allison got feelings for Aileen, and Aileen already liked Allison. But I think Aileen likes Allison physically as a person, and also just being able to spend time with someone that she trusts, but not having to rely on someone. Allison, and Aileen was the one that Allison was going to tell Aileen that she liked her, but Aileen, the blonde girl, ended up telling Allison kind of right before she did it. And Allison, to me, in my opinion, likes Aileen, but again, she's clingy. She relies on Aileen for emotional support, like 24/7, almost. Well, so one's very clingy, and one like wants a relationship like this. One wants it like this, and the other one wants it like this. That's what I kind of picture it out. Like, Aileen is who she is. Everything's fine, don't worry. It's about time we headed back home. But I want to keep feeding the ducks. We got no bread, Eve. That's going to be hard without any more bread. I am Aileen's freaking twin. Again, Act 4, bring me in, coach. I'll make Aileen not gay. She gives one final glance back before taking Eve's hands in her own and walking on ahead. In that sense, they aren't really compatible, I think. If they have different ideas about relationship and can't clear that up, then it's dead meat. I hear you, but I've seen it work. I've seen it work. It's just, they gotta lessen it up. Like, Aileen's gotta pick it up, and Allison's gotta lessen it up. They could make it work, but I hope the story doesn't end bad, because I hate bad endings. I thought I was someone important to, unless it's a scary movie. I love scary movies. Give me a bad ending on that any day. But usually they end in, actually no, not all of them end in bad. I mean good. Some of them end in bad, because then there's prequels. I like bad endings. But in this type of sense, I like good. I thought I was someone important to Aileen. You are, but I feel more like I'm just being used to make herself feel better while she lives for her work. I know I have my faults. You've got some faults. You think too much in that head. I'm not good enough to art to share the hobby with her, and I was barely even able to cook a simple dinner. Damn straight, we're good at okay, I'll stop right there. I'm trying to get better though, and thanks to that, and that's thanks in part to her. The image I had of her is starting to become difficult to see. Who was the Aileen I admired? The beautiful girl in the beautiful apartment with the beautiful paintings? This Aileen is someone so at odds with her family she decided to only care about herself. I mean, as I watch her leave hand in hand with Eve, she looks over farther away from me. Maybe she's only so far away because we aren't walking in the same path. I mean, you are sitting on a swing. Oh my gosh, the last chapter. We're gonna pause it here. Save the game. 5 hours and 13 minutes. They were right. About 6 hours. C'est la vie. I kind of know what that means. But I want to make sure this is the last chapter because I don't want to be going, it's the fucking last chapter. This is it. This is it. Let's go back. Alright. End of the game. Like roughly 10-15 minutes left. Here we go. The jingle of the old bell above the grocery store door rings out as we step through into the street. There's a slight chill in the air, but that doesn't stop a good few elderly people from hobbling along the town's streets. I freaking can't read. Aside from needing to tell Eve she couldn't have this sugary snack, or that as we walked around, shopping ended up being a quiet affair. Aileen went through the shelves with her usual military efficiency as she ticked off her mental checklist. Yesterday's argument between us hasn't helped, but that's not the only reason for Aileen's quietness. She might not even realize it herself, but it's small things like that which remind me of her solitary nature. That ability to tune others out so easily isn't something that comes naturally, at least to me. For want of helping at least a little, I took one of the overstuffed bags we ended up with to carry myself. Thanks for coming and helping carrying all of this. It's fine, I wanted to see a bit of the town anyway. Can we sit down? I'm tired. It's not that far to the car. Wouldn't hurt to rest a bit, would it? There's a bench right up there. Oh, you fucking asshole. We came shopping. You don't need a rest from the shop to the car, fam. Allison's lame. Taking Eve's side doesn't win me any favor. See? I'm not gonna lie, I've gotten invested in this last episode, but that's because I'm starting to see Aileen's side, and her side is the right side. But Aileen knows she's been overruled. I can't believe we're sitting down. Imagine going to like freaking the grocery store But on the way back to the car, you gotta sit down. Like, bro, get in the car, let's go home. I got shit to do. As Eve jumps back onto the seat without any further prompting needed, Aileen and I carefully set our grocery bags on the ground and join her. Her parents sure chose a nice place to live, more a town than a city. The wooden buildings and stone retaining walls give a distinctly old-fashioned natural look. Even the Christmas decorations are understated, amounting to the occasional sign behind a shop window. The odd person walks to and fro as we sit back, paying us little heed as they slowly go about their day. This should be the easiest occasion possible to make idle chatter with Aileen as time lingers on, though the silence between us does also. Eve doesn't notice, of course. Her little legs swing up and down as she lazily watches the odd car go past. They look so familiar, but one especially looks gay, and then the other one looks like an act. Looks like she's more feminine. Yeah, I almost messed that one up. As she suddenly brightens up and points ahead, Aileen and I follow her gaze. Inside the small ice cream parlor over the road, an old man in a pinstripe uniform turns the sign behind the glass door from closed to open. Don't even think about it. Come on, I've been good. You know what Mom said, you can't just have ice cream whenever you want. Besides, why would you want ice cream when it's already cold? I was thinking that in my head. See, Aileen, I got you. I think we think the same. Aileen's answers doesn't exactly satisfy the young girl. After a moment's consideration, I take to my feet and start heading over. Allison, I was just feeling like getting some ice cream for myself. Might as well get her one while I'm already there. Oh, Allison's taking the wrong side on every... Aileen gets a question. 2 plus 2 is 4. Freaking Allison be throwing some curveballs. Doing a freaking 2 with 2 in parentheses answer instead of 4. Like, Allison be going right while Aileen be going left. Like, what is Allison doing here? Strawberry! See, I side with Eve too. Strawberry over vanilla and chocolate every day. 2 strawberry ice creams coming right up. With our sweets quickly devoured, we finished off the last of our cones. They sure served them large here, but Eve managed to finish off hers even quicker than I did. Maybe eating ice cream is one of those skills kids are just better at. Without needing to be asked, Aileen pulls a tissue from a box in a bag and curtly wipes Eve's mouth. I get the feeling she'd enjoy being a mother, given how she fusses about her little sister. As Aileen looks to me, I notice that I'm smiling at her. My face collapses as she opens her mouth to speak, but visibly thinks better of it. As much as I wanted to make amends, I don't want to apologize if I'm not wrong. You fucking wrong! In the comment section, if this goes on YouTube and you've made it this freaking far into the video, first of all, I applaud. You're almost 6 hours into a video. Second of all, let me know who you think is right if you've watched this whole thing. Allison or Aileen. I'm 100% 10 out of 10 with Aileen. With neither of us willing to back down nor wanting to fight with each other again, yesterday's argument looms over us as the elephant in the room. And I'll also put it this way. If I know I'm not wrong, I'm the last person you want to be in an argument with, as I do not back down to shit. I know when to back down. I know when I'm wrong. When I'm wrong, you'll know. But I'll let you know right now, I am rarely wrong. And because of that, if anyone argues or tells me something that I know is not wrong, or that I know is wrong, ooh, you getting it. The argument ain't ending for shit. I'm gonna destroy you. Focusing my attention on a less stressful topic, my gaze falls to Eve, the two of us sharing a brief smile. I guess it isn't long now, huh? Eve and I just look to each other, but it becomes quickly apparent that the topics reminded Aileen of something I'd been avoiding. You're being extra nice because you're going back, aren't you? As Eve looks to and I hate the to and fro thing. Just put to and from. Between Aileen and I try my best to hide my disappointment in being found out. I was trying to think of a better way to break it before Aileen handled it so bluntly. Couldn't last forever, but I wanted to keep enjoying these carefree days just a little while longer. Maybe it was selfish of me to not make myself clearer, but... Wait, you going? Well, I do have my own family I want to spend time with. Despite my best efforts to try and deliver the news as gently as possible, her bottom lip starts to quiver. Both of us panic a little as it sets clear Eve's about to crack. Well, Eve hated Allison when she first showed up, but now they're best buds. Eve? Her composure collapses as she reaches over, her face weeping, as she stuffs it into my stomach and grabs my skirt. I don't want you to go. Allison, stay here. I want you to stay. This has gone about as awfully as it could have gone. Glaring at Aileen in frustration, I said, "Why are you frustrated?" I seem to have made my feelings clear to her as she turns rather sheepish. I mean, frustrated at Aileen, but not Eve. As Eve cries into my stomach, I stroke her shuddering head, reassuringly, speaking as calmly as I can. Come on now, do you want me to remember you crying or with a big smile? My gentle suggestion seems to work as Eve pulls back and sniffs hard. Her little cheeks still stained red. She doesn't manage to smile, but I'll take what I can. There we go, that's more like it, Eve, I know. It's been so much fun playing with you, so I wanted to thank you with a little something for being such a good girl. You're gonna come back, right? Don't worry, I'll come back. Maybe you could even come to Utah and see my home for yourself. As she clumsily wipes her eyes, I give a big smile. Really? Aileen just scratches the back of her head, trying not to make things worse. We might have our disagreements, but I think we can at least hold things together for Eve's sake. And I guess we can try to work something out. Eve looks from Aileen back to me, taking my hand in both of hers with as much strength as her little hands can muster. Promise me we're gonna play again, right? I just smile as I bring my free hand over both of hers. I promise. At that, she gives that toothy grin that I like to see. She really is a charming little girl. I guess that settles things then. Now come on, you two. Let's get all this back to the car. I see a smile. Oh, Aileen. A quiet yawn fills the living room as I tiredly wander through, the others in the house being quiet as mice. I really should have just gone to bed early like the others in hindsight. Restless from the thought of the trip back, I ended up sitting around and watching television long after Aileen left for bed. Hold up. How is this gonna end? I want to know. Try it as I might to find her to say goodnight before going to sleep, though. She's nowhere to be seen. Running through the possibilities, I wander up to Eve's room, opening the door as gently as I possibly can. The sight inside makes me feel warm just by looking at them. Aileen sleeps on her side, wrapped around the slumbering Eve, curled up in a ball on top of her bed. Eve must have wanted one last cuddle before tucking in for the night. I want a cuddle. I just smile as I silently look over them, slumbering peacefully together. Even as I look at them, I wonder if I belong in their world. We have briefly pushed it from our minds, but I think both of us know that the closer we've become, the further apart we've felt. With Aileen's peaceful, sleeping face lingering in my mind, I gently close the bedroom door and head slowly back downstairs. It's going to be hard saying goodbye to Eve. It's been nice to have a little sister, and I think she's enjoying having two older sisters doting over her just as much. Then there's Aileen. To try to settle myself before going to bed, I idly noticed my phone left on the couch, taking it in hand to bring it with me. I pause. Aileen's left hers on the table some distance away, the moonlight glinting off its screen. Oh, you better not, you bitch. My heart sings as I turn on my own and unlock the display. Only the oppressive quiet is here to keep me company as I look down, a heavy weight weighing on me as I ponder. Aileen always did enjoy playing with her new phone. In time, she'll hear what I was too cowardly to say. Thinking of the girl I admired so much, I make the call. I feel like a jump scare's coming out or something. What the hell is going on? It doesn't go answered. She never changed the default voice message. As she uncharacteristically cheerful tone asked me to leave a message, my voice is barely a whisper for fear of waking them. Why is she leaving a message to Aileen? When I said that we had a family with our little art club at college, I really did mean it. It might not be much, but it's ours. I'm actually getting really sad right now. You were an important part of that. I'm getting sad because this is about to end, and you cannot cliffhang the hell out of me after 6 hours. I pause for a moment, my heart stinging, mine is as well. I think of her, even if it hurts. I know it needs to be said. You better not end it the way I think they're about to end it. Maybe I'm the only one who saw it that way. Maybe it was naive of me to think that way. Maybe I've been having the wrong idea all this time. I think. My throat tightens. I wipe my eyes on my sleeve. I must have looked pretty stupid. I was so excited to be in love and to have a girlfriend that I pushed and pushed to get into your space. But you didn't let me. You didn't want me to, and even now I can't even muster the courage to tell you this when you're awake. I don't know where things will go from here. I want you to be happy, but I don't know if I can be the person who does that for you. In the end, the anger and frustration I felt at everything is nowhere to be found. There's just an emptiness. I can at least yell and vent to let go of the former, but nothing can fill that hollow feeling. Well, you can't really yell and vent because, again, like you said, you're about to wake everybody up. Good night, Aileen. With that, I end the call. Silence returns to the dark room once more. Oh, please. No. Please don't. Don't do me in like this. The snow falls thankfully light as I walk through the city, bags in hand from the day's last-minute shopping downtown. People calmly walk to and from the occasional passerby of Aileen's country home, replaced by the crowds of downtown Utah. That's where it was, Utah. So Utah got some nice places. I've been there for some soccer camps, and those are some freaking banger homes too. Briefly distracted by the huge Christmas tree completed just in time for Christmas Eve, I think back to yesterday's events. It's Christmas Eve now! Yeah, we got an hour and a half until Christmas. When all is said and done, leaving Aileen... I got some bad news, by the way, people. I'm going to say it now, so just in case you guys don't get upset. We're not going to play Animal Crossing today, because I did Google. You can't time travel to the event, but you can time travel back. So, I'm saving it for tomorrow, for the Christmas live stream, because I'm getting tired. Also, when I get up tomorrow, I'll be fresh, because I have no more freaking work for the rest of the year, and I'm going back to my before time schedule, which was like over a month ago. I've been busy this whole month, but over a month ago, we're going back to the normal schedule where I can start streaming 2.5 to 3 hours a night. We're going back. So expect Animal Crossing, Pokemon Unite, and another game tomorrow, because I'm going to go for a freaking hella long stream tomorrow. When all's said and done, leaving... I can also edit this tonight as well so I can get it released. Leaving Aileen's family ended up being a calm affair. I gave her parents my thanks for taking care of me at such short notice, and both said they'd be more than happy to have me again. Eve had also reluctantly come to terms with my leaving by then. Then there was the matter of Aileen. Our sullen farewell was short and sweet, but maybe that was because there wasn't much left to say. Thanks to my time in Colorado, a surprising amount of things I needed to buy before heading back to my family slipped my mind, at least wondering around the city tonight's giving me a chance to unwind and set my thoughts straight. How is this gonna end? Of course, my phone starts ringing as soon as I appreciate some time alone to think. Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers on yourshitty.website.com. No! Piss off, mate. Pulling it from my pocket with my free hand, I'm surprised to see it's Dad. Dad, hi. Hi, Allison. Not catching you at a bad time? No, it's fine. Sounds like you're busy. I can barely hear you. Just wandering through downtown to fill some time and do some errands. Still good to be picked up tomorrow morning? Yeah, I'll be ready at the apartment with all my stuff. Sorry again about changing everyone's plans. I told you before, it's fine. Plans already had to be changed because of your finals. We'll pick you up tomorrow then. It'll be good to see everyone again. Is Mom doing okay? She's better, thankfully. You gave a bit of a shock when you said you weren't coming back for so long. We were all shocked. It seemed like you were having a rough time away from home, so I never expected you to go out of state like that. He's now banned from the channel. Well, thanks for banning him. I highly doubt he was coming back anyways. They usually just pop in, drop the spam, and leave. So they could tell I feel a little sheepish thinking back. So you had a good trip then. I feel a chill as the last few days rushed through my head. Yeah, I did. Once again, Dad can just tell from my voice it's impossible for me to hide how I'm feeling. Something in me compels me to try anyway. What? I had fun. Well, when you're home, you'll tell us all about it, right? Of course, I'm looking forward to it. I am too. You know that you can tell me anything. I know. Bye, Dad. See you soon. Love you. Dad and Mom does not know Allison's gay. Doesn't even know she has a girl. Well, of course, she doesn't know she has a girlfriend. She doesn't know she's gay. With that, the call ends. I stare blankly at the screen of my phone, and I'm happy to see my family again, not to mention the warmth and liveliness of home. I have to take a deep breath, a lump in my throat forming from the homesickness. I guess that feeling never goes away completely. You cannot end a story like this. With the phone already out, I take a moment to glance through the photos I've taken on it. A few from Colorado are most recent, which would be nice to show my parents as I keep going back, though. Stop at a photo just taken before I left. I remember this. The screen shined brightly in the darkness of the night, the photo of everyone gathered in my apartment celebrating the end of the semester, making me mull over everything that's happened since I arrived here. It's only been a few months, but my time since starting college has been an adventure already. I've learned so much, found so many friends, and discovered so many kinds of relationships. It's such a different way of life I lead now. The smiley faces all gathered for me that one moment in time. It's all thanks to those around me like them. Phone goes dark once more as I lock it. The precious memory slipped into my pocket once more. The only light to be seen now is that cast by the Christmas tree, occasionally broken by the passing crowds. A strange sense of calm falls over me as I stand in the falling snow, hands slipping into my pockets for warmth. I was alone and afraid. Aileen was the answer to that, I thought. She seemed so cool and collected, managing life by herself. That strength of will was what drew me to her, in hindsight. It was thanks to Aileen, Caprice, and our little club that I was able to cope with being alone. The reason that I'm so at peace with myself isn't that I finally learned to live without others. It's because I know I have others to help. I hate when things end. Maybe I was too clingy. As Aileen said, I just wanted her to know more. Even if she was brusque at the best of times, if she wants to retain her solitude so dearly though, perhaps it's best that things go like this. Swallowing the lump in my throat as I push my thoughts aside, I begin to walk once more. It's then that my phone begins to buzz in my pocket. Did Dad forget to say something? No, please be Aileen. Why is she calling me now of all time? Should I answer? My phone is shaking in my hand. Let's go! The wind is bad. I pick up the call, but I have no idea what to say. Hello, Allison? Allison, where are you right now? She doesn't allow me to get to so much as get a word out, her voice breathless. I'm back home and you... Wait, what? We are? No, I mean, I know, so am I. Can we meet somewhere? Where are you exactly? I'm by the Christmas tree in the city square. Okay, stay where you are. Let's go. As the line goes dead, I'm left dumbfounded. Aileen is coming here? Within moments, I hear a car door slam. Surely she wasn't looking around for me. A familiar figure jogs up as quickly as she can in her high boots, her long strides clinking loudly on concrete. As she slowly pulls up to a stop, our eyes finally meet, and so we stand in the city square next to that large tree. So because the story's ending, and because they're outside in the middle of the city next to a Christmas tree, we ain't about to see some awesome scenes. However, at least the story might be salvaged and end on a good note. Who knows, they might extend this for a part 2. Between us, only the falling snow. Aileen, why are you... What? You didn't want to see me? I mean, she actually didn't. I almost respond, but sheer surprise stops me from finding the right words. I end up just hanging my head, not knowing how to respond to her snark in such a situation. With my bags weighing down my arms, I set them down. As I look back up, I see Eileen's quip for what it was, a diversion to hide her feelings. She soon realizes I've caught on, her voice turning soft. I found your voice message. Oh, snaps. Didn't want to leave things as they were. My face flowers into a blush as I grimace from embarrassment. I knew she'd eventually hear it, but it's still embarrassing to think about it. As I think back to everything that happened, I feel a pang of regret. Once again, I feel myself shrinking away from her. But haven't I been a pain ever since we met? I've only caused you trouble. Yeah, you sure have. There's that sardonic humor again. I can't remember if I ever found it endearing. Why do you do that? Your first response to everything is to try and brush things off with a quip against someone. Only because everyone sticks their nose into my business, including me, I guess. I follow that up with a dry laugh, yet Aileen's expression doesn't change. I should have expected that, but I feel my chest tighten in response nevertheless. I already had things figured out for myself. As silence reigns, it feels as though we're just repeating the steps we took until now. Nothing's changed. I'm still me, and Aileen is still Aileen. For all I might want to get closer to her, she still keeps pushing me away. She came all the way back here to work things out, yet we're still stuck awkwardly trading barbs. Everything we did together, was it only ever to pain to you? I didn't want to say it, but I steel my heart to try to force the words out. Out the words, same shit. Tightly holding my arm to try and steady myself. I suppose this is all over then? No! Her shout startles me, the point where she recoils a little from my reaction. I guess we're both getting flustered. I mean, that's not what I meant. Reminding us that we're not alone, a small child goes running by us as her mother runs after her. The distraction gives Aileen time to reason through all this. While I try my best to ignore the singing in my heart, everything is so confusing right now. Every day was the same. Living alone in my apartment and working away in that art room, I thought I was fine being alone until you came into my life and messed everything up. When I thought you might really be gone, I realized how lonely I was. See? I told you. Aileen is Aileen. She is who she is. She cares about herself, but loves having company around and loves to be able to share things with someone else. That's what a relationship is. You give and take some shenanigans. Well, that's what I think. I meant what I said earlier. I can forget all my worries around you. I don't have to work hard and worry about being my best. I don't have to prove anything. And I thought you'd understand. I didn't ever expect you to take my parents' side. I didn't think you'd try to tell me I'm making my wrong choices. My heart sinks. Is that how it looked to her? Like I betrayed her? How could I? I've always seen what her parents can't. She's serious about painting. If there's one thing I know about her, it's that why would I want to ruin that world of hers that I find so fascinating? Well, she sees both sides, and she sees the negatives and positives of both sides, and she's trying to fix the negatives from both sides and turn them into positives, which you can't do because it is what it is. But when I thought I might lose you, I realized you were right. For all I talked big about how you should try new things in college, I was the one pushing everyone away and trying to say the same. As I try to think of how to explain myself, I realize Aileen's eyes have become moist. It's such a strange sight that I completely lose track of what I was going to say. Aileen, I don't want to lose you, Allison. I want to try again. Moments pass as I think over her words, trying to sift through my emotions. She looks so different now, her proud stature somehow smaller and more fragile. She's scared. Seeing her in a state puts me on the brink of tears as well. I know my answer already, given how seeing her like this affects me. I only ever wanted to be the person closest to you. Why would I want to ruin that world of yours when it's what brought us together? Let's try again, Aileen. But see, we're not going to get some cool scenes because we're in the middle of a freaking city, fam. Without warning, she pulls me into an embrace and arms wrapped tightly around me. My brain short-circuits as she begins to weep, completely unable to handle the situation. I have no idea what to say as she clutches me tightly to her shuddering body. My own composure barely holding as my arms slowly raise and come around her back. Oh, I see now. Aileen's finally cracked under the pressure. That wall she carefully built up over so many years, finally crumbling down at once. I hold her tightly to me as she cries, trying my best to comfort her. She's here and in my arms. This vulnerable and honest girl is for only me to see. My own eyes only barely staying dry. This Aileen is one I've never seen, but she's the Aileen I've fallen for all over again. Thank you, Allison. I feel a lump in my throat as you gotta get that lump checked out, fam. Trying my best to soothe her. I love you, Allison. I love you. Holding her close, as her words are muffled into my shoulder, I close my eyes and savor the feeling of her against me. Aileen loves me, this feeling, this warmth throughout my entire body as I hear those words. I guess I really am in love with this hopeless girl. And I love you. Let's do this together. We're such different people with wildly different backgrounds and worlds of our own. As long as the two of us can let each other in, though, we can build a life together. Side by side, we can start here. It's okay, Aileen. Welcome home. Cute. But I didn't get to see any action. Six hours and I got like 2 action pics of nothingness. Oh, that's my boy Wallace. We missed all the spice. 6 hours and no spice. 6 hours and no spice. Holy crap. Imagine that. Not gonna lie, the story was great. We didn't get to see Allison go back to her parents' house. Maybe they can carry the story on with a part 2? A spicy part 2? But, I mean, no, I've seen some spicy visual graphic novels, and I was about to say, maybe they might need to put the spicy on another website, but I've seen some spicy Steam stuff. What the hell is this? Smitten, Akotan, Umojaka, Skrats, Chiro, Ana, Top Hat, VCR, Renicia, Adiorosa, Ritzel, Art Club. I don't know what's going on anymore. I'm just flowing through the freaking credits. But for those of you that tuned in, if you actually watched this whole freaking YouTube video, post in the comment section down below. You are an absolute real one. This will get posted on Christmas Day, so I'm going to go ahead and edit this right now after this live stream. Tomorrow, Christmas Day, for me, this will be the upload, and then I will also be doing a long live stream where we will start off with Animal Crossing, get into some Pokemon Unite, and then go from there. See what happens. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This was actually, for a free freaking game. This was good. This was good. I like this, and I'm gonna do this for a lot of holidays coming up throughout this year. Bring in some random freaking games and see what happens. I enjoyed it. I like manga. I like anime. So I was like, you know what? Graphic novels, visual novels. Let's go. We'll see what's cracking. I want to see all the pictures, fam. That's why I'm watching this right now. I could have ended the stream a while ago, but no, I want to watch this. I think this is the end, though. Finn. Called it. I am really sad that this is how it ended. I wanted some spice. I wanted some stuff. I wanted some stuff to go down. But nothing went down. It went down twice. And you didn't get to see much go down. Oh, well, it looks like I have to make a choice here. So let's go ahead and save the game. 5 hours and 44 minutes. Not bad, not bad. But, if I go to extras, it is done. It is done. crazy. Oh, I click on these and that's what changed. I was like, how do you change the freaking picture? Oh, some spice. Not really. They hide all the spice, fam. I wonder if there's some freaking good pictures though. I'm gonna look at the gallery. They might have thrown in some juicy stuff in the gallery. You never know. You never know. Let's find out. Why do I got two? Oh, because when you save it, it doubles it up. Ooh. So see, this was one of the spicy scenes. But see, they did some nude painting. So it didn't get too spicy other than this. How do I get freaking multiple pictures here? Oh, the spiciest scene of them all. Thumbnail, that's what this is. Print screen. I mean, that's the spiciest scene we got. That was the best that we got. The whole freaking thing. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be the best one. Oh! Thumbnail, let's go! No, yeah, I think the other one was better. I think this might be the thumbnail. This might be the thumbnail. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. But she got pinned down. Did we got some good? Oh, that's it. That's thumbnail. That's thumbnail worthy. Bam. We take those. We take those. That is. I gotta save this right now. Hold the phone, team. Hold the phone. How do I save it? Steam, where you at? I need pictures. How do I do pictures in Steam? I don't do this much. This is not good. Finish the story. I finished the freak. Oh, I didn't get the whole thing. How do I freaking save pictures on Steam? Collections now. View. Screenshots. Press F12 while in game to take a screenshot. Only the screenshot to the Alright, boom. That's the one that we want. F12. Pow. Let's see if it got saved. View. Screenshots. Last session. First snow. How do I find it? Oh, it has it. I have to go into my settings because I don't have F12 as the freaking as the thing. Where's the freaking no? Where's my? Do I have it in the downloads? There's no way I have it in the downloads. You see, it ain't under downloads, you donkey. Let's go with a different. Let's change the shortcut to that. Okay. Now we try it again. And now I go back in. I've got like banger freaking quality action right here, and it's not letting me take it. How do I? Let me find the screenshots. I can't believe you're doing this to me, game. Back to settings we go. Downloads. Interface. This one. It doesn't go there. Well, you know what? I know how to take a screenshot of this because freaking Steam doesn't want to do it. Watch a master at his freaking craft. This is how you do it. Bam. Done. Screenshot. Hold it. I'm trying to freaking hold the L. But there we go. Now I just have to copy and freaking screenshot that in my editor and we're good to go. Alright, so we got that. Any other juicy picks though? I think that was the best pick we got. Yeah, that was definitely the best pick we got. I mean, we could have some other action going on here, but no, that's not juicy. That wasn't juicy enough. Guest art. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Guest art. Wait, scene select. Guest art. We could get some juicy stuff here. Wait, Schoolgirl Allison. Let's go. That's my style. Is this it? Are you serious? This is the best I get. What is this? What? This is guest art. I can Google sexy first snow. Oh shit. Google was actually doing some madness on my phone right there. We got some tracks, and I don't care for that. So that was the extras, I guess. Gallery, guest art and CGs, jukebox, and scenes. Options are options. You don't really have to do much there. Load game. I mean, I beat the game. And then I could start a new game, but I don't want to. So yeah, that is it for First Snow, everybody. Thank you all very much for tuning in tonight. I will be back again tomorrow for the big one. The big one. And yeah, time for me to go edit some stuff. We go edit some big stuff. Let's actually pop that open right now. Wondershare. Your boy got his editor program up and ready. Thank you very much, Roxy, for stopping by. Got my clickbaity thumbnail. Pretty juicy. And yeah, that is it. Thank you all very much. Peace. And Merry Christmas to you as well, even though it's late for you now. But thank you all very much for dropping by, and thank you, Roxy, as well. Much appreciated.